this morning as far as Tesla goes. A couple of earnings names. I mean, nothing huge. Bumble downside, shocker. 20% for BMBL. SINT, small cap runner. A couple of people I saw watching that one already here in the pre-market this morning. Ahead of these Fed minutes, though, the market pretty quiet here this morning. I don't think we're going to learn anything, but you never know as far as what indications they provide here this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely be interested to see exactly how they were thinking with the notes coming up this afternoon. So we'll definitely keep an eye out on that. Lots to talk about today, Brendo. We have Apple dropping a new product later in the day. Not sure exactly when they're going to report that. Meta broke their 20-day winning streak, so we'll keep tabs on that. And then new tariffs now being posed against semiconductors, and the auto industry as well. It's supposed to be for the tune of about 25%. So that'll be in focus as well. Some of these semiconductor names, as well as some of these car companies. Solar Edge, as you mentioned, reported. Etsy, Bumble, a bit of a mixed bag. Solar Edge up almost 21% after getting destroyed for the better part of 2 years.
Which is a little bit confusing as far as solar names in general are concerned. You would think in this administration, not necessarily the favorites, but maybe there's more funding to come for those. Yeah, new tariffs, as you were mentioning, from President Trump yesterday. It seems like the playbook on these so far has been throw it out there and see what the reaction is, and then see if they actually follow through and when they actually follow through on implementing it, because last I checked, we haven't had any yet.
No, and he threw some at us. Mexico, both have been delayed. We have the aluminum one and the steel ones coming up as well. So we'll see exactly how that all executes. And the reciprocal tariffs, these are going to be wide-ranging and they're going to be multifaceted, because he's looking at basically matching the tariffs that other countries are charging against America.
Yeah, so we'll see as far as automakers go as Randy walks in, conveniently. As far as automakers go, here's GM already downside in a decent way. It was green, just went red, down about 0.5% here. Ford looking about the same. $9.30 dead flat here for Ford, as we saw Tesla not doing a heck of a lot this morning to start things off. We're in a winter weather week here in the GTA, so travel has been a bit of a tough slog so far the past couple of days. Obi is inbound. We're expecting him in a matter of moments here, but Neil is solo over at the desk, or was anyways. Randy's here as well.
Want to bet about that? No, we ain't solo. We got Randy up in the building. Came by to drop off the morning a snack, I suppose. Got to have the snackage. And I was just pointing out to Randy, unfortunately, Nicola. Nobody mentioned Nicola going Chapter 11. Sat short this thing. The whole, right here at 80 cents when it broke. The whole afternoon was short the whole, well, I was going to say the whole day, but then that just wouldn't be true. And of course, when you're day trading, you can't, there's nothing you can do about it. It just is what it is. This is what it is. You sit short the whole afternoon, thinking it made no sense that they were going to pop, when the rumor was they were going to be filing Chapter 11 this week, and that has now been confirmed. So yeah, not very good for Nicola. It wasn't a good day for Tesla yesterday. And big shout out to you for Randy for the segment on the auto show yesterday. I think that was a heck of a lot of fun.
It was good.
And Lucid actually not looking bad, believe it or not, on the chart. But Tesla, kind of flat to downish today. Not a very good day for them. You can see what's going on with Nicola. This is the year of, I don't think Nicola's going to be the last one.
No, I don't think so. I think there's going to be some consolidation in the industry. Times are tough. There's lots of competition. Not a lot of product out there. I mean, the show was good, but if you're looking for an electric, there wasn't a great selection. It's kind of meh. Meh.
Market doesn't like meh. We don't like meh.
And
meh's not the look.
People look for new toys and want new things and, shiny things.
I like shiny things.
Shiny things. And there was enough to look at. I felt like a lot of the automakers held back. They have a stale lineup. There wasn't a lot of new and shiny things to look at.
That's been the argument for Tesla for a while, too. I mean, it gets to that. Like, Tesla's, it's weird because now it feels like Tesla gets a lot of the Apple complaints now. Where, it's like, okay, well, that's fine that you're the brand, but this is the same old. Let's get something new. Oddly enough, Apple's supposed to be launching a phone today, so we're expecting that to be in play.
Yeah, new Apple toys.
Yeah, we're supposed to get some new toys there. Just one note on Lucid, because I was joking. I wasn't joking. When we were just sort of saying actually not a bad day at all for Lucid yesterday and worth keeping and under watch. I think we had mentioned yesterday that maybe this could break out. Don't know what the catalyst is going to be, but certainly this is one looking a little bit strong, kind of squeeze-ish. It's like with Solar Edge, like just try not to, I find with these things, if you get too far into the explanations, that they lost a ton more money than expected, but the guidance was okay. It's just a squeeze and it's breaking out. It's 40% short. And as far as I'm concerned, as long as it's above 19, like this looks like a continuation play. Oh, and don't forget that everyone is piling into SMCI apparently. That just is going absolutely, what is this, like 4 days in a row, parabolic upside. I am a little bit more concerned today because of the 60 level. On the daily, you got 64. And so what I wrote was like, in my note was, it's got to be over under at 60. Because I feel like Intel, like this today feels like Intel on Friday, if that makes any sense. And you remember on Friday, like Intel was a great long yesterday, Intel was a great long Thursday, but on Friday, it's like, if it doesn't hold over 25, it's a short, and it was like an over-under play, so it was a short early, and then yesterday, great, gapped up, continuation, all that good stuff. So 3 days in a row, Intel's been the right one, and SMCI we liked long yesterday. But I'm feeling the same way at that 60 level as I did about 25 on Intel. So I don't necessarily want the long in here. I'm kind of feeling it has to break and hold above that 60. But lots of time to go. And Marty already with a super chat. What up, Marty? Good morning from Toasty, Orlando.
Nice.
You doing any CVNA pre-earnings plays today? Hey, Carvana's on the watch. It might not be on the watch list, but when it didn't make my like 4 symbols to look at what I tweeted out this morning, but I did throw it onto the old iPad. I like squeeze stocks when they go up. And it's not really setting up for a tremendous long. Like what you've got is a run into earnings and you've got a topping tail candle and a bit of a reversal. My first thought was, well, that's usually a reversion setup and you want to be short under 285. But then I looked over SMCI 60 if it can't break out, and Amazon looks like a short to me today, so kind of didn't put it on the list, but it did note that topping tail candle. I think if it pulls back into like 65, maybe that would be something. Remember, the valuation makes no sense with Carvana. Like not even close to making any sense, Randy.
Don't have a lot of faith. It is what it is.
Exactly, that's the line. It is what it is. I like the fact that we're both in the gray. See, we got the gray. They're both wearing white up on the desk.
Oof,
exactly.
It was minus 20 when I left.
It was ridiculous.
Brr.
It's too cold.
Mm-hmm.
We need honestly, I just need the spring now.
Marty from Orlando, please send some heat and sunshine, please.
Please. I can't wait to be in Florida.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Well, okay, it's going to be some fun. The bad part is like all the Jays fans in Florida are going to be complaining about the fact that we're going to lose our franchise player when we trade him.
Yeah, we need Vladi back, but
pay that man his money. It's very, very simple.
Conversation.
Pay that man his money.
I'm not happy about it.
Well, you want good talent, you got to pay it. It's in every facet, in every facet of the world, right? Like if you want to retain good talent, you've got to pay people what they're worth and what they're expecting.
Yep.
The market is going to be able to give them. And so when you don't do that in sports, Toronto Blue Jays, you lose. And especially over the fact that, and this is a Canada thing. You've got the tax issue. Which is a bit of a thing here as well, and people living in another country. So you got to sometimes go above the market to retain your talent, but also to tell everybody that you're serious about doing business.
Yeah, we need to make a statement here. So
yeah, they got to make a statement. They got to do something. Let's head on back to the desk because there's a heck of a lot more to talk about.
Yeah, Apple should be interesting one to watch here today for working on 5 days in a row here to the upside. That's the way the chart is setting up going into this announcement. Yeah, I mean, an iPhone SE, is that really going to move the needle here at all as far as the stock is concerned? I mean, you were just saying 2022 is the last time we got one of these, so it's been a while. Does that open the door, though, to a bigger market?
I doubt it, Brendo, because the SE at its best accounted for about 10% of revenue. That was back in 2016. In 2023, it accounted for 1%.
Yeah.
So there was declining sales from the handset itself. And despite the fact that they updated in 2022, it didn't move the needle. So it looks like that consumer is looking for a more premium product and they're willing to ante up, whether or not that continues or whether or not the consumer becomes a bit more, tight and maybe spends on something a little bit less. We'll have to wait and see, but I'm not expecting it to move the needle.
I mean, we saw that at the end of last year as well with, I think it was their final earnings report they were talking about. Not only was it I guess it was the 16 at that point that we were dealing with, but it was the biggest, most fully loaded version of the 16 that they were doing the best on. So, as you were saying, the high-end market doing the best there for them. Meanwhile, here is the overall market. The NASDAQ set for, all-time highs here this morning. The S&P 500 looking very similar as well. All-time highs as of the close yesterday. We're setting up to continue that move today. So is it going to be just one of those kind of slow grinds into all-time highs and we just kind of float higher from here? Or do we get a quick little reversal again? I mean, we've been in this 20-point range essentially here on the SPY for quite some time now.
I don't know if the minutes move the needle either, right? I mean, kind of everything's kind of telegraphed. We know we're only probably going to get maximum 2 cuts this year, probably kicking the can down the road until the summer, unless there's something tariff related that kind of really throws us a curveball. I think everything's pretty much priced in at this point. Just every morning you kind of wake up to new tariffs or the possibility of new tariffs or tariffs on new countries or new participants. So we'll have to wait and see how that all does today, but already all 4 major averages starting red.
Yeah, we'll see how the open goes here. Google, there's a note on Google as well. They're going to pay $340 million. I mean, it's minor. $340 million to settle a tax claim with Milan over in Italy, and that's for the period 2015 through to 2019. This thing got crushed yesterday, straight to the downside right out of the gate. It did bounce into the close a little bit, but I mean, we're back above 184, I guess. Something to look at here for Google.
I was listening to a podcast this morning about Waymo and how people are ride-hailing, be using Waymo, and it seems as if the engagement is way higher in the areas where they're dominating than it is with Lyft. And so you kind of feel, that Uber and Lyft were kind of engaged in a bit of a war, and Uber came out on top based on market cap.
Yeah.
I wonder if there could be a new type of war between these two competitors. Obviously, with Waymo leading the charge there. So
yeah,
we'll have to wait and see.
This expansion just getting underway for Waymo, and then everyone else trying to join the fight here on the autonomous driving and autonomous taxi side of things as well. We did the hot swap. I don't know if he's ready, but Obi has arrived.
Hot swap.
What's going on, guys?
I like that.
The hot swap. Yeah, I like that. That's a good one.
That's how we roll. It's easy. It's easy enough. But look, Randy's always easy to sort of fly in and out. Yep. Oh, if we're talking about Mag 7 name, remember don't forget everybody, at the close yesterday.
Yes.
In the last 10 minutes of the day, across the board, aggressive buying on pretty much all of the big cap tech stocks. And we're talking about that last 10 minutes. As we've mentioned before, I don't know if we say it enough, companies are forbidden from doing buybacks in the final 10 minutes of the trading session. So when you get rallies and all those big Mag 7 names, it's not that. So it has to be a little something else. I'm a little bit skittish about it just because everything was so weak and it felt like there's relief rally in Google. Amazon, big massive spike right at the end of the day when it was bearish all day. You had Microsoft as well. I just go down the line. Microsoft, big buy. And this is across the board on all these mag names. The one that I was watching, it's not necessarily Google. Amazon actually popped the most, but B, what made it set out was it lost the earnings floor. Like Amazon, since the report, everyone got punched a little bit, I think, for their CapEx spend and not the expanding revenue growth, I think, that everyone wanted out of the Mag 7. So you lost this 27 on Amazon, and the fact that we basically spiked on that, whatever it was at the close, wasn't share buybacks by the company, underneath that 227. So if we're not recovering that level, I want to look short. It's kind of like an over-under at the prior low. Anytime you break an earnings floor, I think you just take the stairs to the downside here. And I hate to be bearish on Amazon in general sense, but we're just talking day trading here. And I think when you look at some of the places where that buying took a stock to, general thing for me, if it breaks above that kind of a level, then there can be continuation. If it was just a liquidity event at the end of the day and there is none, then where the buying met some kind of an equilibrium to me is going to be a key level, and it already was for Amazon, and that's why it stands out. I feel like anything that went into a key price area in that last 10 minutes and held it, I marked that off as going to be key today. So Amazon's the one I'm watching.
Yeah, I think, I mean, if we're talking about some of the moves that we had going into the end of the day, yeah, Amazon's definitely one that I like, but you can see that a lot of these tickers getting a little bit of that bid, but Tesla not really getting as aggressive of a bid. That's what I noticed. Out of the Mag 7, Tesla didn't really show us that kind of reaction there. So definitely one that is a little distinctly different, so I will have an eye on it. We kind of talked about that 350 level as well. So let's see if we sustain that 350 level. That aggressive bid did not really come in, but interestingly enough, the one that did stand out to me, Neil, was Softy. I don't know if you saw this one, but we pretty much went all the way to day high with that pump at the end of the day. So that was really aggressive and kind of maybe supply showing itself once again as it did in the morning session in and around just underneath that 410 mark here, and it's been showing itself in this area over and over again since last week. You can see that on Wednesday, kind of a gap down below that level, and you can see we do attempt to push into this area, but we're having a bit of a range here as Softy steps down a little bit lower from its highs. Again, post earnings, we see that it's been kind of trending down as well. So that's going to be on watch as well. Bit of a triple, quadruple bottom-ish, if you want to call it, in and around this 405, 406 area. So yeah, Softy a little bit on watch as well.
And you know who else is going to be on watch?
Oh, boy.
One of our favorite guests. He's always dressed extraordinarily well, and I'm sure he is also happy that KC lost in the Super Bowl because both our teams don't like Kansas City a heck of a lot. Let's go to the desk for our morning guest.
He's back, making me look bad again. I mean,
wasn't my intention.
that's quite the suit, man.
Thank you. I figure if I'm going to be on TV talking to our wonderful audience, now that we've cracked 500,000 subscribers,
right?
Thank you. Let's make that number bigger.
Yes.
I got to be a little bit more presentable.
I like that. I like that. Raheem Alani back with us once again for a bi-weekly chat here. We're going to touch on gold this week. I can't stop staring at this chart. It's been, what is that? I mean, the beginning of the year, essentially, it's just gone straight to the upside. We're back to all-time highs.
Yeah.
Literally today.
Yeah.
And no one's talking about it.
Yeah, because there's stuff that happens every morning in the news. Like I was just joking around.
Yeah.
Screens our dear friend Sharif has up over here, and I'm like, that's a subject, and that's a subject on the screen. And yeah, everyone's talking about anything that happens because things happen so instantaneously, and that's why a lot of people, I'm sure you guys all tune into Trader TV Live to get that fresh update because we are live here and talking about things that happen instantaneously versus getting those videos 6 weeks later.
Exactly.
So this is a great platform to get that all on. And we're going to talk about gold, something that is occurring in the background. We're up 22% year to date, hitting all-time highs. I think all of our collective wives who told us all to buy gold because they think it's a good idea. And we're like, we know better. We've come on TV to talk about stocks. We know exactly what we're doing. They might be right.
Shocking.
Let them have this.
Yeah, shocking.
22% year to date. I mean, what we've always said with respect to gold is it's a proxy for when there is chaos in the world. And we had talked about that leading into the election. The reason for the run-up was potential chaos. And then when the Republicans took both sides of the government, everyone thought it might be a little copacetic for a week. And no. So people are not sure what's happening with inflation. And when there's tariffs, there's inflation. And when there's inflation, you look for safe havens. And what's a safe haven? As well as our friends in the crypto world. There's crypto, but it's always been gold. Gold's always been the place that people have gone to. And when you start to see central banks buying it because they might be using it as a proxy for currency and for transactions, that's also extremely interesting. So there have been a few banks that have come out and called for 3,100 now. Goldman Sachs came up with 3,100 on gold. They've said if tariffs do get heavier and things do happen and there is that inflationary pressure, then gold could hit 3,300. And we're still sitting at all-time highs of 2,900. Never thought I would say that.
It's remarkable how we sat here even last year, I believe, and talked about the same thing. And the move just from then.
Yeah, 1,500. There's no way it'll crack 2,000.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. All right, so the question becomes, what do we do? And is there opportunities still in a few individual names? So you brought along a list here of a few individual ones. I don't actually have entitlements here for London, but LUG, talk about that one.
Yeah, Lundin stock trades at about $38. This is one of the larger caps, a $9 billion company. Stock is traded between $15 and $41. Done extremely well, and again, reaching that top of that 52-week period. So if you're looking at it for the trade point of view, that's why we thought this one might be interesting, is because it is such a large cap. It trades very well, and it's getting into that 52-week range. So now, if you think gold's going to continue to go up on the back of all things that are happening in the world, then maybe you look at something like a Lundin because you think there might be further movement to the upside. If you think there's a trade where it might go back and forth either way, not sure, but they beat their 24 guidance and they hit 502,000 ounces. So when you beat your guidance and you come up with over 500,000, you guys know what it is, 502,000. It's a big number, right? So when you do those things, I mean, people take notice and they see what's happening. They've increased their reserves as well at one of their big properties. They've increased their reserves as well, which is another big indicator. And they're paying dividends. So if you like getting cash back every quarter, or I don't know if they pay annually or quarterly, but if you like getting a little cash back in your jeans, then
quarterly.
It's a nice play.
Yeah, I found the chart here. Nice little pullback underway right now. I mean, maybe 36, 35, a little bit of a better level, but I mean, it looks great, as you were saying, straight to the upside for LUG. Let's talk about Alamos, AGI, the next one here.
Yeah, Alamos is a phenomenal stock. I remember talking about it when it was $10, and I wasn't sure if maybe it would get to that double play where it could get to a $20 level, and zoomed right past that one as well. So we're sitting here at $32, hitting their 52-week highs, just shy of their 52-week high of $33, $13 billion. They are having if you're interested, they're having a call this morning at 11 to discuss their numbers. But they put out 567,000 ounces, 7% above last year. They're going to be spending about $50 million on exploration this year, which is their largest number. And they've increased their proven and probables, which is, again, another key marker for a gold company. But the key things for these, like a Lundin and an Alamos, is if you look at their all-in sustaining costs, like some of these gold companies had issues when their costs got prohibitively high. If you're trying to, your all-in cost for an ounce of gold is $2,000.
Right.
If gold's around 2,000, it's a problem. And now the gold zoomed past that. We're coming up to 3,000. All these companies are still having, 12, 1,500, 1,800, maybe even 2,000 all-in sustaining costs. And their budgets all had 13, 1,500, 2,000 gold in their budgets. And now you're hitting that at 50% above where that was last year. So these companies are now just making money on top of money on top of money as long as they are in the production game. Let's
keep going here. DC, the next one, Dakota Gold. I mean, this chart looks amazing as well. About to take out the highs.
Yeah, hitting their 52-week high, $1.80 to $3.30. Thought this one was interesting simply because of the fact it's right in the middle of the heartland of America for mining. So South Dakota, the name says it all. And so they are going to explore over in South Dakota. And they have a measured and indicated resource of 3.6 million ounces. But again, just the fact that it is America, and depending on, again, what the news is 4 minutes from now, it might be gold news or critical minerals news. This is a pure American name, no external properties, so just focusing on America.
And it's worth noting for anyone who's paying attention, a lot of these are going to be dual listed. So if you want to go back and watch this back, a lot of these you'll find listed in the U.S. as well. FNC, which one? Fan Camp, is that it?
FNM?
Or FNM, sorry, my bad.
That's all good. It's all good. It's early in the morning, and you're not used to me being here on Wednesday. I know it's throwing off the whole ecosystem. I wasn't sure either. My son said to me, "Where are you going?" And I said, "I want TV on Wednesdays now, not Thursdays." So it's an adjustment for him as a 3-year-old.
I mean, that's all we care about.
It's for everybody.
That's all we care about.
My nephews. Everyone's getting used to it. Sorry, guys. First Nordic. Again, the name says it all. Sweden, Finland. Look at the 52-week high on that. 63 cents. This is one of those smaller names. Again, not a production associated name, but it is a gold name. It's in jurisdictions that might be potentially safer depending on how you view the world. So Sweden and Finland, one of the Lundins has just joined their board, as well as they've got a joint venture property with Agnico Eagle. So you look at big names like that, they're continuing to drill, doing work at their properties, and a new property just close to their Agnico property as well that they just announced some results on, and they'll be doing some drilling there. So when you see all those things put together, it's a nice little chart to the upside.
Nice little chart to the upside. I was just going to say, I know it's hard to see, but this stock has doubled this year.
I would, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Like since the beginning of 2025, this stock.
That's the thing. I mean, when we talk about small cap names, generally you don't get the Alamos doubling within a couple of weeks. And some of these junior names that we talk about either are already there because something's occurred, like FNM here. Maybe there's more to come. Maybe it's a trading opportunity, depending on what you hear, see, and research on your own. But these are just names we want to like to bring to the forefront to be names that have those massive deltas.
It's so easy to sit back and just say, oh, I missed it, oh, I missed it, oh, I missed it,
Yeah.
oh, I missed it.
Yeah.
But if you do a little bit of digging, you find those individual names maybe that you can take advantage of instead, and it gives you more of an opportunity. I mean, we just showed 3 or 4 here that are still, tremendous.
Yeah, and again, just the thesis being, if you like where these assets are located, as an example, if that's the thesis that you want to take, Sweden, Finland, Europe, those places are maybe potentially safer. Maybe it's the fact that you've got certain people, like we talk about with mining all the time, closeology. If you're close to other properties, if you're close to Agnico Eagle and Barrick Gold and things like that, maybe that's a reason you'll look at it. Maybe there's people that are coming into the company because they obviously see something. So when you're doing your homework, look at things like that, and that's why we talk about some of these names that have those higher delta opportunities.
Maybe next time we'll touch on silver because I'm sure it's
That's another one.
continues to go as well. Rahim Alani, great insight as always. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I got to give a couple quick.
Yeah,
birthday
right.
shout-outs.
Sorry, my bad.
My dad just celebrated his birthday, and my nephew Kay's got his birthday coming up. So happy birthday to 2 of those guys. I know they're watching right now, and they typically do always watch. So I want to say happy birthday.
Happy birthday, guys. Happy birthday. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy birthday to both Rahim's dad and Rahim's nephew. That's awesome.
Happy
And
birthday, guys.
always looking good, always being sharp, always dropping knowledge, always being kind. I mean, great all-around dude, except for the fact he's a Baltimore Ravens fan. It's just, nobody's perfect out there. But it's
Come on, yeah.
Well, no. Well, actually, when they were just talking about gold, but I was thinking, and I'm glad Brendan mentioned it up, that silver's like SLV's starting to go here, and I think sometimes it's like, the line is, Sean likes the line, skate where the puck is going to be. But I mean, like, it just comes down to, okay, well, what's next? Like, who next, right? And what could be next is a potential break on SLV. Like, it's been trending. It's not at the highs. Gold, we know gold is breaking out, so that's obviously a story. But you have, like, this head and shoulders where the shoulder is breaking. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're doing a little bit of this up on SLV right now, trying to take out 30. And I think, like, if this can break a local high, it's been trending up for a little bit here. You can get back into that top. And I understand, don't at me, I do know silver is people always talk about how manipulated the market is, and sometimes it gets held down a little bit. But it does feel like it's on a bit of a rebound. And it's got room to the top if you look at what's been going on with gold and the metals, the whole safe haven. Even Obi and I were talking about it, the tradition of the. You were mentioning.
Well, I was literally like, I know for a fact that a lot of Indian women around the world are laughing straight to the bank. My mother and my sisters included. So congratulations to all of you. But gold all-time highs, absolutely beautiful. I'm looking at this GLD chart on the weekly right here. Again, another example of stonks only go up. And definitely a very valued commodity, and we can see that value, how that's acted over the past. But interestingly enough, a little bit of a lull period from this 2012 to 2020, but all the way right back up towards highs here. So interesting stuff here. I think GLD is a great one of the good vehicles to kind of trade this asset, especially on the intraday. For sure, very liquid ETF here on GLD. So let's see what we do in and around these areas. I am looking at some of these charts, but maybe more for the personal, not necessarily for the intraday. But I think again, this stuff does some decent volume. You got about 8 million average volume on the 30-day, and it's a $270 ticker. So very, very liquid. To say the least there on a daily basis. You can see a lot of volatility as well, up and down. You can see Friday as well, nice little sell-off along with the market. So definitely going to be having an eye on gold pushing all-time highs.
Yeah, and if we're upgrading silver and gold, apparently, let's see what else is being upgraded in today's market. Adara?
B&B, one of last week's earnings names, getting an upgrade today from Argus. NetApp getting upgraded here by BofA Securities. Capital One up about 1.5% here with the BofA Securities upgrade. And BofA Securities, one more upgrade on this list, upgrading Lightspeed. On the downgrade side of things, Baidu getting downgraded here by Nomura. Baidu actually reported earnings yesterday morning, and stay tuned for Alibaba earnings tomorrow before the bell. So Chinese ADRs certainly on watch. We have Valmont here with a downgrade from D.A. Davidson. Workday down about 3.5% with a downgrade here from Morgan Stanley. And last but not least, Quaigen getting a downgrade from Robert W. Baird. Back to you.
61.47, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES March contract. We already breached that 50-point level overnight, with the overnight high being 61.57. So we're clearly having trouble with that 50-point area. If we clear it, it's almost a blue sky setup. We only have 62s that we printed back on 24th to hold us back. So it's almost a blue sky setup. So if we continue to sell off, we're going to look for that 61.10 area as support. Otherwise, we're looking good.
That range for the overall market. Obviously, as we were saying, some of the ETFs already there. If you haven't done so, jump down to the description of this video right now. Top link will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. Free resource for you. Every single day we do your homework and then just send it to you in a nice, neat email. Has everything you need to know on it every day in the pre-market. Apple's iPhone SE set to debut today. Tim Cook teased this end of last week. We'll see if, as we were saying before, this moves the needle at all. I'm not sure what he could possibly say or show that would be a big deal here. Apple itself basically flat right now, negative 0.12 on the morning. 1, 2, 3, 4, working on 5, 6 days in a row here to the upside, though.
All right, Brendo. So it's going to be the 4th generation of the iPhone SE. It's supposed to be launched today. We haven't gotten confirmation, so we're just guessing at this point. It's a mid-range. It's a mid-range phone for people looking to spend about $429, give or take. That was the cost last time. The new model is expected to be a bit more expensive. And Apple plans to roll out their AI strategy incrementally, which has some analysts not very happy, as it's being rolled out on a piecemeal basis. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Just to give you an idea, you know, they're only giving Apple Intelligence so far for the 16 and the 15 Pro. That's expected to change, though, as they move on over here. So basically, the iPhone SE's share of the revenue has fallen from about 10% back down to 1% in 2023. So looking for a bit of a bump there.
That's telling. That is not a nothing decline there for this. We'll see. Going to feature, as you were mentioning, the TSMC 5G modem as well, Qualcomm Snapdragon, so not even the Apple Silicon. So, I mean, we'll see. We got the home button preview last week. We'll see what Tim Cook has to say today.
Yeah, no. Apple, I think, is a great watch today. Once again, to reiterate, that strength that we got coming into the close, very, very aggressive, giving pretty much a decent chunk of that sell-off that we did get all the way down into 241s, in and around going into 2 p.m. there yesterday. Given all that back, so pretty much a range day on a bigger picture there. So yeah, a little bit of a consolidation hold that happened on Friday. Again, very strong close to the end of that week last week, and this week, yeah, I'm looking for some of these levels to sustain, because if you take a look at Apple on the weekly, we are definitely a little in a bit of a trend, right, Neil? So a bit of an uptrend here on the weekly, almost back to all-time highs here at 259.81. On the daily, on the weekly. And yeah, let's see if we can get to that 250, but we're holding some of those prior weeks levels. That's what I'm going to look for it to happen, to look for continuation. If I want to see continuation, I think there's a higher probability of it if we hold prior weeks levels. I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, that's very fair. If it wasn't for the fact that we're getting that release today, I think it would just be, okay, clean breakout 245.5, and that could still be a thing. I think you want to see it hold above. It's a double top. And the good news, it's like Microsoft, as you were pointing out there, Obi, where you essentially recovered on that last push almost to the highs. And now you got like double barrel closes around this range, just underneath 245. So I think if you clear that out, you've got a lot of room to rally. As with any announcement, usually you get to sell the news event. and that takes you to the 50 period on the daily.
Apple's great for those.
And that'll be like that's usually what it does. It's just what typically happens. So 240 and a half in there is kind of the dip zone for me for a reversion. Kind of expecting that you get that end of it. I like to short more in Amazon just based on the way it reacted in the afternoon and where it did not get to in particular. But yeah, Apple, I think we look for that 50 period moving average on the daily to come into play if they do the old patented sell the news.
CLH here to the upside this morning, trying to test $25 once again. Yes, 7.5%. And all they did was say they're going to report earnings. Coming up after the close on Thursday, the stock, better part of 22% on the short side of things. Chart looks terrible, but maybe we get some squeeze action today.
Analysts predicting declines on both the top and bottom line for this name. Their revenue estimates of around $324 million. That'd be a 5.3% drop from the previous report. So keep your eye on that. I think we've dropped quite a bit on this stock, about 35.3% in the last little bit. So we'll have to keep an eye on this.
Yeah, chart looks terrible at this point. I mean, this came, here we go. This is a better look. After the close yesterday, we got that note suggesting this was going to come this week. So testing session highs here, guys. I mean, it's not a lot of volume, but all about the short percent here.
Like much like Solar Edge, which didn't make the list, it is about the short float. And I always say, don't try to pick a bottom in a stock, but kind of let it decide what it wants to do. So, yeah, like you haven't really broken its downward trend in any real shape or form. You're beneath the 50 period moving average. All of that said, again, it's about the short float here. You're gapping up. And I just feel like if this takes out 25, you try to keep it a little bit simple with CLH. Like it's a gap into a little bit of nowhere. You still got the 50 period out there. So yeah, if the volume's gonna hold up and it can get through 25, I think it has some squeeze potential. I just felt when looking at things like, okay, obviously Solar Edge is now up 35% and not 20-something% that it was before, that this one with their report was going to be the squeeze of the day. The downside is it's already at the 200 period. Like it's already done so much of the move here on Solar Edge that maybe there could be a pivot into CELH because I didn't want to have to chase this. I felt like it was breaking out from the 19-20 level and now it's at $23 and it was very illiquid. Now starting to do a little bit better in terms of liquidity, but it's pretty much to that 200 period moving average, and that's where resistance is going to be. So it's getting really, really tight on Sedge. I still think you're probably going to get some kind of profit taking. It's above VWAP, so the continuation play does line up with that $20 level if there is a dip at the open, which is what I'm kind of hoping for here on Sedge. So like that's the one I'm watching instead of CLH, but both of them are squeeze type names. Oh, and the deal with Solar Edge, they lost a boatload. They actually lost significantly more than expected on an EPS, but their guidance was good. And if you're significantly short float, then sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah, I think something to note, 22, almost 23% short float on that CLH, and it's curling up, kind of bidding up into that earnings report that we will have according to this platform here Thursday evening. And yeah, let's see if we can kind of break that trend before we even get into earnings here. It's already kind of starting to break that right here. If we want to kind of roughly draw that in here, I want to get this high. Yeah, so you can see we're already kind of testing a little bit of the downtrend that we've been having since the middle of December here. Coming into the new year, we're starting to get that little bit of a curl going into earnings. So yeah, let's see if we can get that push. Technically, it is breaking out, but going into earnings, maybe you'll get some more volume there on CELH. And yeah, I have Solar Edge also on watch today, one of the top names.
Yeah, got to.
Back to you guys.
Some Chinese action here this morning, just real quick. Google, Financial Times reporting Google building an AI co-scientist tool in an effort to help speed up research. The stock not moving really at all on that. I mean, we did get a little bit of an uptick, 184.50 here for Google this morning, but in Financial Times reporting Google going to build an AI co-scientist specifically. Alibaba, meanwhile, set to be interested in investing in DeepSeek. That was from the information earlier this morning. So DeepSeek possibly looking to raise, according to the information. So BABA did get a little bit of a move back higher on that. We went red to green, but basically flat right now.
Which is interesting because I think they're competing with Quinn
Directly,
2.5, and DeepSeek. So, but this, I think, all comes after the meeting that we had over the weekend with Xi Jinping, meeting with Chinese leaders, specifically business leaders. Jack Ma was there, obviously leading Alibaba, as well as Liang Quan, I believe his name is, who is the guy who is leading DeepSeek. You also had the CEO of Huawei. You had the CEO of Xiaomi. You, as well as the CEO of Meituan, which is basically a shift in policy from the government there to kind of not put down their tech companies and keep them up now that they're competing directly with Americans. And Donald Trump has signaled his intention to boost up his companies as well. So I think what we're seeing here with some of these Chinese EVs is a boost with a decided change in government policy there, Brendo. And I just want to mention that Cantor Fitzgerald, which is being chaired with co-CEO Howard Lutnick, who is now the Commerce Secretary, decidedly added to his Chinese positions, and this needs to be noted. So he increased his Alibaba stake by 2,500%. He increased his Baidu stake by 333%, and his stake in JD.com now by 98%, totaling about 2.5 million shares there. So I think that needs to be noted because he is a key player in the administration.
As Adara was mentioning, we'll hear from Alibaba before the open tomorrow. XPeng leading the way as far as EVs are concerned here this morning, back to 1825. Once again, huge gap, guys, for most of these EV names.
You know, on a normal day, like XPeng gapping over 17.5 in a new territory, continuation long, it would be a thing. Like, don't get me wrong. It absolutely would be a thing. On a normal day, Alibaba on this reversal off the highs, like that 130, like 130-ish curl back underneath. Like, this could be like a head and shoulders play. But it's not necessarily a normal day. And if Chinese EVs are your jam, that XPeng certainly looks pretty good on the charts. I won't argue that at all. But sometimes you got to go back to the well until the well runs dry. And that leads me to not really, I don't think I'm going to execute on China. Don't get me wrong. Like, if nothing's going to plan or you don't find any setups that you like, and then all of a sudden I come back and XPeng looks really good at 9:45, 10 o'clock above that 17.5 level, and it's holding above, continuation long could be the play. So I think they're worth looking, or maybe I think the same thing about the head and shoulders on Alibaba. But SMCI, every single day for the last, I can't even, whatever. It's giving you over 5% movement every single day, and I'm not even going to bother to check the last time it didn't give you that kind of an intraday range. So I'm expecting there's going to be fireworks again, 1 week until, less than 1 week until the deadline. We haven't got the earnings yet. I'm thinking over under 60 just because of the multi-day run-up that we've had, and it's been parabolic, another gap higher. Now, don't get me wrong. When I said this about Intel on Friday, when we like to short on Intel, had Intel held a bid over 25 at the open and not failed at 25, I was perfectly willing to join longs and trend up, kind of like yesterday, join longs and trend up. So I'm willing to do that on SMCI. That's not the issue, but if I don't see buyers out and about above breaking out that top, then I'm playing the fade off the 60 level and looking for a pullback, first 58, then 56. Here in SMCI. It's done tons of volume, 12 million already pre-market, probably actually more than that because we just turned on our quote at about 6 a.m. So tons of pre-market volume relatively, big time runner every single day. This is where I want to be. Yeah,
I think China EVs. I'm looking at XPEV right now. I think they're in a good spot. They've been kind of trending up, and with a bit of a gap up here on the Hang Seng, it would seem we're coming up into these prior levels of resistance. You can see prior high 1874 all the way from 2023 November there, and we're creeping up into that. Currently trading at 1817 with a high of 1833. So we've pretty much entered some of those levels here. breakout of some of those prior highs here. Again, 18.74 and $19 here. Currently trading at 18.17. And yeah, I just want to take a quick look at the Hang Seng as well. Again, when you're trading China tickers, definitely worth it to keep an eye on the futures on the Hang Seng, just to kind of give you a perspective of how we've been doing. So yeah, you can see that nice little trend up. Let's see if we continue this trend on the futures, and let's see if it gives us that tailwind on some of these China EVs. That's what I'll be watching for.
Never isn't a day with an Elon-related headline that we should talk about. Here's a couple that are quite interesting this morning. X, first off, $44 billion valuation in a new funding round, of which he'll spend a significant amount acquiring U.S. Steel's ticker to take this thing back to public markets eventually. I'm just kidding, obviously, but I mean, that is going to happen. Mark my word, that is going to happen at some point. Tesla India as well, more headlines coming through as we were talking about yesterday. I mean, this specific researcher saying it's not going to help as far as demand goes.
This Troy Tesla guy, he's not very impressed with what they're trying to do out in India. And his opinion is, well, the Indian market's huge population-wise, but as buying power goes, that they're weak. I think that basically neglects what Elon is gauging at doing this year, which is dropping a much more affordable EV that he plans in the second half of the year. That could move the needle there in India, who may want a lower price point. So point taken from him that maybe the Model 3, the Model Y, etc., is not within India's price point, but I happen to disagree with the newer vehicle, especially if it comes in below that $40,000 price mark. So I'll have to see exactly how this all goes. He was responding to this individual by name of Gary Black, who runs a fund on X, which deals specifically with EVs, Brendo.
Musk also saying he's going to look into a Doge dividend for taxpayers in the U.S. Could be $5,000 in the way of refunds for each taxpayer.
That would be interesting.
That would be.
I feel like
something.
They got a lot more cuts they need to make that happen. Because man, there's a lot of spending they need to, and that's a different discussion. It has nothing to do with nothing directly to do with Tesla. I think yesterday on Tesla was a classic example of an inside day and how you should treat an inside day, which was, just treat it like the day, essentially treat it like the day before. Like you basically just respected where it dumped at the open at 360. You respected inside the 350 level. I think you look back into those, and if you're trading off of those levels. I still would like it to break 363. You got the V shape, you got the consolidation. As long as we haven't breached 348, the breakout at 63 is still available for me. But it's right now we're red on the day. The Nasdaq is down, the ES is down, Tesla is down, it's trending down. So I think the short in front of the 60 level would be the first look. It's not the first place I'll be looking for EVs today. As we mentioned yesterday, it's not up right now, but Rivian's been on a little bit of a tear, everybody. And I know it's all relative, but there's your 200 hold, there's your 50 period hold. Still a little bit of ways to go till it gets to this 15 quarter. So if I was looking for a long, we basically had Rivian in one place yesterday, and that was at $14. It kind of double supported that level and was VWAP at the time. So that's where I'd look for a reversion play on Rivian. No catalyst right now for it, so you're kind of seeing it go sideways. But if there is weakness, because right now I'm feeling a little bit bearish, then Rivian at that 14 again for a bounce.
Yeah, I think we talked about some of the downtrend break yesterday. That was happening over the downtrend was happening over a decent chunk of the beginning of the month right here. So we were selling off of that 420 mark all the way down to 320s. Yeah, a little bit of a sideways action as of right now. And I know I showed you, if you guys were here yesterday, I showed you guys the spaghetti on my chart, so lots of lines here, but I think right here, this one is important. That was the first aggressive sell that we got off of all-time highs, just shy of that 500 mark. And we've kind of held that as a resistance and kind of started to trail a little bit lower back into some of these prior levels. So yeah, I'm curious to know, do we continue this bigger picture trend, or how much do we hold this 350 mark? That 350, again, a bit of an over-under for me. We held some decent levels in the prior weeks there. I think that 320, 330 level hold was nice. for that pullback up, but let's see how much further this pullback up can go. It's a little bit of a resistance here at that 380 to 360, 70-ish mark there as well. So yeah, we're pulling back off of those all-time highs. How much further, I have no idea, but that 350 is going to be interesting for me with any sort of Tesla catalyst that might be coming along. Let's see what kind of volume draws out this chart.
Meta pretty quiet here so far this morning. We're below where we ended the day yesterday after a nice bounce into the close, as we mentioned off the top of the show here. 1% right now to the downside for Meta shares. Do we get 2 in a row here? Zuck top ticked the market here on Friday, selling not a lot. I mean, pocket change really for him. 740. It said 720 to 740 was the range. So Zuck literally top ticking the market on Friday going into the weekend in a quote unquote planned sale of shares.
Yeah, you got to take some profits, Brendo. Good look there, especially at all-time highs. So that ends Meta's 20-day winning streak, the first decline it's had in 20 days. It's still trading above that 8-day moving simple average. It added about $350 billion in market cap from January 16th to about January 14th. So good look there. We still are dealing with a bit of an issue here with the layoff controversy. So he did shore up costs, as he has been doing since 2023, but apparently it's disproportionately impacting high performance, including those who are on leave. He claimed that the layoffs would only be for those who were underperforming and they were supposed to be performance-based. Some allegations coming from X that is not the case. So obviously not market moving, but good to note.
Yeah, definitely. As far as the company structure is concerned, here's how things are looking right now in the pre-market. Not great, to be honest. Straight downside right now. Not a lot of volume behind this, guys, but needs to hold here. 707, 705 maybe.
So you're telling me that the planned sale that you have to file for, because obviously when you run the public company, ends up being at the top of a historic 20-day in a row streak for Meta. Okay. So, how many days till we get to 640, whatever this is? Let's call it 645, the 50-period moving average. I just feel like, yeah, I think we probably trend. I think it's too ridiculous. You can't even write this stuff up. At least with the 200 level on Amazon, it was like, okay, it's like a round number. You could see the resistance there a couple days. It was trying to break out. There was no historic run into it. It was just sort of regularly trading into that level. And then you find out after Bezos is selling and it turns into a bit of a thing. Like, this is just a little distinctly different here. It's hard not to be bearish for a continuation play on Meta. That said, it's a little far away from where ideally you'd want to be shorting it somewhere, like 14 into 16, 17. It's only $5, $700 stock. I think that's distinctly possible. That said, I wrote down Amazon for myself here. And it's a more simple setup for me, because we always talk about let things settle down after earnings and show you where they want to be. Well, Amazon showed you it wanted 228, 227 as a support level, and it lost it yesterday. There was an everything bounce in the Mag 7 that didn't bring it back above, so I think that's still going to be the short area, just going to the prior low. So it's in the 227s. I wrote down 227 because that's kind of underneath the floor, but as long as it's underneath about 227.60. I want to short the pops here on Amazon for a continuation post-earnings play. Meta, it is what it is. We talk about the market, and it's a funny beast sometimes that you get that big of a coincidence, right, Mark?
Yeah, I think I'll be looking for a continuation on Meta itself today. Again, we talk about the first red day. Yesterday was a very first strong red day. Here, let's go off to the daily chart here just to take a look at Meta. Well within trend. That's something to know, right? We've had days like this on the trend up. Here, bigger picture all the way from $400 or $500 here, where we got that gap up. Hold, consolidation, continuation of Meta, again, all-time highs. We just hit that earlier this week. Yes, or last week. Sorry, 740.91 on the daily is the all-time high. Yeah, I keep forgetting that Monday was a holiday, but strong selling, pretty much closing near the day low. Yeah, Meta also experienced some of that rip up into the close with a very strong bid off of whether it was imbalances or whatever, that buying coming in aggressively. But take a look at that right now on these imbalances, Neil. We just broke prior day's low. So yeah, it makes the picture for that continuation a little bit better here. Let's see if we can hold some of these prior day's levels. Let's see if we can hold this reference here where, again, that bid comes in and kind of holds that. And in the pre-market, we'll hold the same levels here in and around that 716 level. So only about 10 points away from that. This is a $700 ticker. So you do have to kind of keep that in mind. But yeah, Meta for the continuation is something that I'll be watching today. Anything interesting on those imbalances, Neil?
Well, before we get there, got to tell you, everybody, each year 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Organetics, OGEN, O-G-E-N, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Organetics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. And as someone who's an NFL fan, I can tell you, definitely going to be rooting for them. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. That is OGEN on the NYSE. And speaking of those imbalances, there were a few. I actually saw Meta's paired off a little bit. So Meta is now 300,000 sell. I put this one in the chat for everybody. Intel was 1 million sell. It's now 500,000 sell. Nicola was 1 million to sell. That's not, can we come to my screen for a second? Nicola was 1 million sell. It's now 850,000. Just for anybody that didn't know, Nicola is filing Chapter 11. So it's down 52%. I can't say how long it will be trading here before maybe it ends up somewhere else or gone. But respecting VWAP, I just, did I get the, yeah, I got locates on. Made sure we actually got the locates on. We were short this all day yesterday, most of the day yesterday. You don't know what's going to happen. But as long as it holds under VWAP, I'll probably look to short some pops in there. We mentioned SMCI over under at that 60. If it fails if it fails this break here or fails that break, I'm looking reversion today on SMCI with 58 and 56, the dip zones to be watched. Oh, Intel, you've already gone. Intel monster
size on 26.
Yeah, monster rally yesterday, and now you've got 400,000 shares on the bid right at the 26 level. I feel like if it breaks that, I was looking more at the 25 half zone where it had all the consolidation as your dip spot. Just thought we might get a little bit of a rip before that happened. And how have we not talked about Nvidia? Wow, 9:27 and 40 seconds. Oh my goodness, I was going to mention Nvidia. Yeah, that size just got taken out on Intel.
Yep.
They just washed right through it, so I don't care about the even dollar number. If it's not holding 25.5, then it's 25 even on the way back in. So just going back over to Nvidia, bit of a barcode action, but I hate to sound bearish on a stock that we all love. I do like Nvidia, but that was a rejection yesterday of a fresh high, and then trending down. That smells great, Sharif. Trending back down, losing the $140 level. Looking at this higher low area, like if it pops into 141, 142, I'm looking for that as a reversion trade. So that's on watch. SMCI is already at 59. You got to be kidding me. So SMCI is already $1 down from that 60 level. Looks like it's wasting absolutely no time. Amazon is another one. 227 going to be on watch for me. We mentioned Apple as well. Apple looking strong. I mean, it's very barely to the upside, but when the market's red, not much is green. They got that iPhone SE release we're expecting today, and 245.5 is the top right now, double top here on Apple. But yeah, that was quite the interesting move there on Intel, I would say, going into the open. On that sell and balance, which is now mostly paired off, actually.
I think that, again, I also have that level from yesterday kind of on watch. You see that all day, pretty much consolidation in and around some of these levels here. Let me throw this back up. So I did have, you know what, just because I do like the 2-day VWAP, I'm just going to throw up an anchored at right off of the open there on prior day. And look at that, we just kind of broke that level as well. So 26.20, I'll have that on watch. Bit of a downtrend coming into the open there today. I don't need these anymore, even though I guess they did come into play in the pre-market. Yeah, so it seems like we're taking a bit of a reversion off of yesterday's strong action that happened into the close on Intel. We kind of talk about that $29, $30 level being a level of interest, but there's about 10 seconds left for the bell, Neil.
It is go time. Let's ring that bell. It is hump day today, so it's Wednesday, not Tuesday. If I make that mistake, you'll know. 3, 2, and 1. Let's ring it, Adara.
Ooh, let's go. All right.
Right away.
Yeah.
100 thou offer on SMCI at 59. That's a random price. 59.04. Someone just immediately. Yeah, that's already going to the downside. Someone immediately flashed over 100K above the 59 area on SMCI. So that's falling like a rock. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Amazon as well. Amazon at the open, that just tanked into, or pushed down into 225. So we're going to have to be a bit patient. I thought we'd get some pops at the open to be able to fade into. Solar Edge. Solar Edge is the other one we had mentioned. Looking at VWAP in here. It was 20 at one point. We were looking for a dip, but now VWAP sits at 21. Solar Edge up 33% despite losing a boatload of money.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter if your guidance is good, though, for Solar Edge. So, yeah, big flush there right away on SMCI, unfortunately. And Intel's trying to make a bit of a bounce.
That's Solar Edge, aggressive. It just bid up almost 70 pennies and then wipes right back down. Wow, okay, all right.
Nuts.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna keep my hands off of that one for now. Not the kind of volatility I'm looking for this morning just yet. But as you guys know, I'm gonna stay patient. I reiterated this yesterday as well. Next week, Neil, is Nvidia. So I think this is a time for I guess a day trader like myself. I can't speak for others. But to maybe protect some risk and to kind of make decisions thoughtfully, right? We should be doing that anyways on the daily, kind of being precise, try to be a sniper with the entries and the ideas. But yeah, I think my top watches honestly for today are going to be Solar Edge, Intel, and SMCI. I'm going to be watching those currently. Have all of those on watch. Again, also looking at multiple time frames on these. I like the 30-minute, the 15-minute, the daily, the weekly, the 3-minute as well. But I like to trade on the 3-minute as well. What's going on?
Well, first things first, I did get into Nicola. We had to pay for locates on Nicola, just everybody, just so you know. They were not free locates. They are filing Chapter 11. The local high is at 44, so I nibbled in here at 41. If it breaks 44, easy out. But I said I'd short this one at VWAP and take our first shot at it. So going to be into NKLA, but it's SMCI and Tesla making some power moves. Oh, thank you so much, Randy. Appreciate you. Tesla already at $358, tracking toward that 360. I still like 63 for a break, but 60 was resistance yesterday. I'm fading into that. And SMCI is starting to bounce. That is a capitulation candle at the open, whatever you want to call it. Sometimes we've seen the story before. If it breaks 60 at this point, your short at 60 has already happened. If it breaks out above there, I'd almost look like for that continuation play. Solar Edge still pulling back into 21. I think you're about to get it, but I'm just going to get some bids out on Nicola down. If it gets into the low, like 34, I want to respect that. So we're short at 41 here. If we get 37, 38 on the way down to that 34, we'll take it. Remember, they're going under, but that doesn't necessarily mean it goes down forever. We've seen crazier things than companies going Chapter 11 and somehow catching a bid, right?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm watching. I'm watching the action here on SMCI. And yeah, I think that 60 is going to be a little bit of an over-under, but we're kind of coming up into VWAP as of right now. There's that first rejection of VWAP. I have VWAP at 59.28, so we're kind of chopping that area as of right now. Let's see if we reclaim that VWAP. Are we going to be above or below within the first 5 to 10 minutes? 15-minute opening range is something that I like to watch as well. As of right now, taking a little bit of a pullback off of that is SMCI. Again, trading slightly below some of these pre-market consolidation low levels here. You can see that a bit of a downtrend, lower highs, coming in off of that 60 mark. And then, yeah, as of right now, VWAP is holding as a bit of resistance. Every time we kind of pop up into VWAP, it keeps getting sold off 20, 30 pennies, kind of sellers stepping into the bid. Let's see if more of that action comes in, or do we break back above? So that's what I'm trying to be patient for. I'm going to observe that action, and based off of that action, I may decipher some probabilities of whether or not this ticker will continue to the downside, whether or not buyers or sellers are in charge as of right now, and whether or not it's giving me a risk within my limits to really put on the trade.
The key.
So that's also exactly Neil saying that is the key, and that's definitely the key. You got to find that moment, that sniper moment, And it does not come very often, Neil. But
well, it could be
when
coming
that
in Tesla right
comes,
now.
Yeah, it could. I see that Tesla. I see that Tesla. But here we go, 59.50s. Let's see if we can print that 60 mark. And Intel's still trading in and around 26s. So I'll keep an eye on that one there. Bit of a pullback from yesterday's action. What's up, Adara?
Handful of small cap runners to be aware of this morning. ADTX. This is Aditext. This one up here quite nicely. No news that I could see, but they've run in the past with a 14 million share float and a 9% short float. RSLS, also one watch here, seeing this one move. This company is called Reshape Life Sciences. Keep an eye on these tickers here this morning. Also SINT, this one was on the watch list, getting a patent, but dropping a little bit now with volume. Back to you.
So two things. Tesla's at 58.5, trying to go. CLH did break 25, so that absolutely is running. But SMCI is right back at that 60 level. So this is the spot, right? Like it's if they can break it out above, as far as I'm concerned, the short kind of already happened. And if we break out above this, you're going to go squeeze territory here. So the buyers need to step up. Need to see them hold. I want this closing above 60 on my 3-minute. I don't want to sit there. Like the initial idea was to short this level. Obviously, it already dropped like $2. But if we can close and start holding above that 60 level, going to look a heck of a lot better. All right, Tesla. That's the other thing. The other name I'm watching right now, I got 2 level 2s up. I also have Solar Edge up as well, and Nicola, but we already talked about those. Solar Edge nowhere near 21. Tesla very close to 360. So that was the fade zone yesterday. I still think 63 is also overhead resistance, so looking for a mean reversion off the 360 level here on Tesla, while now SMCI, oh yeah. Hold it, man, hold it. It's not doing it. It's not doing it. It just lost that 60 level again, so if it's over under, we just went under. And that means I'm looking for the short back into local high.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of consolidation happening here on Intel as well, in and around this 26 mark. Again, we are below VWAP, but VWAP I have at 2630s, 2620s, so I just want to see if it can get back up to VWAP. We saw what happened when SMCI looked like it was holding VWAP as resistance, and then it breaks above, goes right to 60, gives us about 70 pennies right away. So again, that opportunity sometimes can be within a fraction of a second there. But yeah, that's not really what I'm looking for. SMCI, honestly, I'm a little bit short biased, and I want to see it do things. I want to see it give me reasons to sell, right? That's something that I like to observe for as well. Strong reasons to buy, strong reasons to sell, and then do they confluence with prior levels, technicals? Does it make sense on the day relative to the catalyst? And does it make sense to does it confluence with who I think is in charge today? So it's like with right off of the open. Again, it's only been about 7 minutes off of the open. Who's in charge? I can't really tell right now. I think it's a little too early. But because SMCI is within that pre-market range, and so is Intel as of right now. Intel right before the open, we saw that 26. We saw size at 26, almost 4,000 lots get taken right out off the open, and then right now we're just kind of chopping, giving about 10, 15 pennies both ways on it. So I don't really have anything on that one there. Let me know
Before we go to
chat, what your biggest ideas are, what your best ideas are. What's up, Neil?
Before we go to Adara, big battle being waged at this 60 level. It's about a 25-cent range in here. When it broke down the first time, I got it at 83s, but it's now holding. So you got 60 and a quarter to about 59.90-ish, where you're seeing this battle wage. It's pretty simple. If it breaks it out, I'm out. If it holds it, I want to maintain the short. But remember, I think the big short already happened here on SMCI. So we're looking for continuation. And I am all for reversing this if we take out the top on SMCI, because I feel like when you have that kind of a flush and then you take out the top, it's a bit of a squeeze. But it hasn't happened yet. Let's go to Adara.
To be aware here, we are having some comments coming from Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, with regards to tariffs, saying that the country is, quote, entirely focused on making sure no tariffs ever get put upon Canada, but saying if ever there are tariffs brought into Canada, quote, our response will be immediate and strong, but we don't want to do that. So basically saying that they don't want to be in a situation where there are tariffs in the first place, but if that does happen, they're more than prepared to respond equally. So keep an eye here on the NASDAQ. More tariff talk, this time from Prime Minister Trudeau. Back to you.
Thank you.
I mean, thank you, Captain Obvious, leader of our... Well, of course you... Whatever. It doesn't... we don't talk politics here. Obviously, you don't want tariffs to come on. Tesla did get to 359. It's not quite at that 360. It's pulling back a little bit here, but the focus right now is going to be SMCI, which did another lit. It was a more aggressive lit grab just now on SMCI above the 60 level with a lower high there at that quarters. So I'm going to tighten things up here. Instead of giving it to the high, I'm actually going to give it just beyond that barrier at that quarter on SMCI. So add and tighten stop and try to get some out at VWAP is going to be part of the plan. Solar Edge, I know there's a lot of things moving right in here. Solar Edge did bounce off VWAP about the same time that I was getting into SMCI. But yeah, the volume's starting to taper off a little bit on Solar Edge. So it's still on watch. It's still very strong, up that 33% after their earnings. Even though they lost money, it wasn't that. It was the guidance that was good for them. All right, Tesla, put up or shut up. It just broke that 59 level. So we could have a second short. The market's not doing much. It's really just Solar Edge, SMCI big in play. Tesla right now up 1.33% and tracking toward that 360 level as well. So same names I'm watching here. Anything else? I see someone mentioning in the chat Amazon catching a bid. Ooh. I'm just going to cancel my 227. Amazon dropped like $2 off the open and is coming right back in. So it's a different entry if it gets to 227. Simply because we had that wipeout bottom. Now I have to favor a mean reversion trade instead of just sitting in front of the level that I liked because the flush at the open already happened.
Yeah, I think Intel kind of we talk about that anchored from yesterday, that 2-day VWAP. We couldn't really get past it as of right now. So again, with it being a little bit past that first 5-minute mark, I am kind of watching that opening range low to break down, and it's working out right now, as of right now, pretty nicely. 26 broke back through. We're trading the next quarter below 25.70s currently coming in. Let's see how much further we can get back. Again, Neil said yesterday, as Neil pointed out earlier, 25.50, a bit of a key level from yesterday. We're approaching that level right now, so giving us about 40 pennies almost right away here on Intel. Let's see that 25.50-ish level. Let's see if that comes in, how that comes in. That was yesterday's consolidation low, and again, this was the anchor that I was showing you guys right off of the open as well, right? So a little bit of an anchored coming in off of prior day. We break that with an opening range low break as well, coming into the anchored from here. That catalyst that we got intraday of again the presidential seal and that TSM kind of news there. So let's see if this holds as a bid. See if buyers that kind of got in off of that catalyst continue to take us up there. But yeah, this consolidation low right here, let's see what that is specifically. I am curious to know what that is very specifically. Right here, low at 25.64. So we're trading right on top of that right now. Current bar low is 25.57. So let's see what we do in and around some of these areas. Does that support continue to hold as support? Do we bid back above 26s? I'm still staying patient. I'm not in, definitely not in the full size that I want to be just yet, but again, going to be patient to see if sellers are really in charge, and if the chart shows me, if the tape shows me, then maybe we can take a little bit more off. Again, yesterday I didn't. I almost bought for a whole ATR worth. I don't want to do that. I'm not making that same mistake again today.
I got one for you, Obi.
What's up?
Oxy.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Ollie. Oxy.
That's fine. I knew it because the man show is way too old for you to get that one. No, Occidental up 5.5%. It's oi. Oxy. Yeah,
okay,
that's fine. Occidental, who also reported last night, up 5% and rallying higher as everybody can see. Just want to make sure we're acknowledging how strong it's going. HIMS as well, making some power moves, up 11.5% is HIMS, and it's singing to the upside after breaking a fresh high. Yeah, okay, there's your double top breakout. That looks like a pretty good continuation play. I echo your point there. SMCI is a NASDAQ stock. I'll just bring the black chart down. So we got some out there on SMCI. VWAP took some out 59. First target was always going to be 58, and then look for some kind of a pop. So that battle that got waged, and the thing about it is, like, if you were favoring the long in that range, I feel like your risk to reward was also good. Load. My reversion is on if we bounce off the 58 level here on SMCI, as this one now just broke the $58 level. So it looks like SMCI goes right into some pre-market support after that fade in. And it was just a simple, we talked about this with regards to Intel on Friday. It was a very similar style trade on Friday for Intel. Yes, it was super bullish. There's your bounce off the low. So that's the trail out. It's 60 to 58. That's what was in the note. And then move on to the next trade. So we managed to snag SMCI. While that was happening and we're focused on SMCI, Nicola hit enter twice, Neil. Broke 44. So took one shot at Nicola into this high. Goes in. It was in the money about 1.5 cents, but I was risking 3, so I'm not taking it out for 1.5 cents. Doesn't make any sense. And it's actually still trending higher. So now I need a mean reversion to get back into Nicola or to take any trades there. Tesla with no reversion whatsoever. And this is where I'm happy. This is where I'm happy. Like, don't look a gift horse in the mouth if you're having a good day, week, month, whatever it might be. Just because you think a level might be a resistance doesn't mean you have to sit on the offer out in front of it. If it does a stair step up and is trending into the level, there's no mean reversion, there's no pullback, there's no consolidation. It just blows right through $360. So I don't have to take that trade. SMCI, like, why do I like to short at SMCI? Because it came to the level I liked and then it stopped trying to go. And then it rolled over. It did a lower high, wicked the top, and when it wicked the top, then we got in. You got to have a setup. It's not just about, this is the level I'm going to take, and no matter what's happening to the stock, I'm just going to take it. And of course, SMCI goes past target, but that's the other side of the coin, right? So while you can have a discipline in, I'm also going to get out at that level and watch it go further. I like VWAP if it can come back in here. Wanted to acknowledge Apple. It's strong. We're green on the day for Apple. 245.5 is still within sights here for a potential breakout, but it's just very gently rolling into the upside. So SMCI, I don't know where we'll be able to get back into that one, but we are looking to take a shot at that one more time. Adara.
Be aware here, there are some smaller cap names to watch out for. Currency or Currents holdings here, CURR, they've run in the past. I'm not seeing a catalyst on them, and there's not a ton of volume. We're under 1 million shares right now, but pushing to the upside. There's also this very curious OSRH. This one has no history on Benzinga. They're currently halted. OSR Holdings, I looked it up. It looks like they might have had a special acquisition related situation with Bellevue. But either way, keep an eye on OSRH. Very little info to be found about this ticker. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Oh, wow. Tesla is super, super strong. Just one more before, because I forgot that we did not mention Nvidia. I did also like a fade, but Nvidia, that was going to be 141 into 142, like somewhere off of these higher lows. You're already trending down, so we're just going to have to be very patient with Nvidia. SMCI continues to flush. It just bounced off 57. Prior close is 56. That could be a spot for a mean reversion. And small capper alert for everybody that JTAI, which was running right back into Friday's range now. So I like when a prior range gives you a bit of a guide, but I think this is a little more exciting if it can either start holding VWAP again or break out 675. So it's on the radar, but not yet for me on JTI. I'm going to look for a re-entry into SMCI first. And I never got into Intel. I'm glad you're in that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's working for now. But the thing is, like I just told you on the tape, the tape is absolutely, it's a beautiful thing. But 2560 is a bit of a hold on the bid. There's a held bid at 2560s. It keeps on coming into 2560s. People keep stepping in front of it, reserving on the bid. So the level is iced a little bit so that there's a hidden order sitting at, or a buyer at 2560s currently, or 60 on the dot, and then just holds. But again, no idea where we're going to go from here. We have been selling off of the open, but once that order is done, I think we might be poised for a little bit lower, but let's see. Okay, so we did. Okay, so look at that. We print 59s on the bid, and then instant rebid up to 60. So okay, there it is. Now we're kind of a little bit lower there. I take a bit of a cover as we break that. But again, look, reclaim of that 60 once again. So holding on the bid. Okay, so now we're back into the 50s. Let's see how much further we can get. Again, we talk about this level being an interesting level because yesterday this was that consolidation low. So we consolidated here for, let's see for how long. So within this range, we consolidated here for over 3 hours. Let me just measure this out with you guys right here. So right here, so look, that measurement right here, it's about 2.5 hours, roughly 3 hours within this range before we kind of ticked all the way up into the close very, very strong. So let's see, we're kind of coming into some of those levels. Oh boy, there's some size at the halves. You can see it right there. Oh boy, okay, so you know what? My tapes are a little mixed up here. So I got my Intel tape on this side and WBA tape there from yesterday. Okay, so that size getting taken out about 1,000 lots there, just over in and around some of that level there. So I do want to take off a little bit. I have this level as a bit of an arbitrary support and resistance. It is also the 25 halves. I don't know if we're going to get all the way down to 25s, but again, the trade is working out. If we bounce off of here, again, this is in and around that level, right? From yesterday, that consolidation, 3-hour consolidation. So can we expect a little bit of turbulence here? I think so, and it's happening to work out as of right now. So if we continue to hold this level as a bit of support, I do want to piece out of it slowly, but yeah. I think that Intel kind of, that was nice. SMCI right off of the open as well. That 60 rejection that we got, I definitely missed out on that one a little bit there, as 60 rejects right off of the open, continuing to make that lower high and then flushing down a little bit further there on SMCI, all the way down to 57, so about a 3-point flush. So congrats to anybody who had that. Bit of a triple gap setup there on SMCI. We've been seeing a little bit more
Same
of that
as Intel
happen.
on Friday, man.
Yeah,
Same as Intel
absolutely
on Friday.
wild. So yeah, good stuff there. Shout out to anybody who had that. Definitely one of the top trades, and unfortunately I don't have an execution on it. I wasn't necessarily watching it that close. And again, the way it was fluctuating, I guess, you know, at the same time, I could have been like, well, I can definitely size down a bit and then still get involved. But Neil and I were talking about this yesterday, about the concept of like greed. Wow, I know the boys are definitely on this
still
one,
going.
on SMCI. SMCI is still going.
By the
down,
way, so
absolutely
the
crazy,
out at
so.
58. Probably should have held on to it. 56
trade,
is the next level for SMCI, but Rivian just got to 14. So it just did an over, like a break of 14 and got to 97, it looks like. The prior low yesterday at this level was like 94. So I want to give it to that. Like if we break like 93s, then we're going to get out of it. But just looking for the curl at that price. It was good yesterday. It's a bit of a trend continuation, but the market's not doing a heck of a lot right now. So if something's at a support level, you know, the NASDAQ just broke the low and sort of reclaimed it. This would be the spot that I want to look for something on a reversion back into the upside if we can grab it. So just took 01s, again, giving it to underneath this opening range bottom that it put in yesterday on Rivian at that $14 level. Solar Edge, by the way, that's another one.
Going, Neil. It's getting
Intel's
crushed.
Intel getting smoked, man. I think it's
not Intel, SMCI.
Oh,
It's
SMCI is
slamming into
bleeding.
the bid. I'm watching. I have both tapes.
We got a halt, by the way.
Side to side. On what? On SMCI.
That JTAI is now halted to the
Scary.
downside. So watch out. Anybody that was in this, it did not hold VWAP, so there was no entry that I liked unless it could really close above. It actually did close above there, but then immediately broke down. So a halt down, 524 on JTAI. It's absolutely, I mean, it was bleeding going into it, but just keep in mind, this stock's floor at the end of the day yesterday was at $4. So as much as that looks like a big move, that's a very slight fraction of what this did in yesterday's trade. So Tesla, just very quickly, guys, Tesla still going at 365. There has been no reason to go short this. It is, look at this uptrend. Like, there's almost no point drawing a line. That's how steep the trend is. Just wick the 365. There has to be a reversion set up, or I'm not taking it whatsoever. Not touching that with the 10-foot pole. Yeah. We're looking VWAP here on Rivian. It's trend down, just bounced off 14, just gave the 14.10. That's at the 1-to-1. And then we look for 14.20. There just happens to be VWAP. Don't read anything into that, but I feel like 420 pops up all over the place.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I think especially after it was funny. Kind of, I started dabbling in trading. I guess 2018ish, 2019. I was just in time for that for the Quadunk in March of 2020. But yeah, interesting times nonetheless.
Good times.
Good times. I mean, I honestly, that was a time where I really wished that I was around a lot more experienced traders, because I was all by myself at home, and I did not know. I had no idea as to how to act or how to execute effectively in that kind of environment, in that market. But
spoiler alert.
What's up?
Nobody does till they do it.
Yeah. I mean,
facts. I'm just saying, like, unless you were involved in, like, you didn't, until 08 started happening, you didn't know what the heck to do. And then it just started happening. And you're like, okay, well, this is what we're doing. And then you just sort of figured it out on the fly.
I'm waiting for that.
But there was like back 08 and 2020 were like kind of, if you were sitting in front of a chair and you had an account and you were willing to join a trend, then you didn't have any problems. None whatsoever. That said, you still have to have a plan of action. We'll see how this one ages, but we just got the revert off the 14 level on Rivian and out at VWAP. So yeah, this would have been I like a reversion a little bit better where it gives you this kind of an entry. That's the kind of entry that you're usually going to be able to get all in. Because it's it's more controlled to the downside. It's a very clean break and tight. By the time this is confirmed that it's closing, breaking the trend, it's already gone the 10 pennies. So we'll always end up with a little bit less than you would here. But the plan of action remains the same for me. It's still a rejection off the high, and then wait for your chance to get in at that $14 level. So just keeping it in the pocket here, basically let the levels talk to us. SMCI should have been a hold. We only really held it for the $2. And again, we're still out of a quarter of that, or sorry, 3/4 of that in the 59 range, right? So we're scalping it into this level at 59 or 58.70, and then back down into 58. Looks like it's trying to put a reversion on as we speak, as is Tesla. Tesla worth watching, as it was screaming to the upside, just kind of triple top there on a 3-minute at 365. Let's see if it actually confirms. It had a red candle before, and then it proceeded to break it out almost immediately to a fresh high. If it does that again, I want no part of this. But I am looking for that reversion on Tesla as well. So far, so good with SMCI and Rivian. But I'd say this is a little different, so you want to be more careful with this.
Yeah, I think that SMCI is trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. It did break the power bar on a 3-minute. It's the first time it's done this since we've made those highs at just shy of 60.50s. Oh boy, we came all the way down to a low of 55.67. So almost. A nice little 4.5 point drop there on SMCI. Absolutely beautiful. Failure to follow through of those pre-market highs. Bit of a triple gap up setup there, and pulling back into the 60s. So fortunately, didn't really have it. But had the trade on Intel, so that was again one of my top ideas as well. So I had one of them. Yeah, SMCI could still continue to give us some more opportunity. I'm going to look for joining the trend once again, and let's see where sellers show up. Sellers have already shown their dominance right off of the open on both SMCI and Intel, but we're catching a strong bid now on SMCI, which kind of I got to ask, what is SMH up to? Okay, yeah, so all right, so SMCI catching a bit of a bid. VWAP is at 58.80, so about a point away from there. And I covered, over quick maths, over about 80% of my Intel position down there. Again, like I said, I had a bit of a support and resistance in and around that 25.5. And if it's going to show me that we're holding, then I have to act as if we are holding. And maybe we make a lower high, and it gives me an opportunity to reload. I'm going to be looking for that reload potentially at VWAP. Again, if sellers are dominant, I want to see them show up again. They could be at VWAP, or they could be on a trend break. They could just show up on the tape at an arbitrary price. I have no idea, but I'm going to stay watching. I'm going to stay patient and see where the next trade is here. But yeah, Intel coming back up into that 26. I mean, I'm looking for a reload, but if it doesn't give me that reload, if it comes back up above that 26 level and bids back up, that's more than fine as well. We can go on to the next trade. But here's the thing. We have a little bit of tailwind, Neil, from the market. The NASDAQ has been bidding down. SMH as well is at day lows. I'm watching that right now, 254.35 currently trading on SMH. About a minute left for this 15-minute candle to print. And oh boy, SMCI, what a reversion, a 50% reversion of the flush back down, about a 2-point pop right back up to 58. So again, VWAP sitting at 58.80s. Let's see if that comes in. Anchored from that Intel, again, beautiful kind of rejection of that anchored right there. In the moment, I was risking about 15 pennies. Definitely a little undersized. I told you guys I wasn't in all of it. It was definitely not in nearly anywhere what I wanted to be in if I'm risking 15 pennies on this trade. I know that Sean's been been talking a little bit more about risk units. I remember having this talk with him. He was like asking me, what do you mean by risk unit and stuff like that. So it's like how I see mine is, and again, shout out to some of those SMB videos for giving us these great concepts and providing value to the trading world there. So daily risk. So it's like my one risk unit for me is about 10% of my daily risk. So if
it's different in a prop floor.
Yeah, so that's if you're trading for prop, or if you're trading responsibly at home, you might have a daily stop limit. I
would suggest that you should have a daily stop
definitely.
limit. I don't care whether you're a prop floor or not.
Exactly. I think that's a great rule to have, and that's something I definitely like. If I were ever to go back to trading at home, I would definitely implement that rule. It's a great kind of a risk management tool to have, and you got to. The whole point of this game is to survive and to live the next day. Where is the next trade? You got to survive for the next trade. But we'll talk more about that after we get back from
already 10 o'clock. Already 10 o'clock. We'll see if. But before we go to Dara, yes. 363 has buyers on Tesla. So I should jump out of this now. We'll go to Adair in a quick little second. But I got to jump out of this trade because I'm not following a rule. And I just realized why I'm not following a rule. Let's go up to Adair. It's time for Happening Now.
S&P 500 really just pushing to the downside, as you can see in this 15-minute chart, from closing basically at its high of day yesterday. Basically lower highs, lower lows for the SPY, though some of these candles certainly bottoming tail. Then we have the NASDAQ looking pretty much identical to the S&P 500. Lots of things on watch. A couple big earnings names after the bell tonight. We're going to be getting Carvana and Toast. You can check out that with myself and Neil on the market recap show at 4 p.m. Eastern. Now, in terms of other names on watch, Celsius near day's highs. The only catalyst for this is that they announced they're going to be reporting earnings tomorrow after the bell. Their CEO, CFO, and CMO are all going to be in attendance at a conference in New York as well on Friday. So CELH here on watch. Meta on watch as well here, trying as of right now to desperately hold on to that 700 level, but it looks like it's going to be continuing to give up pieces of its epic 20-day rally here. META, second straight red day. So lots to watch here today in the market. Make sure to like and subscribe. And back to the guys.
So just very, very quickly as to why I took the reversion in Tesla and then scalped out of it for like 60 pennies. Very simply, you got to go back to like best practices or what your rule is. Remember the V-shaped bottom on Tesla and then the consolidative 2 days? Well, you're breaking out above that 363. And then I remembered that's a breakout trade. And just because I'm not in the breakout trade doesn't mean I have to be in the mean reversion. And the second I see buyers out in front of what I thought was a breakout level, it's like, why am I in this? Right? So why am I in it? Just get out. You don't have to go long, but I do have to get out of the trade to follow my rules. Anyone can do whatever they want to do. Apple just broke out, took out the 45, and pulling right back into prior high. So this is the current trend on Apple from the open. As long as it holds this trend, I want to be long Apple. If it breaks it, then I probably give it at least a look at VWAP so far. So far, so good in the market. Thank you so much for the super chat here. We got Nick Dubs on the super chat. We had another one, and I missed it there. Mad World, appreciate you. I hope you banked on that SMCI. That 60 level was kind of one of those over-unders. If you went either direction, I could see it. I think there was $2, $3, $4, regardless of which direction you took. I just favored the short based on what we saw on Intel on Friday. Nick Dubs missed the show yesterday, but rewatched. Wondered thoughts on INOD. Also like the idea of buying swing on Mobileye on a pullback. I think we went over Mobileye yesterday, but I'm not familiar with INOD, which is an easy name. It's a very low volume name, which is not really moving a heck of a lot. So I can't tell you that it would be a day trade for me. You're obviously talking swing. It's in new territory. That's always good. It's a pretty decent sized breakout continuation play here on INOD. But without knowing too much about the technicals here and the fact that it's got no volume, yeah, I mean, it's pulling back as we speak, and there's not a lot giving it that extra push. I can't really, there's nothing for me to tell you if I don't know the details here. If it was screaming on volume, doing outsized volume in here and holding 60, I'd probably like the long setup from a technical standpoint, but not really seeing a heck of a lot to make me want to get into it. We're going to go back to Adair in just a quick little second, but update. Apple broke that trend There we go. Broke that trend in, so we took the long here to give it underneath the trend. Just again, following the rules, right? Like risk about 30 cents to try and get that push back into the high. Wait for VWAP to see if we get another opportunity at it. Adara?
Watch out here for HIMS. In case anyone was wondering, this actually had a little bit of a catalyst this morning around 9 a.m., basically announcing they've acquired a at-home lab testing facility. They're going to be planning apparently on introducing this at-home lab testing through its platform. So HIMS with an acquisition here on watch. This one is also notable because of its 33% short flipped. Back to you.
Sometimes when I'm like, when it gets like really volatile like that, like especially if I'm distracted, I'm not gonna put on the risk. I'm just like,
well, to that point, like for SMCI, like if really at that 60 level, you had to be watching the tape to sort of to get a sense of where the range was and what it needed to do. Because remember, like as this was happening, it's like, okay, between 59, 80, I don't know why I just made a voice as if I was talking that way, and like 60 and a quarter, you were getting this big battle here. And then once it tried to break the high, one more time, put in this lower high, it was like this mini like head and shoulders kind of deal. And then it dropped a bid, broke 60 again, that's the add through. I tried to pull one of the orders at VWAP and get it into the quarter. It didn't really matter. Like it was just absolutely flushing at that point. But now you're pulling back into VWAP, and I'd like to see it almost revert the reversion would be the next trade. Like there's your bounce up and maybe do something along the lines of break the trend to go back into a short. That'll be the idea for me here on SMCI. Tesla, it might have made a top in here. It's now consolidating, but remember that 363 was a breakout level on the 15-minute. As long as it holds above that, I don't think I want to be fighting Tesla to the south side, even if 65 is starting to reverse and look a little bit good. I did like the short also in Nvidia, but we're focused on SMCI right off the open. Nvidia never got anywhere close to 141. We're now trend down on Nvidia and not looking very, very healthy at all. So there's your false break of 140 yesterday. You're back underneath Friday's close. If it can't get back to VWAP, might just have to short the first available pop. I don't mind joining the trend, but we're still only at 10 o'clock here. I don't want to get too out of pocket.
Yeah, again, I think the morning, great opportunities off the morning. We were looking at Intel, we were looking at SMCI. Again, HIMS missed out on that one, and I know this one was on the watch list as well. And oh boy, CLH, kind of a friend of Solar Edge, I think. But yeah, look at that CLH. Oh boy, what is this line from? And I have some of these technicals in from the longest time, and you know what? I drew this in this morning. This is why I have to pay attention to my own stuff. But yeah, we talk about, I literally said, this is a trend break, right? I pointed this out in the morning. And CLH, Neil, take a look at this. This is what CLH does right off of the open. Let's take off these lines so we can see. CLH, right off the open, boom, opening drive long, pullback, hold into VWAP, kind of clearly showing us that buyers are in charge. Trending towards the high of day there, currently trading at 25.74, so absolutely beautiful. About a point off of just over a point off of the open there on CLH. So congrats to anybody who had that one. That was on the watch list, and we did cover that as a bit of a technical catalyst there on the breakout. Here comes Intel back into VWAP here.
This is the revert the reversion.
Is this the revert the reversion? I got VWAP at 26.03s. Again, my average is at 06s. Again, like I said, don't have. I think I only have 90%. I know we're not supposed to talk about sizing here, but 90% of the position left there. Yeah, let's see if it gives us another reload. VWAP again is a good place to look. If it's not going to be VWAP, I'm going to be looking at opening range highs. If it's not going to be there, maybe we get all the way up to 26 halves. I have no idea. But again, I was just talking to Adam DeLuz in the chat. I was like, yeah, I have a bit of a key level around here at that 25 half. And look, if I wasn't short, this was a great reason to buy. This was a great reason to revert the downtrend as well, in my opinion. But the thing is, I observed that was a strong reason to buy, and I did buy. The only difference was I bought to cover my short position. So exactly. I think that's regardless of whether you're long or short, reasons to buy and reasons to sell should always be respected. That's a big thing that I've learned while being here on the floor with for a couple of years now, Neil.
Yeah, it's been a minute. You've been on the floor a minute, Obi. I don't know if you've noticed, but it's time does fly around here.
I mean,
it's a
and
function
the best
of
part
getting
is we're
older,
just getting
too.
started.
We're just getting started.
We're just getting started.
Well, I'm reverting the reversion.
Oh, boy.
Oh, in both. So we'll get to SMCI in a second, but I'm on the Intel chart. So it just broke 90s in here. A bit of a loosely drawn trend line from the top, but it just wicked over VWAP at 26 even. So I'm giving that one a 26 even. And we're short at effectively at 90s. Actually, I thought I hit 90, but we hit 89. Doesn't really matter. SMCI is a similar move, although it more cleanly rejected VWAP. The wick was a little bit more intense when it rejected VWAP. Like it hit VWAP and dropped $1 instantly. So when it popped a little bit, we're just going to short it back into this prior bar close, or I guess technically close and open, 58.25 on SMCI. So we're back into SMCI, essentially reverting it pretty much where we got out before. So want to make sure we have our stop in. If Intel breaks 26, I'm jumping out of it. It is worth noting Nvidia's catching a bid, Tesla's catching a bid. Apple, which we liked if it could hold VWAP, is starting to hold VWAP. I still am favoring longs in Apple, but I got to remember that it did ultimately reject that top from yesterday. So I have to be a little bit patient with Apple, I think. Adara?
We're going to take a look here at this BHAT blue hat. I'm not seeing any catalyst on this, but it's worth noting they're a penny stock here, about a 7, now almost 8-cent stock. BHAT, very volatile, no news, and it has run in the past. Also, we are brought to you here by Trade Ideas. President's Day savings are here. Get 22% off all new subscriptions with code TRADERTV22. But wait, there's more. Upgrade to premium annual and snag a massive 28% off code with TraderTV28. That's right. Huge savings are happening now, so head to the 2025 President's Day sale landing page linked below before February 19th. So today's last day. Don't miss out. Back to you.
Very much.
Oh, I have words on that B hat in a second, but very, very quickly, distinctly different here on SMCI, everybody. Distinctly different. We got in 57, 70s, but when it broke that prior bar, didn't give it to VWAP in there. Just felt like that's way too much range to give it. Big bid just came in, so try to keep the loss tight relative to what we're going to win on that one. So give back about 20% of it. Always want to keep it in pocket. At the same moment, Intel broke 26, so I played the reversion there and immediately get out. That's sort of the thing. On a mean revert, I want that working right away at my level, kind of like Rivian, right? Like get in, get out, and move on to the next trade where the risk reward is going to be good. So when it doesn't work, you lose small, and when it does work, you're able to capture your range. But that B hat, that's 100 million volume, and it's doubled up. I understand. Whoops. What is ID? Apparently we have, it must be the Indonesian market. This BHAT, which I will bring up on a different chart as I let that one load for you guys. Blue hat's done 100 million shares in volume, and it's done a double up. So I understand not everybody can trade penny stocks. It's a bit of a different kind of game. I feel like in your head, you just want to move the decimal and pretend it's like a $7 stock or whatever works for you to be able to wrap your head around it. But it is very tradable here, and that's a lot of liquidity. So I'll look to see where this pulls back into VWAP for anything exciting on B hat. It's a lot of volume. I don't mind trading anything that's going to give us those opportunities. I thought Sedge was going to be a little bit better for this. It turns out it ended up being Celsius. That was the runner. And Solar Edge has done nothing but trend down since the open. The good news for Solar Edge is it's bouncing off 21 and has a chance to break this little bit of a trend down. So still have that one on the radar, but not getting into it imminently yet. But that B hat certainly got my attention.
Yeah, so I do have to watch this a little closely here. But okay, so good. Okay.
Oh, no.
Covered some there. Quick scalp off of that VWAP there. So we did come into VWAP. We did come into 26. It's a bit of a fail of that 26 coming right back in, back below 26. So I did get slightly aggressive there, but again, covered most of it on that 20 penny drop, just looking for that quick scalp in. But yeah, we're selling off a little bit aggressively now. Let's see if we can hold below this 26 mark. 77's trading here on Intel. So yeah, we were patient. We waited for a chance to reload. We got a chance to reload, and again, wasn't really as aggressive as I could have been. But I think that quick little scalp, waiting for the next trade. What's up, Adara?
I know Neil mentioned this earlier, but I think it's worth bringing up again just due to the strength in this name just showed up in my volume scanner. This is Occidental, Warren Buffett favorite. This one did report earnings last night. Could look basically at day's highs for Oxy. Back to you.
Super, super strong. Just double checking. I just saw. I saw someone in the chat saying BHAT's going to get delisted. And then it reminded me of Nicola, which just double tapped 50 and has now established a trend up. So there's your one, there's your bottom, there's your higher low off of VWAP. Now all of a sudden, you're going trend back into the prior high. So they filed Chapter 11 already here, but you're getting a relief rally on Nicola. Shorted it into the prior high. Now I'm looking for the mean reversion short, so just going to make sure I save that. So we've got our trend line locked and loaded there. BHAT, which we were just talking about, is already pulling back into VWAP. Don't have locates, going to have to pay for those in just a little bit. I'll make sure I do that. So I have the ability to go short there. Apple trying to hold on to VWAP as well. Yep. Not doing a very good job of it yet. I still think there's a chance that we can hold on to VWAP here for Apple. And I feel like this was a missed opportunity. Was that we liked Amazon for a short out of the Mag 7 names. All the way back into the prior low is Amazon. So just going to have to look for, if I was already short, where would I be trying to get back in? 225 VWAP, I think that's going to be the name of the game here. We wanted it, but just because we were looking at the moment, SMCI, which I don't think anyone's going to prioritize trading Amazon over SMCI, just in terms of volatility, did miss that initial pop where you could have faded Amazon. We'll look for the VWAP retrace if we're able to get it. So the only new thing on my mind is going to be this BHAT, and going back to Nicola, which is starting to set up here for a bit of a trend break back down where I can give it into the prior high again. Going bankrupt doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be completely done. Bit of a relief rally, so still want to be particular with the entry here.
Yeah, I'm just kind of watching this SMCI. So I did cover that Intel pretty aggressively because I was just like, all right, well, you know what? Again, going back to the bigger picture here, I do weigh that the hold of that prior day's consolidation low at that 25 halves a little bit more, and we did pull back off of that VWAP. That's what I was looking for. But then we go into the 70s, we start holding, and then starts creeping back up. So I'm like, all right, well, you know what? If that's all I'm going to get, it's all I'm going to get. The market also, as Neil pointed out just a little bit earlier, is catching a little bit of a bid. So finally getting some buying here coming into the market. Let's see if Intel again rejects that 26, or do we reclaim, or do we chop here for a little bit? I think the majority of the volatile and very directional kind of aggressive trades off of the open are pretty much coming to an end, and we're coming to about 10:30 right now. 10:17 as of right now is the time. But yeah, leave it up in the chat. What have you guys been trading? Somebody just mentioned Bumble there as well, so I know they had earnings. So let's see.
That's Bumble.
That's Bumble? Oh boy. Oh wow. Wow. Did this gap down? Oh my God.
A little bit.
Oh my God.
Did Bumble gap down?
Are we talking about what's the relative volume happening here? Oh my God, 40 times the relative volume. That is a miss on my part. Gap down continuation. Was this SSR? Because that makes it even better for me. If it was, thank you, Dara. It was SSR. Excuse me, off of the open, and then it shows you VWAP sellers. We kind of talk about this. When things are SSR, I got to make sure my stop order is not there on Intel. It's going to punch me along. But okay, so we're good. But yeah, no. On an SSR ticker, we talk about this so many times. If people are punching the bid on an SSR ticker, that means it's people who have inventory, people who have longs, not short inventory, not borrowed inventory.
Exactly.
Right? Not borrowed inventory. People who actually are holding long inventory are selling if they're able to hit the bid on an SSR ticker. And I know I wasn't watching this off of the open, but best believe if it's SSR, people are definitely hitting the bid on Bumble here on the day today. So shout out to anybody who had that trade for that continuation, gap down continuation, gap down of over about 20%. So yeah, definitely hitting that SSR mechanic when it comes off of the open there. Again, not really a thing in the pre-market session, but a beautiful, beautiful continuation there on Bumble. Let me know if you guys took this one out for a ride.
Ooh, I like that. I believe I heard we're going to Adara, but just one note. we're like a half cent away from breaking that trend on Nicola. Being to be particular about that entry point, but we're about to break the trend any second now, which is a good time to segue to the small cap recap. A few of those moving, I think.
I'm actually going to do the small cap recap from here so we can pull up some of these ones moving live, because not all of them are necessarily going to be able to fit into this 3-stock format, because as Neil mentioned, there are quite a few little runners on watch today. CRSP also just popping up for volume for me. Take a look here at IWM. This is the Russell 2000, and kind of coming into this previous area of resistance on the 15, that would be that 226.41s, currently trading around 226.20. So let's see if we can reject this area or break above it, currently down about 0.5%. OSRH, this is a huge runner. I want to provide some caveats with this one. I could find absolutely nothing on the stock from Benzinga. I found very little information about its history or market cap. I did some Googling, and it looks like this just had a special acquisition, so a business combination, it looks like, as of yesterday. So keep an eye on OSRH, but be aware, very little info to be found about this ticker. Then we have BHAT, Blue Hat. This one has rallied in the past. It is a penny stock here, currently rejecting that 8-cent level. No news for Blue Hat. And last but not least, AUDD Audia. Much like Blue Hat, it has rallied in the past. Not another one where I really could not find a catalyst, but with AUDD, I want to let you guys know about the, I believe, 22% short float. It is in the double digits, and it's above 20%. We also have IBRX. This is another one that's rallied in the past. I just saw this pop up on my scanner. This is Immunity Bio, and this one in a steady uptrend at day's high. CRSP, a little bit less of a small cap, but CRISPR on watch here as well, pushing to the upside. Back to you.
Thank you.
And the beauty of that is Adara just reminded me that I said I was going to get locates for BHAT and did not do so I'm just doing it right now. We're doing it live.
Do it live.
It is all of 1/10. Shout out to Real Trading for the 1/10 of 1 cent, which is actually, oddly enough, it's really cheap, but that's relatively pricey because it's a 7-cent stock. But that said, you want to have the ability. I would rather have the ability to go in either direction when trading these stocks. So if it does some kind of a mean reversion through VWAP, I can reverse it if I like it. You want to have that I would like to have that flexibility as a trader. Oftentimes, I have to catch myself saying things like we instead of I. You know what I mean. I'm not telling anybody, you got to go pay for locates. You don't trade BHAT unless you're only going long. That's not what I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying I like to be able to trade in either direction. So Nicola is still not giving us the entry on the reversion. I think you got to watch out for Nvidia here. Obviously, never got to 141 to be able to fade that. But it just did this little wick here off of VWAP. So a bit of a turnaround on Nvidia. Looks like we're probably going to close this candle confirming the downward trend. I'd still like to see that happen before we get into it. So glad, and this is sort of the thing with trading. You know, if I was stubborn about SMCI on that pullback, I'm shorting it into VWAP and just add, give back your day. You're already back at $60 on SMCI. That is one heck of a V-shaped recovery. And I come back to what I was thinking earlier. If you do this and then break out the top, that's pretty bullish on SMCI. For it to give that kind of a pullback, have that kind of a look short, if all of a sudden those sellers at 60 are either not there or they lose badly and we're taking out 60 half, I feel like this is a reversal into a long. I don't think we're at that point yet, but you got to like what you see on SMCI. I'm going to leave that one up there. But I want to see this close under VWAP here on Nvidia. And I know Oxy's running, but we're kind of focused on a few names in here. You can always stick to what you trade. When things slow down and there aren't any setups, I think that's when we can get into something that might not have been on the list. Oxy really wasn't on the list for me. Just did not move in the aftermarket. So I'm glad to see it go. I don't really own any more. I used to have it in the long term, but I don't really own any more. Once that Buffett level broke, it could start trading that way again. It looks like.
So Neil, there was another ticker we were talking about in the morning.
Solar Edge.
For continuation, Solar Edge was one of them, yes. But Meta, we talked about yesterday being day one, where it's kind of an aggressive sell. It's distinctly different pattern that we've been seeing over the past, half a month worth of trading days, 14, 15 trading days roughly. And take a look at what Meta does coming in off of the open. We talked about kind of this level right here that broke down off of the morning imbalances at 925, and take a look at that. A pop of the price, a bid up, rejects VWAP right underneath that prior day's consolidation low, prior day's low. And then look at this fade that we're getting. That's 705, 706, as I even said. I was like, all right, well, let's see if what we do around the 705, 706. And we hold that as some resistance right here on the opening range. You can see the first 15, or no, this is a 3-minute candle. Oh boy. All right, so first 3-minute candle, look at that little wiki action, bit of a shake and bake. 706.87 is the high, is the opening range high. And we eventually break that down as well through the 700. Sure, 700 was not clean as we got a bit of a lick, but again, real risk up to the opening range high. This thing is working out really well there. Currently attempting to print some fresh lows here. So yeah, absolutely crazy. A lot of opportunity in this market. Things that are very, very directional.
Yes.
I want to look for continuation because maybe they're moving on multi-day. We bid up, grind bid, to say the least. We grinded up on Meta for over 13, 14 days, closing higher and higher. Sure, we had red days and green days along the way, but we always closed higher than the prior day. I think that's kind of what a lot of the social media hype was. But yesterday we get a strong sell, right? And then that continuation coming in so nicely, so cleanly off of the open there. So let me know in the chat if you guys had had that Meta short on the day today, or were you sitting in a long and have you been taking profits over the past couple of days, or are you waiting for the dip to reload because you're waiting for that 750 to come back in on Meta there? This was quite a run. I was like, all right, well, if this thing continues trend, we're going to hit 1,000.
If Zuck sold, you don't think any other insiders are selling?
Yeah.
And if it gets back up
you
there,
said Zuck sold yesterday? Is that
14.4 million according to our information, and well, whatever. The thing about it is, I know everyone wants to go conspiracy theories on that. They do have to file in advance, right? So for him to do that sale.
Yeah, so he already sold, no?
Yeah, so he has made
He sold along the way.
Well,
doesn't mean he sold yesterday, right?
Again.
But like we got the report yesterday.
You got the report. It was at the top, so it is what it is. Like, it's just everyone always goes into that mode. And I understand when it makes people go all tinfoil hat. So anyways, just one quick thing. We are into Nvidia. It does look like it wants to take out VWAP, and I'm going to try to hold on to the strategy every single time. I could have scalped out. Yeah, you could make the argument I could scalp out for 10 cents. Why no outs for 10 cents? Because I'm giving it to this top in here. That's about 25 pennies worth of risk. I want it breaking that consolidation and giving me outs underneath it. And again, everyone has to have a different trading strategy. Like, I think this is why when I look at that, I want the reversion trades to look like this, where you're holding for the move and you're not getting out early. But also, if it's not working right away, then I'm going to get out of Dodge right away as well. Just a little bit more discipline. And I think sometimes it's easy to get away from it. And then ultimately, like, if it flushes, there's another chance to get it off of VWAP. Maybe it's the 140 level that we're playing off of. But I got to go over to Nicola for a quick little second because Nicola is breaking trend. And that is one that we want to get into. So Nicola finally breaks underneath the trend line at that 50-cent level. So once again, have the execution strategy and plan. Wait for us to get to our level. I don't know if anything's going to be SMCI again. SMCI was a pretty special case off of the open. And at 10:30, the idea that you'll get that kind of a move is far-fetched. But a company going bankrupt, I'd like to think we can get maybe VWAP and then the low of the day if this is a good reversion here. Giving it to the high, which is pretty easy because it's just 50 cents on Nicola. Adara, what up?
Keep an eye on Eli Lilly here with some news. Apparently saying in an SEC filing that, quote, if the U.S. government's new trade restrictions on China are adopted, it could impact our business and results of our operations. So Eli Lilly, bit of a negative look here with regards to their business operations and results. Should these China tariffs and overall trade restrictions take effect, guys? LLY with the cautious note. Back to you.
Lower highs, lower lows. Thank you, Dara. I'm just telling Neil about Solar Edge again, another SEDG. Yeah. So another ticker that we had on watch off of the open here, and yeah. I was looking for a continuation, and yeah, didn't really show me that right off of the open. We slammed right back in and broke this trend. So anybody who's looking for that reversion, again, coming in right off of the open on the trend break, or again, throwing up that anchored VWAP right on top of the earnings volume right here. Again, you can see that now we're slowly kind of making lower highs and holding some of this anchored and intraday VWAP as a bit of resistance as we try to break a little bit lower here back into some of this prior range here. Let's see if we can get down to $20 here on Solar Edge, but consolidating nicely, and it sold off the open there. So interesting. SMCI back at 60, so full on V shape all the way back into the opening range highs. Didn't really quite break just yet, but that's an aggressive bid that kind of reverted, nice little reversion. So yeah, absolutely beautiful. They're reverting about 4.5%, well, not 4.5% off of here. Reverting about almost 5.6% there on the day off of the lows, pretty much giving all of the price action back from the selling that came in off of the failure to follow through of that 60. Let's see if we get more of that. Like if supply is there right off of the open at 60, my question becomes, is supply still there at 10:30 going into the midday session? And if it's not there, then it's not there. I think then that makes the breakout through the 60-50 even better.
I think this is
what's up, Adara?
I think the long looks.
I want to take a look at Ripple here because apparently Ripple's volume is up about 26% in the past 24 hours, though the crypto itself didn't really move much. XRP, though, impacted apparently by a Truth Social post. Donald Trump himself, president of the U.S., and of course, the namesake of Trump Media, which runs Truth Social, did post an article here about XRP. It was an article from CoinDesk back in January, and it has to do with the fact that Brad Garlinghouse, CEO of Ripple, basically said that there was an uptick in U.S. deals and hiring efforts after Trump's victory. So Trump reposting a pro-Trump article about XRP specifically and how he's impacted Ripple. So XRP on watch with that in mind, getting a little bit of a Trump bump. Then we have Bitcoin here, which is not getting much of a bump at all, though it is up on the day. We had a bit of a bottoming tail candle yesterday, but it's worth noting yesterday we actually made multi-week lows below that 94,000 level, and we have not been above 100,000 since February 7th. We haven't closed above 100,000 since February 3rd, so we're going on over 2 weeks. We're going to have to wait and see what happens here, but I think it is worth noting BTC, a little bit of weakness there. Basically flat on the day, though. Same with Ethereum, slightly up, almost at that 2,700 level. XRP up about 2.5%. Solana up almost 3%. BNB basically flat. Dogecoin up 2%. Cardano a little bit weaker, but a lot of these names marginally positive on the day. Back to you.
All right. Neil's setting up some keys right now, but we were just talking about SMCI, about how the reversion was absolutely beautiful there. Lick grab off the open, absolutely beautiful as well. But yeah, I'm just waiting for the next trade, guys. Where is the next trade? I have no idea. But again, patient, being a little patient has gone well in the morning session. We're consolidating at that VWAP level at that 26 as of right now here on Intel. So I like that. Look, we're consolidating underneath that anchored as well from yesterday. So yesterday we did well to hold that. You can see the pullbacks from yesterday as well, holding the anchored from off of the open, strong volume off the open as well, and acceleration into the day's close. But coming in today, holding that support as now resistance.
Holy Nvidia.
Trading a little bit lower there. What's going on with Nvidia? Oh boy.
My favorite saying in trading,
wow,
and I probably say a different thing every single day, sometimes the best trades you make, SMCI reverted again at 60, but I didn't like it as much as the first time. But sometimes the best trade you make is the one that you're willing to cut off. Just because I liked Nvidia short doesn't mean I have to give back the day on Nvidia short. Look at that powerhouse. This is just distinctly different now. The tape just went meme crazy, as I know Sean loves to say, on Nvidia. I'm not bumping in at the top here, but just so you can see, we did get a very, very clean mean reversion on SMCI. I literally just tweeted out that I have to like that. I have to like that entry as much, if not more, than the first one. And I didn't, quite frankly. I was actually kind of hoping this. Yeah, you know what? Truth. I was hoping this was going to be a breakout trade. So no short at the same 60 level, because I know in my brain I was like, this is a great V shape. I want this to be a breakout so it can squeeze. I think everyone prefers it when stocks goes up, and I think the continuation would have been gorgeous. Right now it's trying to bounce off VWAP. We'll try to respect it. The other thing that's happening is Tesla's losing 363. which is this prior high. So there's your V-shaped recovery, there's your 363 level, and now all of a sudden you're potentially losing the bid underneath. Not yet. I know you'd say, oh, it's underneath. Yes, it's underneath, but it's holding VWAP. There's still every chance that Tesla can get a bounce. I'm not convinced there's an entry on Tesla just yet. I think the focus at this point, it's like what's going to be next on Nvidia. Like Nvidia just did something distinctly different. Nicola speaks for itself. I have bids to get out half in front of VWAP, and if it breaks VWAP, then hold for the low of the day or wherever it ends up going. But I think SMCI, Nvidia go back to best practices or the prior trades that we like. And suddenly, if it was a short off of VWAP, or if it's a meme crazy trade, let's see if it can't take out the top or at least pull us back into VWAP. So SMCI, Tesla, Nvidia still very much on tap for us, even though I'm only back into Nicola. Oh yeah, that B hat. I knew I forgot one in there. I did pay for the locates. It was looking like maybe it was going to break down into VWAP, but it's catching a bit of a bid here. So I'm going to let this one settle down a bit. Still decent volume, 180 million shares. It's probably going to do close to $1 billion. So I think the volume is going to be there for this stock. Just not really giving me a clean, defined direction yet. Tesla still looking strong off VWAP. Might be able to break this trend and hold VWAP for a press back into the high. That 363 looks like it's the right price. But you still have a little bit of time here for us to close this and break this little mini wedge it's putting in.
Yeah, I think, again, I'm going through some of my watch list tickers from this morning. I kind of mentioned some of them there. I usually keep like one of the baskets open, and there is one that is just doing it, Neil, and that is the continuation on Nike. Well, again, that yesterday we kind of hold that 76. Look at how beautiful this hold is. This is a 3-minute chart. Hold on the bid, Neil, for over, what is this? Over 45 minutes right here on Nike, 77. So at the day highs, going into the close from about 2:30 to about 3:30 almost, we hold, we have a held bid at 77s, and we pop back above and come in and take a look at today. What level kind of shows up once again? Sure, we violated by a little bit, about 10 to 15 pennies, but that 77 once again holding for that continuation. Very, very strong push on Nike yesterday, kind of skimming the price action there on
I
Nike.
see what you did there.
If you guys know what the catalyst was yesterday. And again, very strong volume. Look at the pre-market relative volume as well. And oh boy, we might get that continuation today. Higher time frame. We were looking at this ticker yesterday as well. Some of those prior highs to see if we can kind of come back in there. If Nike does break out of this downtrend that we've been in for quite a while here, Neil, I think that we are poised to go a little bit further there. So some of those highs, let's see, just going from point to point right here. So again, if this little base kind of catches a little bit of a bid, and maybe we break this shorter time frame trend, I think we got room all the way up in the 90s here. Let's see if we can take some of that price action off, maybe on a higher time frame as well. I really like that bit of a downtrend happening, but again, that is a much higher frame. Something I would look at a little bit more closely is this one happening right here. So off of this prior lower high, a little bit closer. So we have to take out this bus stop before we can take a ride to the next one there on Nike. But definitely some strength over the past couple of days, some catalyst-driven action as well. Again, I guess a lot of people thinking that this new deal with Kim is going to bring future revenues. Maybe they're going to make more money off of it. Whatever it is, I don't really care. The price action kind of speaking for itself yesterday. And
you know what price action I like?
What kind?
The kind of price action I like is free. That's the kind of price action that we're all about. So traders, listen on up. The first month is free on eSignal. That's right, they're waiving fees. Trade smarter and not harder. Upgrade to this elite trading experience where you are able to chart reliably, market data that is there when you need it, back testing, forward testing, every indicator out there you could imagine, API access so that you can automate trades, tick replay so that you can go back over whatever executions that you might think are key. Like that 60, you want to see what happened at SMCI on that 60 level, go back and watch it so you're a little bit more prone to be able to take those trades more precisely the second time through. It's all about the fact that everything you have is customizable and right at your fingertips with eSignal. So it's all in one. You don't want to miss out. As we said, free. Check out the QR code that you see, which is not there. I don't know where that went. Don't know where that one went. Or check the link in the description. Shout out to eSignal. And on my hot list right now, it's all the names that you would expect, right? Like the stocks that we've been trading. SMCI up there, Intel, Nvidia, Palantir, Tesla. HIM's going to be on that list. Always have tools available to help elevate your trading. I use it every single day now. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
We're going to take a just be aware here. We do have some news in China, or potentially with China. New York Times reporting that Donald Trump, president of the U.S., is seeking a deal with China. This deal will reportedly involve major investments, increased U.S. product purchases, and nuclear weapon security measures. So keep an eye on nuclear and keep an eye on China-related tickers like FXI, KWEB. With that in mind, again, to repeat that story, New York Times reporting that Donald Trump is looking to make a deal or has expressed interest in making a deal with China, which would involve major investments and increase U.S. product purchases as well as some nuclear measures. So keep an eye as well here. We're going to do that. While we're here, we may as well do the stock heat map, or this sector has a name, Sector Watch. So we're going to take a look here at energy, which is really strong across the board. Tesla, the lone green name pretty much in a sea of otherwise tepid consumer durables. Keep an eye on consumer durables. We had Donald Trump teasing more auto tariffs last night, so this sector could absolutely be in play going forward. Health technology looking great. Consumer non-durables looking pretty good here as well. Consumer service is a bit more mixed. Airbnb to the downside despite an upgrade this morning. Finance red, retail trade red. Technology services pretty red here as well. And electronic technology, despite muted performances from the Mag 7s in the sector, actually looking pretty good. We have ADI earnings day one to the upside and TXN pretty strong here as well. Back to you.
So there's a saying that I like, which is like sometimes traders get caught with their hand in the cookie jar. And I think sometimes short sellers get caught with their hand in the cookie jar. And that might be what's going on with JTAI right now. Halts to the downside, looks like it's consolidating underneath an oops, now broken out. It's halted above the prior high, just barely, with a tap of 676. So I don't know if there's anybody in this. Shout out to anyone that might be. The only concern I would have is a reverse split special, which like right here, right now, would be one of the big levels. And then if you get up to like $8, it's pretty obvious you got some resistance as well here. So there is some overhead resistance. Clearly, it broke 8 to 10 and then flush. This time broke like 6 somehow to 10 and then flushed. So I think you got to be a little bit concerned about that $8 level. But there are some shorts from this morning that seemingly are getting a bit rinsed on this one. I'm not chasing it up here, but shout out to anyone and congratulations if you happen to be in it. It's a pretty hefty mean reversion if you try to take that. But I think it's more about the halt down and then the breakout about VWAP. I think you needed to have it in here somewhere. The only trade that we're still in, Nicola just pulling back into VWAP. And then we said Nvidia looking distinctly different. Well, now the market's bouncing. What are you doing, Nvidia? Now the market's bounced back into VWAP, and all of a sudden Nvidia's not doing anything. So it's a little, I'd say a little bit disappointing. I was expecting we'd carry some more strength and I'd find a long entry maybe in the 140 range above the prior high. Not happening on Nvidia, so not going to rush into that trade whatsoever. SMCI, we talked about hands getting caught in the cookie jar. I think it's possible that anybody greedy with the short has to be concerned if this takes out 60-50. I'm taking a 60-50 break. Probably going to put the order back in now that we're holding above VWAP. When it breaks underneath 59 under VWAP, I don't want to have a stop order just sitting out there like $2 higher. Like that's a good way to get a really bad entry. Like if it goes up that fast, maybe I don't want it in that moment. But now that it's above VWAP, I think it's a little bit more reasonable. So I'm going to get my order back in. 60-50 breaks. It could be one of those days where you start out, I start out liking the short underneath 60, and it's not even 11 o'clock yet, and I'm thinking long on SMCI. That's the best kind of market, where you can go one way, bank, go another way, hopefully bank. I don't know what's going to happen when it breaks it. I just know that I'm going to take it. If it breaks it. Not a guarantee that it does, right?
Shout out to Bill Love in the chat pointing out USB U.S. Bank Corp and Citi. I think there might be maybe some sort of catalyst, some sort of news on this. Some aggressive volume coming in, selling off to the downside against Citigroup as well. Kind of a similar action there. So no idea what's going on there just right now, but I'm going to keep an eye on this one there if there is some sort of catalyst. I think Adara is right on that right now, trying to find something or trying to find what the reasoning for a little bit of that volume to come in is. I'm not really seeing anything just yet, but yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on this one here. U.S. Bank Corp and Citi, and I think again, as Adara just mentioned, I think Trump's talking with some I guess G. As of right now, I think there's going to be some more news maybe potentially coming. What's up, Adara?
Speaking of,
I found out I couldn't find anything on SPCE, and this isn't new either. This, looks like it just kind of broke this support here. But yesterday afternoon, Citigroup did release an announcement with regards to its credit card delinquency rate. Apparently, it was 1.49% at January end. So unclear how this compares to what they were expecting. But worth noting, this is the most recent catalyst I have on C as of yesterday. Nothing on USB. Also, with regards to Trump and Xi, we're unclear when this meeting is going to happen. There were talks a couple of weeks ago that it was going to be imminent. Then Donald Trump said he'll probably meet with Xi, and we've heard no updates since that point. He has been a little bit cagey, for lack of a better term, with regards to that potential meeting. But the other thing that I think is certainly worth noting here is that just to recap, we did have a report coming out of the New York Times saying that Donald Trump is looking to make a deal with China involving some major investments and increased U.S. product purchases. Though, again, it's unclear when and or if he will be or has been talking to Xi.
To the penny.
We're just talking about Intel.
To the penny. So that's why it was such a strong reason for me to buy there. But yeah, the reversion's working. I don't know.
Right now, the note we're making, look, Intel might actually go up and negate everything we were just sort of talking about amongst ourselves. But the NASDAQ pulled back, or pullback is the wrong phrase. The NASDAQ just bounced 100 points into VWAP. It's pretty strong. That's a 15-minute chart, everybody, on the NASDAQ. So I'm going 15 to 3. And I was asked, someone in the chat asked, why do I use a 1 or 3 instead of a 1? It's just preference. I did used to use a 1-minute chart, and I've just found my entries are better when I use a 3-minute chart. It's that simple. Better entries, and the second I started using it, I had much more tight entries in terms of getting it in at the right spot from a risk-to-reward perspective. So that's the only reason. But Intel, in that time, was holding on to VWAP, and this is where it broke out in the afternoon, right at that 26.25. So might negate everything I was about to say, where if we turn around in the market, this looks like a short back underneath, the market's not turning around. Obviously, it would be nice if it gives the setup we want, but you've got to look for that opportunity. I'm not just going to sit on the offer of Intel because I think it's got the same resistance. I want to see us pull back, and once that starts happening, we can start working along. Nvidia still won't break 140 yet. I'm not giving up on this. I still think it has every opportunity to go meme crazy one more time for us. And SMCI very close to that breakout. I think it has a chance to do it. Tesla still has not made up its mind off of VWAP here. My inclination is if it bounces one more time, I should be long off VWAP. It's like it was a breakout at 363. We didn't take it. If it can hold on to this, it's just not incredibly bullish. It's a couple of red candles on the 15. There hasn't been any indication that we've made a curl yet, distinctly, technically. But if we do break out of this range up, I want to be long Tesla. The question is, I actually want to just sit in the trade. I feel like the next thing that's going to happen is SMCI breaking out anyway, so it's going to be a moot point. SMCI, big V-shaped recovery. Look at that rejection candle underneath. I shorted it to that level only to watch it flush $2 and come right back in. But now if we break out the top, I got the 60.5 locked and loaded, ready to go. And we'll see how far SMCI wants to play. Remember, they're supposed to report in a few days. So these are all trades. If I go long, it has nothing to do with, hey, SMCI is good, they're going to report before the deadline. No, it's just a matter of this is momentum, man. V-shaped recovery, blow out the top.
We might have some spoofy men on that offer there. I don't know if you saw 59.90, about 4,000 lots was sitting there. It kind of disappeared for a second. So I was like, spoofy man? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. But
It's actually perfect because Joe's in Jamaica. You're talking about Mr. Spoofy Man. By the way, just for anyone that, if you've never seen the In Living Color skit where I think it was, shoot, is it that's not Marlon Wayans. One of the Wayans brothers. Maybe it's Marlon Wayans. He does Shabba Ranks.
Okay.
And it is, yeah, it's good. And if you don't know who that is, then you can look it up.
Is that there's a Spoofy Man there as well? That's not what I know.
It's a song.
Okay.
The song's Mr. Lover Man.
Oh, okay.
The skit is Mr. Ugly Man.
Okay.
And I'm not talking trash about Shabba Ranks. I'm just, that was the name of the skit.
Okay.
Everyone can make their own judgments on that. It's a funny one. You should check it out. If you
All right, yeah. No,
In Living Color is legendary.
I'll check that out here.
Meme crazy
But,
on video.
right now, Neil, what I am checking out is one of the chip names, AMD, absolutely wild.
What?
This is the name that is obviously working out so well on the long. Opening range high break, bye-bye. Pre-market high break, bye-bye. Prior day high break, bye-bye. Right there, trading with a high of 159.92. Kind of holding that, reclaiming that VWAP right here. Bit of a shake and bake off the open, so I don't know where you're really getting in, but I think a break of the downtrend here, maybe potentially looking for that hold of that prior day consolidation again. Very nice hold yesterday. Multiple tests of this 1350, 1360 area here, and today we catch a strong bid off of that. They're still continuing to the upside, very strong. The market's catching a little bit of a bid as well. But before that, let's go to Dara for Money Talks.
Just keep an eye on the market here that we do have some geopolitical comments coming right now from Donald Trump with regards to the war in Ukraine. So keep an eye on this for sure. He said he's looking to basically successfully negotiate an end to the war. So keep an eye on the market in general as we do with geopolitical conflict. We have this nice little rounded bottom kind of forming here for the DXY in the 15-minute chart. We'll switch to the daily so we can see some more context. But we've talked a lot about that weakness in the DXY as of late. Now we're trying to make two green candles, but still definitely some lower highs and lower lows. The biggest economic data update for today is going to come at 2 p.m. We're going to be getting the FOMC meeting minute, so certainly stay tuned for that. Then at 5 p.m., so after the close, but something to be aware of for tomorrow, Fed's Jefferson will be speaking. And also at 5 p.m., we're going to be getting some Donald Trump-related catalysts. Apparently at 7:30 p.m., he'll be signing some executive orders. And then at 9:10, he'll be arriving at the White House. So a couple different Trump-related events to be aware of because we know these can, and often do, move the market. Back to you.
Thank you.
I have one thing to add on AMD. Appreciate this. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the super chat. Where was it? We got Mr. C, Neil, AMD. It is all good. We've got eyes on it for sure. No questions asked. We appreciate the super chats. Always just hit the like and subscribe. Why? Because it's the best trading community out there, and the bigger and stronger this trading community is, the more you share it with your friends, when you hit the like to get the algorithm going, the more we're able to get this journey going together. Like, obviously, I'm focused on SMCI today and Obi liked Intel, and those are going to be good trades. But there's always going to be something that the community is going to be able to grasp or catch on to that we might miss, and that's what it's all about here at Trader TV Live. And so for AMD, the trend break might be happening. Now, I will caution that AMD has looked like it's been breaking this downtrend on the daily several times, so it still needs to close and hold above, which would be great, and maybe even for a swing trade, you could argue maybe the 50 period, but I like this reversion here on AMD. But it needs to hold on to this prior high. That's going to be very key. And you're already seeing it like pull back. Look at the selling up at these tops. So 114 quarter into 115 quarter. That's a pretty big go zone for it to pull back into and catch a bid. But if it catches a bid anywhere in there, I'm reverting the reversion of the reversion.
Yes.
If it holds VWAP or 115, I'm going to look for a long reversion on this stock. We're still just in Nicola. It's basically just doing very slowly what we want it to do. Break the trend, head into VWAP. I still have bids into VWAP. Again, it's a 48-cent stock where VWAP is sitting at 44 cents or just underneath it at 43 change. So I want to be half out into there. If it breaks down, try to hold some into the low of the day. Nicola's going bankrupt. SMCI, you could have just shorted it again off 60. I'm looking for it to break out the top, but you could be still shorting the 60 level, and I wouldn't begrudge anybody if you were scalping that 60 short. I'm just looking for the break next.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for a quick scalp here on Intel. A little bit of a slight counter trend, but just to kind of with the market pulling back off of that 22,200 mark pretty aggressively. I'm just looking for a quick little scalp on Intel if it'll have me. But again, we're grinding to the upside as well, and yeah, definitely don't want to fight a grinding trend too much here. And Hayden Griffith with the super chat. Thank you very much. Thoughts on the double bottom for the day on IONQ at 23.32. Break back above 33 for the long question mark. With love, go Team USA. All right, let's take a look at
There it is.
IONQ. Yes, go Team USA. Let's go. IONQ.
No.
I'm just reading out the chat. Why are you so? All right. Anyways, okay. So double bottom here on IONQ. I like that. A little bit of a hold, a little bit of a consolidation here. But the thing is, we're consolidating below prior day's low, right? That's the thing. So we've been selling off on this ticker quite a bit as well. So that's something to note. Again, I don't know what your trade plan is. I don't know what your playbook is, so I can't really speak on that. But what I can talk about is we can just reiterate what this chart is kind of showing us, right? So we've been kind of pulling off of the sideways action here, kind of trading a little bit below. I have an anchored here as well, so that's a little important. Anchored from January 8th, where we got that aggressive selling here on IONQ. We traded above it for a little bit, but now we're back below, and we are consolidating currently below prior day's low. So can we get a reversion to VWAP? Sure, I have no idea. But the fact of the matter is sellers have shown themselves once again off of the open like they did yesterday, off of VWAP. And let's see, I would maybe look at, because VWAP currently confluences with that prior day low just at that 33 mark. So yeah, that's the look on IONQ. I don't know if you have anything to say about that one, Neil.
Yeah, and Adam DeLuz, I got you. I'm going to call you out, Obi. No, I'm not going to. Adam's like, have words with Obi afterwards. I gave him the side eye over that one. We appreciate the super chat. But in tomorrow's match, I think you know all where we're cheering and what we're hoping for. I'm cheering for Team Canada.
Go Sports.
Keeps it real. I think it'll be an awesome game. I've already said my piece. I think it's classless booing another country's national anthem at a sporting event. So
yeah, that's horrible.
I'll leave that at that. And this it happens, but I just think it's utter ridiculousness. IONQ. I actually, you know what? We didn't get a chance to talk about an unrelated name, Rigetti, yesterday. But so the issue with IONQ, I actually don't like this stock right now. But it is a very classic, I think, trend break, like flat bottom break continuation. And the bottom isn't till like 25 where support's been. It's 25 to 29. It just feels like that's where the stock is headed. And when you have this kind of reversal, I think it did nothing but confirm that. Tried to get back to prior high. I don't know why it participated in the run at the end of the day. I thought it was all Mag 7 that did that end-day run. But it's a big rejection, stair step down, short till it's not. Speaking of, and this is a perfect segue, and speaking of shorts that were the break-in, we wanted to short under 227. Well, we had to wait a while, but Amazon confirmed VWAP was good. Did not get the trade the first time. Pretty hefty reversal. Pulls right back into VWAP. Tried to add to it just there in the 70s, but you're already down at first support level here in the 20s, so I should get on the bid. Just realized I wasn't. So shorting Amazon in front of VWAP and opening range support. We'll play it into the low at 224 here on AMZN. Why? Because this one has been this is the wrong bear button. Okay, so, we appreciate all the super chats, and those are the reason why I can hit this one instead of that other one. Always try to make it bigger and better. What's crazy is the gangster one is actually newer, if you can believe that. But no, it's we love super chats. They all go to improving the show. But I just find it jokes that the one that we made like a year after is that weird sombrero bear. And Amazon, as far as I'm concerned, turned a little bit into not a technical bear. I'm not talking about how far it's pulled back from the highs, but it lost the 50 period yesterday. So I'm just looking for continuation, at least into like 215. Big prior high, big support level. If you missed the trend at the open, like there's your pop and fade. Again, was trading SMCI at the moment for the same setup. SMCI is going to move more, so you trade that one, but you get the VWAP a little bit later. So just be patient. You get that next opportunity, and then you get that opportunity, or hopefully get that opportunity. AMD is starting to drop a little bit here as Nvidia holds on. Tesla lost a bit. The Nasdaq's well underneath VWAP. Feel like this is going to be AMD's shot in the VWAP itself. So remember the higher time frame. Big wide range on AMD for it to hold this bid. I said about a target area of like $1, which is wide in terms of what prior resistance had been in the close. So anywhere it reverts this, I'm going to look for the long. But at 10:59, it's not a time to get in early. The same way I would never chase that kind of a move long. I don't think you want to be sitting here just arbitrarily looking for an entry point. VWAP's at 114.6. It just got into prior high. Get a trend reverse, show a bounce. I want to participate. So the shorts back to working again here, Obi. Seems like it's been the theme. It's been the theme. The shorts have been better this morning.
I took a quick scalp. Scalp man. That always goes on in my head when I'm like, oh, I'm in scalp mode. I'm just like, no. I don't know. That's weird. I'll stop being weird. All right. So on the back through of that
Never
26,
stop.
kind of is showing us that that anchored holding as of right now, pulling back into VWAP. I did get a little aggressive on the break of this trend right here. This trend kind of starts to break. I get in a little bit. VWAP starts to hold a little bit. I might have been a little aggressive to double up there, but then we start to reserve on 95. So I'm like, all right, well, that's reserving literally this prior low here. So if we go down to 1 minute. Here. So this little consolidation that we had here at that VWAP, at that 25.91, we start holding a little bit of a reserve here. So I'm like, all right, well, that's enough reason for me to buy, as it is just a quick little scalp there. So just scalping out a little bit on Intel. But like I said,
oh boy.
I'm looking for the next trade, and sometimes it's not a level to level. Sometimes it's not a reversion to VWAP. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just a quick tape scalp. I'm taking my 10, 15 pennies. I'm out of there. I'm looking for the next one. So it's like, it really depends on what the market's giving you. And I think like 20, 25 halves was a good place to get long, and that long is still working. And I understand that I'm also counter trending. So I do have to be a lot more nimble on the counter.
You know what else we're giving you guys? We're giving you a special treat because you know Joe is off. He's in Jamaica. Well, I mean, on his way to Jamaica. I don't know if he's actually in Jamaica yet. But he is off back on the desk with Sharif for the midday. It is going to be Adara and Sharif. Let's get locked and loaded. Nick Dubs, I'll respond to your super chat.
The duo is back at it.
I'll respond in the new stream chat as well, but we'll get to that super chat in a quick little second. But I got to throw on over. We've got Sharif. We've got Adara. Learn to trade, everybody.
IONQ.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your girl, Adara, and I am Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be back, guys. I hope that, I think we're going to have a great day today. Excited to make some trades, have some talk, and look at some tickers for everybody.
Amazing. All right, we got the OG Matthew Booth and the world's greatest mod joining us as well. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. There it is. We got Omega, we got Chris, we got Juan, the OG Nimit from all the way in Singapore joining us, as well as Mark Susi, and why not the OG Darwin there as well. By the drip, J Poe, Marcel. How about Phil Rich, the one? You are the one. Hold my dang beer. Shout out to Tony. Shout out to Hello Hi, whatever. Tiger. We got Trading with Ray. We got who else, man? Hip whatever. 2 New York Cents. We got Pax. We got Chancellor. Airy Pages, Rogelio, Concepcion, Pitchbull as well. The Piper joining us. Super no, yes, sure, whatever. Vern, Amy, Ta, whatever. Conrad, Clark, we got Stuart, we got Lo-Fi, we got the philanthropist Baker, 69 Judge Shack. Take it easy there, bro. We got Roger or whatever. We got Roger. Options, we got Los Palmas, Nimrud. Thank you for the super chat. Dropping 6 shekels quick as you like in the chat. Hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. We got lots to talk about today. Lots of small cap gappers. Lots of things happening in this market. Sadara, what are you looking at?
Yeah, so I am looking at looking at spready tickers. I'm actually already in a trade here today. I am short MSTR and I am short at low of day. Now, why did I do that? I like low of day breakdowns. I also liked it because look at how many times we kiss that 332.40 level. And it took us a while to break below it. So we break below it, then we kind of bounce back. I got it on the rebound. And I'm willing to risk 2 points on this. And I took decent size on this. I'm not going to lie. I like this trade. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I will say in my time since I have been not at this desk. I've gotten a lot less emotional with my trading. You take the risk. If it works, it doesn't. And if, it does, that's awesome. But that's really my approach. If I like the trade, I'm going to put what I think it deserves. And I think if this MSTR happens, I want to be a part of that. Also, my sweet Mademoiselle Lily did this. And I missed it, and I saw it move. I saw the breakout, and I did not take it because I was like, well, I have to go over, to the desk. I don't want to be in the trade. But yeah, this 6, and I'll even pull it up on my trading view because I want you guys to see how this AVWAP from earnings broke through, because this is honestly beautiful. So we kiss that AVWAP from earnings, we come back. Then we get that breakout. This is gorgeous. If we have any kind of pullback or bounce into the 875 or 873, that is where I want to be getting involved. Garmin's on watch for me as well. It looks like it's doing kind of this stutter step to the upside, but I don't want to jump into, at this point it's already kind of broken out, so I just want to be patient. Here is Garmin. This is GRMN. It is on the NY. It's an earnings play. I think there's some potential here, but I don't want to get, too hasty with it. I can't be too hasty. I miss singing on the desk. Anyways, I'm so happy to be back here with you guys. If it's spready, I'm looking at it. And if you guys have any tickers you're looking at, I would love to take a look for you. Just tag me in the chat.
Okay, so there is something happening with these quantum stocks right now. We're getting breaking out 1140 to the top side. There's also QBTS. That one is breaking to the high side as well. So whatever the news is, guys, it's breaking out to the high side. So keep your eye on that. What's
Darwin
up,
just put it in the chat. Sorry. So The Verge reporting that Microsoft has announced a quantum computing breakthrough with new margarana, almost looks like marijuana, one chip. Microsoft has apparently spent 17 years researching a new material and architecture for quantum computing. So MSFT here with the quantum research getting a little bit of volatility as well.
Okay, cool. So here's the lesson of the day. Keep your eye out on that. So what we're talking about today is short squeezes. We're talking about using these higher short names with the moving average convergent divergence. So today we'll try to explore how the MACD indicator can be used to identify potential entry and exit points for intraday meme stock trades or these low float small cap gappers. Take your pick. Remember, this is just a tool, and sound investment decisions require further research. So make that your focus. MACD, what do we always do when we start the lesson? We're starting at a high level. So MACD is a momentum indicator that measures the difference between two moving averages of a stock's price. It consists of 3 parts. First, there's the MACD line. This line represents the difference between a 12-period exponential moving average and a 26-period exponential moving average. It's the difference between the two plotted as a line. Second, you have the signal line. That is a 9-period exponential moving average of the MACD line. So it gets a little derivative. So the second line, which is the signal line, is based on the MACD line, and the MACD line is based on the difference between the 12 and the 26 EMA. I hope I haven't lost anybody. Then last but not least, we have the MACD histogram. Essentially, this is a visual representation of the distance or lack thereof of the two lines between the signal line and the MACD line. This shows the difference, as I mentioned, between the MACD line and the signal line. It visually represents the relationship between the two moving averages. So this is kind of what we're looking at here. Your red line is the signal line, your blue line is the MACD line, and these bar charts, or these bars at the bottom over here, represent the distance between the two lines. The higher the bars are, the greater the distance between the two lines. And then when you see them on top of this kind of 0-point line, that means the MACD line is above the signal line. When you see the bars below the 0 point over here, that means the MACD line is below the signal line. Okay, so how do we use the MACD for these meme stocks or small cap gappers? What's the move here? So for the more volatile names, what we're looking for specifically is crossovers between the MACD line and the signal line. So we have several different types of crossovers. Well, 2. We got the bullish crossover. This is when the MACD line, which is the fast line, crosses above the signal line, which is the slow line, right? It suggests increasing momentum and a potential buying opportunity. This might be a sign that the stock is about to climb higher intraday. There's also the bearish crossover. Conversely, when the MACD line falls below the signal line, it suggests weakening momentum and a possible selling point. So the stock might be higher due to a pullback. And this is kind of what we're looking at over here. We're going along a merry way. You get the bullish crossover, and then up here we get the bearish crossover, and we can kind of see how price action moves along with that, okay? And then divergences. So we talked about how to spot the crossovers, which are usually moving with the price action, but that isn't always the case. Sometimes the MACD diverges from the price action. That's what we're going to talk about here. So divergences can also be useful with these small cap gappers / meme stocks. This is when the price movement contradicts the MACD indicator. So there's two types of divergences like there were two types of crossovers. So one, there's a bullish divergence. This is when the price makes a lower low, but the MACD makes a higher low. This is suggesting a potential trend reversal despite the price dip. The bearish divergence, kind of the exact opposite of that. The price here makes a higher high, but the MACD makes a lower high, or any other derivative thereof. Basically, when they don't make either a lower low on the MACD and a lower low on the price when they're diverging, okay? Many different scenarios. So this is suggesting a possible trend reversal downwards despite the price increase. And this is kind of what we're looking at over here. You're getting higher highs on the price action, but you got lower highs on the crests of the MACD. Conversely, when you're making lower lows on the MACD, but you're making higher lows, on the price action, but you're making higher lows on the MACD. And you're always looking for confirmation. You never want to rely entirely on one set of tools, one indicator, what have you. So remember, MACD, just one indicator. Look for confirmation from other technicals like high volume during the bullish crossover or falling volume during a bearish crossover. And always set stop losses in order to limit your potential losses, especially with these more volatile stocks, as they don't happen to hang out around in a price area for all that long. Okay, and that's basically the end of the lesson. I hope everybody does well, and we'll keep an eye on some of these big movers. What are you looking at?
Yeah, thank you so much for that lesson there, Sharif. I'm still in my MSCR trade, so just to clarify, this is not showing up in the blotter because I entered before the throw, but I am short 332.40, so basically this low of daybreak, and I am risking to prior bar 15-minute high, so 334.40. So that's right, I'm giving this 2 points because I like this trade, and MSCR has become a ticker that I've traded a lot. So I'm comfortable with how it moves. I feel comfortable giving it 2 points worth of risk, and I will be moving the stop. So at the next 15-minute prior bar high, should we still be in the trade, I'll be moving it to this point. So that's what we're doing there. Looks like it's trying to push me out, but that's cool. I'll chill. We also have a super chat here from Ian Rispetto. Thank you to the $19.99 $20 super chat here from Ian Rispetto. Good morning, Sharif, and welcome back to the Trading Desk Adara. Thank you for that. Happy to be here. What do you all think of now at these levels to establish a long position? I like the company, and the analysts have it at 1,100 to 1,200. Thanks. I mean, I'm down to look at service now. Actually, this ticker actually intraday traded fairly recently here. This was during earnings, even though it is above $1,000. You guys know I like those spready tickers, so I was interested in that. I'll take a look at the daily chart and the weekly chart to kind of get a look here at what we're doing. Okay, so we're certainly removed from highs on this NOW. I'm not going to lie. We were in a bit of an uptrend that kind of ended here at the end of December, mid-December 2024. Then we bounce here, do a bit of a double bottom at that exactly at 1,000. We make a higher high, but we quadrunk on earnings, and we haven't really been able to push up stance. We're also rejecting the 9 EMA. So what I would like to see is probably a push above the 9 EMA, and then maybe also this 1043 hold. Why do I like the 1043? Because this was an area of support going back to early January. This is actually the first trading day of January. Then we rejected it a couple times here after earnings. So I think getting nicely, soundly above that $1,043 area, I think that would be a bit of a change of trend for me. But again, that is just me, not advice, just my take on the charts. Another level that I'd like to see us reclaim is that 9 EMA area, but more soundly here on the daily chart, that $1,008 level, which was also a level on earnings day one. So I want to put that out there. I'll take a look at the weekly or the 5-day chart as well for you, Ian Rispetto. And yeah, I mean, I think kind of similar to the daily, we were in this gorgeous uptrend, and we break it pretty violently. We've been kind of to the downside since. The weekly, I'm not going to lie, I see a little bit less here. To me, this looks a little bit more bearish, but I think on the daily, if you can reclaim that 1043, I think that is a slightly more rosy look. There was also someone in the chat wanting me to look at Mara. So take a look there at Mara, of course, for you all. And again, tag me there, Adara LePage, if you want to take a look at anything. This is still service now. MARA over here on the NASDAQ. And yeah, this looking pretty similar here to MSCR. double bottoms, tries to break down, has a little bit of a push to the upside, and then kind of rejects. So we are still rejecting that $16.20 level of Mara. Actually just made a lower high here at 16.18. I think if we continue to see lower highs, it looks a little bit bearish, but if we can break above that 16.19 and then this 16.20 area, potentially a change in trend or a reversion, if you will. Shout out to Obi, and also shout out to BPI because we're looking at Mara. I got to shout that one out. We missed Patrick over there, so great look. I am still in MSCR, which is being a little bit weaselly, but I'm still happy I weaseled into it. Also, for context, I am going to be trading off the 15-minute chart. Then once this starts to work, what I usually do is I move my stops to the 30 minutes, so prior bar in the 30, but I'll take out half if we breach on the 15. What actually makes me feel more emboldened in this trade is we wick right into my stop, and then we drop. So I think I like where I have this place. We're going to wait and see what happens. We're not trading emotion. We're trading what the chart tells us because, as your friend Alfred says, you have to be dead inside. How are you doing?
All right, we're doing well over here. Keeping an eye on JTEI, looking for the prints to the high side. Long 90s, we're printing 15s. There we got the 20 print. Let's see if this one wants to move up. I am anticipating resistance at the third of a dollar, hence why I'm front running it by a little bit there. We've got multiple out so far. We'll see if we can get anywhere near the highs. I'm also concurrently in RXRX. This one looks like a 10 exponential hold on the 5. It's not forthcoming to the high side. In fact, it's a little illiquid. For whatever reason, there's somebody selling up a storm at 88s. We'll see if this one can cross. It's been hanging out at 88s for a while, showing me 87s, 86s. There is a seller of note, it seems like, on 88s. I'm going to show you guys these side charts in a second. I just want to execute a few of these trades so I can de-risk a little bit over here on JTAI. Now, this is the number one gapper in the market. Well, no, OSRH, in fact, is the number one gapper in the market, but that's actually below the volume weighted average price right now. I'm talking about this bad boy right here, which is straddling the white line from the south side. It's going to have to break and take that $8 level and remain above it for me to stay interested. The only reason I got into JTAI is because it was at the volume weighted average price and it looked like it might be bouncing there. It's exactly what it did. So I don't anticipate this one really breaking to the high side unless we can get some more momentum, because whether or not we're holding VWAP, what I perceive is we're still putting in lower highs on this thing. So be careful with it. Make sure you're using some resting profit takers because it doesn't stay in the price level for all that long. So JTAI up about 50%. RXRX did reject that 87 print, and now it's below my entry. I'm long at 84s. So if it prints anything below this low over here, then I'm out. The reason being is because it'll continue doing that downward channel where it's putting in lower lows and lower highs. If that's the case, then I can't stay long. So anything below the print right there on this area trough, we're gone Zeno. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Let's bring in now the side charts and talk about the small cap gappers that I've got my eye on. So OSRH just reclaimed VWAP. It's above 8. It's still below that area peak that we put in at 1050, which is 812. Actually, sorry, no, it's not 812, 833. So we're printing 21s right now. If we break above this level, this could be a break to the high side on OSRH. Good look for it on the day. Let's keep an eye on it. JTAI, I already explained what I'm doing there, and I've only got one more out. Anything below VWAP, I'm gone. VNet looks good, very sideways. Looks like a bull flag, like it's setting up for a bull flag, except it's not coming into the high side, and the volume is really dropping off. We need more participation for this one to break and continue with the second bull flag. So what I'm going to suggest to you, if you're going to trade VNet, get it towards the bottom end of the range. Currently, the range is around 1350 to around that 1390 to the top side. So interesting look there. IBRX as well, kind of mentioned this one at the top, but this one did break below VWAP, reclaim VWAP. Now it's having trouble with VWAP as we speak. So it's breaking down below it. It's putting in lower highs, and it looks like it may want to take out that level. All right, so keep your eye out on that 380 level, despite the fact that I wouldn't trade it below the volume weighted average price. It has price action support between 375 to 380. The reason being it popped up there right at 940, right when we rang the bell, and it rejected that 375, 380 area, only to take it again later after we got more volume. Then it retraced and defended that 380 area. So price action resistance, flips to support in this case. We'll see if that wants to continue. SLDB, really strong, 22% going into highs. This one is a beautiful curl up. Now, this one was in play yesterday. Today, it's in play again. However, it's an inside day. We're kind of engulfed by yesterday's lows and yesterday's highs. So be on the lookout for this one. It is breaking into the highs right now. 650, I believe, or 649 actually is the high of the day. This one's curling with higher highs and higher lows. Look to pick it up off support. SLDB, good look there. Then we also have HIMS. HIMS is really straddling that volume weighted average price. One quick breach of VWAP, then it was able to reclaim it right away. So my concern with the HIMS is the cost. It's a little expensive. All right, so on the high side, about $69, closing in on 70. And I'm also concerned with the lower highs. We have 3 successive lower crests there, despite the fact that we have higher troughs. So a bit of a compression pattern. Be on the lookout. I would suggest to you to pick this one up off support. So HIMS. RX is the one I'm involved in right now. We're out of the money by about 5 pennies. This did break below that 75 penny area, was able to reclaim real quick. I don't have a lot of promise in this one if it gives up the level at 69s or 70, give or take. Why? Because there's an area crest at 940 that we spiked up to. I'd like this area here to act as support. If we give up the area right there at this 11 2/3, then the next area I'd be interested in picking up RX off is that 1140, 1150 area. That is the volume weighted average price. SMCI, obviously not a small cap gapper, just keeping my eye on it because it's awfully volatile on the day, Adair.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick second here to thank our friends at Firefly Neuroscience with an FDA-cleared proprietary database of over 77,000 brain images. Firefly is transforming healthcare with AI-driven diagnostics, providing a clear data-backed understanding of brain health. After more than a decade and over $60 million in investment, Firefly is advancing its commercialization of its Brain Network Analytics, or BNA platform, bringing the technology to clinicians and pharmaceutical partners. Firefly is enhancing the diagnosis and treatment of conditions such as depression, dementia, anxiety disorders, concussions, and ADHD, while also accelerating drug discovery and early screenings for conditions like Alzheimer's. Thank you to Firefly. I wrote down a list of tickers people wanted me to look at, so I know HIMS, Sharif just touched on. I'm going to touch on Meta, though, for Danny. Danny and a couple other people asking about Palantir, so I'll look at that. But META, there's a very clear area of resistance for me here, and that is going to be this, what is it, 703.20s on the bid. Now, why do I specify that? I was watching this morning. As you can see, I had a couple shorts, profitable in one, got wicked out of the other. It's all good. It is what it is. I think I was a bit hasty with this first short entry, but I liked it on the low of daybreak. Regardless, with regards to Meta, what do I think it needs for a breakout? As I said, that 703.20 area, watching this on when we had this, it clearly rejects this previous level of support on the 3-minute around that 703s. And I had seen on the bid too, I was saying to myself, if we can break above that 703.20, which was the prior high, I'll get long. And we dance with it on the bid. We fully have a little samba with it. We're like up, down, around, but we can't break it, and then we plummet back below 700. So with that in mind, META, for me to be a long, needs to break above 703.20 on the bid. And if it doesn't do that, I am not interested. If I do take it, I would be looking to risk prior bar in the 15, but I also think the fact that we're bouncing off VWAP is good. And to be clear, I'm not trying to say, oh, it's only a trade if it's above that level. For myself, I'm only comfortable taking it if it breaks above that level. Also, another level of interest for Meta that I think is kind of evident here on the 3-minute is that $700.20 level. I've talked a lot about this with spready tickers. I find they either really, really love these $100 levels or they do not give a hoot. Netflix was obsessed with 700. It would have these intense bounces, it would have these intense rejections. ASML is another one that I find to be pretty aggressive with these $100 levels when it gets there. But META was kind of with 700. But that $700.20 level, it seems to love. We support it and we reject it, then we break out above it. So I want to see what we do at $700.20 in addition to that 703.20 level. So Lily's still working. I'm not going to disturb her right now. I don't want to disturb her slumber. Sure, she's up like 8. She's up 10 points, or I think she was up 13 points at the high. I could have taken it. I didn't. It's fine. On to the next trade, as Obi likes to say. Danny and some other people here also asking about PLTR. I have to be honest. I find this until we see a push above that 125 level or this 124.85s.
I don't know. I think I need to see a nice push above this level because right now we're a little bit anemic. I want to see if the 15-minute gives me a clear, okay, this 15-minute is gorgeous. But again, you can still see the fact that we are continuing to reject that 125 level. And I think this is actually like a double top to the penny. It looks like 124.90s. So I think a push above that level would be nice. I think staying up, we're on a straight green streak for this 15-minute chart. Now 4 candles. So I think seeing continuous green 15-minute candles for PLTR is a good look. What other tickers for people? Oh, Microsoft. So Microsoft, and again, I want to shout out Darwin for giving us this catalyst. MSFT had this pretty wild little move when The Verge reported that it's been announcing its quantum development. It's called Marijuana is the name, not marijuana. Marijuana is the name of its quantum development. And it has apparently been working on this quantum thing for 17 years. So MSFT saying, hey, Google, you want to do quantum? Yeah, no, me too. I'll one up you. So watch out for that for MSFT. I still have this meta book up because I want to see this 703.20s. And the way we're looking on the bid here, the way we're kind of creeping up, I actually think we might get it. I'm still in MSTR. Why am I still in MSTR, you may ask? I'm still in MSTR because it hasn't given me a reason to leave. I have my stop at the 15-minute prior bar high, and I moved it when we made a new 15-minute. I lowered it slightly, so it was 334.40s. Now it's 334.21. So we're going to wait and see what happens there. I would like to see us break back below. Now, I'm aware we are curling a little bit if I show you the 3-minute, but that was not the crux of the trade. I was taking the trade on the 15-minute prior bar break, so I have no reason to leave. So I'm going to stay in it, and that is my story, and I am proud to say I am sticking to it. And we also we have a couple super chats, too, that I don't know if we got to. Thank you. Oh, yeah, Mr. C asking me specifically to check Reddit, so thank you, Mr. C. Reddit is a spready ticker, so I would, shout out to Spread It over there. I make a lot of jokes about Spread It. I don't think I've ever made a Spread It joke, so I'm actually going to pull up the book on this as well. Sorry, Meta, you can continue your little dalliance, but I want to watch Reddit right now. Also, shout out to ChatGPT for the $2 super chat. Cat X swing from $3. Long Meta, Cisco out of the money calls with a little money face with a tongue. So shout out to you. Congrats to you, ChatGPT. And Mr. C, Meta, or not Meta, Reddit. This is the 3-minute. This is a heck of a double bottom. I'd almost say a triple bottom, but this bottom got a little bit lower here. That 184.20, this is gorgeous. It's beautiful. We push up here, we bounce off the 90 MA, and that's also bounce off a little bit off that previous resistance at 186.30. Now we're pushing higher. Next resistance to me for Reddit is going to be this previous area of rejection at that 188 level. I want to see what we do there. Then, of course, we have these highs of days here right off the open around that 189, just kind of shy of 190. So that's my look on Reddit. And we'll take a quick look at the 15. Yeah, the 15, same kind of idea. We're seeing pretty much the same level. So I have nothing else to say there. But I also want to say this looks almost like a double bottom here on a wider time frame on the 15-minute as well. So I do not dislike it in any way, shape, or form. Lily, I'm going to check on you because you look like you're baking, and I want to get involved. How are you doing over here, Sharif?
We're doing well. We're doing well. We took out the local high there on JTAI. We're looking like it's going to break out again, guys. Keep your eye out on that $0.33 area. That's where we had been rejecting. That's where I took out the last little piece. It may be on the move here back to the high side. I'm going to keep my eye out on that. I've got a couple of pieces left here on RXRX. We're scalping this one into $12. It is finding a bit of resistance up in this 1190s area. Best print I could get out of this bad boy, 1195. So we'll see if we can take out some more here in approaching 12, and then I'll save a piece for the dream if I can. That dream comes above that 1205 area. That is currently the high day on RXRX. Up 11.5%. Good look here. It did give me a bit of a scare because it did break the 10 exponential. But as I said, I was really focused on that previous area crest. Right at that, what time was that? 9:45 when we put it in. So I was definitely looking for it to defend this area. If it didn't defend 1165, 11 2/3, give or take, that was going to be the end of the trade. That's former area of resistance. And now acting as support. Now, I did add into this one, so I have a bit of a bigger position. We got initially here at 84s. I did add into that 75. And again, best I could do was that 95. Still waiting with an unfilled order in the high 90s over here. Back to JTAI, because this one is putting in higher lows and higher highs. So kind of has that curling effect off a predictable level of support. That support is the volume weighted average price. And I'll submit to you that aside for one quick breach of that on a wick basis right at 11.05, it hasn't printed anything south of the volume weighted average price on a closing basis. That isn't, though, a glowing endorsement for a long. Okay, let me explain why. Because we have areas of resistance above the area where we're currently trading that could keep us down from touching those days highs.
Boeing.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So BA definitely not flying here, pushing to the downside. Why is it pushing to the downside? We're seeing some reports here from the New York Times that Elon Musk of Tesla fame and of Doge fame is apparently eyeing options for Boeing to move faster on its Air Force One jets. Apparently, he's been, quote, empowered to do so by Donald Trump. So Trump saying, hey, Elon, why don't you call up Boeing and get them to move faster on those Air Force One jets? Thank you to the chat for making us aware of this one. Also, thank you to Darwin for dropping part of this story as well, but I did just check on X, and that is indeed what's going on here. New York Times reporting that apparently Boeing's got to get a bit of a move on with the jets, and also Elon is not the only member of the Trump administration to talk Boeing. We know that the Department of Transportation, or DOT head, Sean Duffy, has been like, hey, Boeing, you got to get your act together. Back to you.
Yeah, they're not going to be interested in speeding that up at all because they don't make any money from that division. We all know that. Yeah. They don't make any money from tankers. They don't make any money from the Air Force One. You know, if they do make money, it's coming off these 777s and 787s. That's so fair. I don't believe that they're going to make any effort with respect to that. So we'll keep an eye on the one that I was just talking about there, JTAI, with respect to this area crest over here. So that 650, lo and behold, we get up into that 650 again, miss it by about 4 pennies, and we reject again. Now we've got a topping tail candle. Now it's not decisive. So what I want to keep an eye on is if we take out that 650 level. That 650 level goes all the way back into the pre-market. Now technically we already took it out because we topping tailed at 715. However, that doesn't mean that there aren't bag holders from that level who didn't offload all their position up here once we spiked and who may want to try to keep us down. And that's exactly why I don't get into these small cap gappers unless and until they've taken the pre-market high. So I'm all ears and eyes with that 650 level, so much so that I'm going to place an alert on my side chart over here to see if we approach that level. I'll be made aware of it so that I can get in if it's warranted. So keeping an eye on JTI. Those are the only ones that I'm trading right now. Not much left on JTAI. Sorry, not JTAI. Yeah, I've got everything out of JTI, but the only one that I've got left, is this RXRX, but it does look like it's going to reject $12. I don't think I'm going to add again at that $0.75 area. That would presuppose that I'm trading this as a range, and that's not what I'm doing with the RXRX. This was supposed to try to break out that $12 area. It set up as a bull flag off that $11 hold, reached up to 12. If it doesn't hold that level, then I'm not really interested in trading it. So my stop stays the exact same, which is, let me just show you, based upon this area crest over here. So if it breaches that area crest, we're gone with this trade. Now I'm keeping my eye on others. IBRX. This one is really starting to curl up here and try to take out the day's high. We're printing 413s on IBRX, and we got a 427, I believe, high at day. So this one did breach VWAP, but as I mentioned, it looks like it did defend that 3 3/4 area that we printed right at the opening range. It dropped into 380. So, you know, essentially 77s over here, 81s over here. So generally an area defend. This one's on a rocket ship right now, relatively speaking, obviously, because it's a $4 stock, but it's got an area red candle, and even the red candle that it printed on the 5-minute at 11:15 is a candle of indecision. You can see it's a doji candle, essentially with entirely composed of upper and lower wicks and very little body there. So IBRX could be on one. I don't think I want to pick it up right at this level because it's a little strong here. But if it does pull back in off a predictable level, whether that's $4 or the 10 exponential moving average, which happens to be also at $4, I'm all eyes and ears. SLBM though, man, this one continues to make higher highs and higher lows. Again, I don't want to keep saying this, but this is an inside day, so we could encounter resistance at any moment as traders who may be holding this from yesterday try to keep us down. We are above the volume weighted average price. We are at the day's high right now on SLDB, but I'm going to need to take it off a predictable area. I like that 6 1/3. If this one wants to come down from where it's trading right now, which is at 659, come back down into that 6 1/3. There does seem to be some price action support there, whether on a wick or closing basis. So that could be definitely of interest to me here. RSLS is not one that I had a lot of hopes in because it was trading below VWAP. when I put it on the side chart. But here we go. This is this is an ascending wedge. It's got umpteen amount of higher lows, kind of flat topish, not really there. There's some wicks here that breach VWAP, obviously, but VWAP was kind of acting as a flat top. We'll see if this current candle printing at 164 can close above VWAP. If this reclaims VWAP, I'm definitely interested, but it's gonna have to reclaim that $1.95, $1.96 area that it printed in the pre-market. Otherwise, it trades below the pre-market high. So let's look at the current trade that we're in right now. RXRX coming right down into my entry again at 75s. And yet again, it seems to be finding some bidders. I'm still gonna keep my out, the exact same area right below that 60. So we got a couple more outs on this one. Either I'm gonna print something in the high 90s or I will get stopped out. I won't be taking it anywhere in between. Adara, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I like those little beak wetters there on the way up. I'm considering weaseling into my old pal Mademoiselle Lily. I'm not gonna lie. I talked about this earlier. I watched this 868 breakout. I liked this 868 breakout, and I was like, Adara, don't take it till you're back at your desk. You might get an opportunity to get back in. And then it goes up, what, like 13 points? So I have to say, I am proud of myself because I did not FOMO in. I did not get all grumpy about it. It is what it is. It, at the end of the day, is a chart and a series of numbers. That's all it is, right? So I'm not gonna get emotional about it. Am I a little miffed? I mean, whatever, right? But I am watching Lily. Where would I be watching Lily? I'm going to pull up my marked up Lil. Also, this is the AVWAP from earnings. This is my 15-minute chart on Lily. And I have to say, if we continue to kind of bounce off this 875 level, which as you can see, a little bit of previous resistance, I actually like that as a long, but I would have to think about where I want to set my risk. So that's why I'm holding off for the time being. That being said, we're also kind of breaking below the 9 EMA on the 5-minute chart. So if we do that, then I think it's a short. The spread has not been super communicative with me right now on this talk. So I'm going to sit and wait. I am in a position, though. I know it's not showing up. I apologize. I have had no reason to take any fills on it since we flipped. So that's why it's not showing up here. I'll pull it up for you guys, though. It's MSTR. I have a feeling we're about to get stopped out of this. I am, basically, like I said, the prior bar 15-minute high is my stop on this. And it hasn't really moved. We've continued to kind of reject this 334, 21, 21, 21 area. Now, why have I not gotten out, given the fact that we've made some higher lows? Because I have no reason to. I would be breaking my rules. My rule is prior bar high in the 15, and because we haven't broken above prior bar high in the 15, I am not going to leave. Now, I find when spready tickers do this, where they repeatedly reject an area and then eventually break out, they tend to wake you out. The slippage tends to get nasty. I'm not going to lie and be like, I love that. I really want to get the slippage on this stock where I have, decent size in it, but I have no reason to leave. I'm staying calm, 3 C's, cool, calm, collected. So I'm just gonna chill in this ticker and wait to see what it gives me. But I'll pull up the 3 minutes so you guys can kind of understand my qualms. Sometimes I like to say I'm qualmless. I do have qualms about this trade because if you can see here, this is a pretty flattish top with some higher lows, but I was not taking the trade off the 3-minute chart. I was taking it off the 15. I'm gonna breathe, I'm gonna chill, and I'm going to do my thing 21. Hopefully we'll find out. What other tickers am I looking at here? This Lily actually, okay, Lily. Yeah, we might have to go long Lily here. So the Lily level I like I almost just said the Lily I like. The level I like for Lily for an entry is going to be, if I can't get that 874, 875 basically, I like the 820, 870, basically 876.25s. Now I like that level because that was a bit of a wick level on the 15 minute. So if we can get long there, I'm down to risk to the low of this bar and this high on the way up here, which would be about that 874.50s area. That's also an area that shows up on the chart. I'm not going to take a lot of size with this, A, because I still have decent risk on the MSTR, which I have been able to take zero profit out of because it has done a sum total of nothing since I entered. And then B, just because it is a spreadier ticker, I don't want to get too chip-topped. But if I get the level I like, I am going to get involved. And I have to say, thank you, Lily, for moving when I'm back on the midday. Thank you, Lily. We appreciate you. We miss you. And you gave me what I wanted to see. So we're going to get an entry level ready here. Oh, never mind. She just gave up. I'm going to have to wait. She wants to play hard to get. That's cool. I can live with that. I'm also still watching M to the E to the T to the A over here. And as I said, I have zero entry on Meta unless and until we break above 703.20s. We have not done that. And specifically 703.20s on the bid. I don't care what it does in the ask. I want to see it on the bid because we rejected that level harshly earlier. I like that we're still above VWAP. I like that we're still above $700.20, but I don't want to get involved until I see us
above that 703.20 because until that point, nothing has changed. We're still rejecting that level. Also, shout out to Jack, $4.99 super chat. Guys, this is a good time to go long. I'm guessing you mean long on Nvidia, $3 to $4. Let's pull up this NVDA for you, Jack. See what Nvidia is doing. Okay, this is the 15-minute. Pretty wiki. I'm going to switch to the 3 for NVDA. I have to say, Nvidia is not giving me a ton of directionality here. We had this, obviously, this bump but 10, and this is beautiful. Gorgeous bounce. Very violent, and then we kind of, at this point, are pretty stagnant. I am seeing a little bit of support here at that 139.75 level on the 3-minute, which incidentally is also a little bit of support resistance pre-market, but that's all I'm kind of seeing. I have to say, I'm not a huge proponent of Nvidia in either direction right now. I think it needs to figure out what it would like to be when it grows up. Speaking of what it would like to be when it grows up, MSCR. Oh my gosh, you want to work? Okay, cool. I'm chill. Like I said, not emotionally trading, just waiting to see what the market and what the book has to give me. Some people are talking about BBAI, so I want to make sure I'm doing that as well. I apologize, guys. Still getting used to everything because I have not been on this side of the aisle for a little while, but I am so happy to be back and great to be back next here with you, Sharif. BBAI, okay. Oh, first pushback of the day for a small cap. Okay, I like that. This is a flat bottom, which is why I gave it that pushback. Bottom, 775. Higher highs, higher lows. It looks kind of similar to Meta, where I think it wants to break out, but I am unsure if it knows how to break out. Well, BBAI, I'll give you a hint. I want to see you push above the $8.07 level, which was that previous wick rejection. Then I want to see what you do here at that, I guess at that point it was a lower high, that 812 area. So 807, 812, that's what I like for BBAI, but it gets my first pushback of the day for that double bottom. How you doing, Sharif?
We're good. Keeping an eye on IBRX, newest position for me over here. I said I wanted to get into this one at a key technical level. I waited for that pullback. It topping tailed at 415 or so. I got in right at 4. I'm planning on dollar cost averaging into VWAP or the 20 exponential. And the reason I say that is because it's respected the 20 exponential, but it's awfully close to VWAP right now. So I don't know why I'm not getting filled despite the fact that it's moving up past my my beak wetter there, so I'm not exactly sure what's going on, why this one is a little bit illiquid. Okay, now we get the print when it drops, kind of bizarre there. We'll see what this one can do. I'm looking for a move up into 410s and then 415s. That's where we rejected last time. What kept me interested in it though was when it bottomed or when it pulled back, it made a higher low and it held a technical level that I was interested in, that VWAP, that 20 exponential. Here's what I mean by that though, guys. I mean, this is kind of why I was looking at either VWAP or the 20. So when it bottomed here, it clearly broke VWAP, broke it by a substantial amount relative to the price. VWAP was around 395. This one dropped into 382. So it didn't respect VWAP. What it did was respect the 20. So now I was thinking, am I seeing what I want here, or was this an area crest that we kind of used as support once we cleared it as resistance? So this 377 over here kind of stands out. That's a 940, 945 print. It comes right into there. Now keep in mind, there's people that want to buy ahead of the level, right? So I don't necessarily just want to sit at 377 because I know there's going to be other buyers who are going to want to step in at 378 and 379. If I feel that way, there's other people that feel that way too. So it might not be the 20 exponential here that it held up at. So I should be careful trying to base too much on this yellow line, which is a 20 exponential moving average on the 5, but rather I should take note here of the actual price action previous resistance and what could be support. So keeping an eye on IBRX. For the last remaining amount on RXRX, I had 2 more beak wetters left. I got stopped out as that one did break below my area crest over here at 1165. So we'll take a 10 penny loss on that little remaining amount there. But I'm still interested in it because that 1146, 1150 area is VWAP. So that we come into that level and we're already up 8 or 8.5. We are up more than that, 9% on the day. I definitely could be interested in taking it out. Now, the one was telling me about RSLS, and I told him this is breaking out. It's a good look. It was an ascending wedge. It had a flat top breakthrough VWAP. However, it's still south of that $1.96. That is the pre-market high. I won't take it long until and if it takes that pre-market high. Are we doing the ad read?
Yep, we've got an ad read, and it is going to be here for trade ideas. So we're going to take the time to take our friends at Trade Ideas because President's Day savings, Sharif, they're here. Get 22% off all new subscriptions with code TraderTV22, but wait, there's more. Upgrade to Premium Annual and you can snag a massive 28% off with code TraderTV28. So that's right, huge savings are happening now. All you got to do is head to the 2025 President's Day sale landing page, which is linked below, before February 19th. Don't miss out. So today is your last day to take advantage of that awesome sale. What else are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on QBTS because it's really breaking out to the high side here. It's performing a lot better than Rigetti. So I don't know which one had the headline, nor do I really care. But I'm looking at the price action. This is about to break out 12%. It's at the high. It's at 675 right now. It hasn't had a red candle in quite a bit of time. Our QBTS is the one I'm talking about. It did pull into VWAP, and I was thinking, okay, well, here we go. We're going to have that mean reversion trade back into the low. $6, $5.90. No, it double bottomed off VWAP. So exuberant were the buyers that they picked it up at the same level twice, and then that's as far as down as we could go. We took out that previous high at 650. We're continuing it to 675 right now. There does seem to be a bit of a seller, though, at around the $0.75 there. We take him out. Now we've got another seller that we got to deal with at 76s. So strength coming in here on QBTS. Quantum names have been in vogue for a while. This one, one of the ones we always look at, QUBT, RGTI, and others. So keep your eye out on this one. It's breaking to the high side. It's going to replace, I don't know who it's going to replace right now, but it's got to replace somebody because this is breaking out in a good way, and I definitely want to have eyes on it. Running out of spaces here on my side charts, up into 12.25%. This one keeps making higher highs every time I look at it. Trade it carefully, guys, because this one, let's find out what the short float is on QBTS right now. QBTS. So Trade Idea says it's 15.25% of the 255 million share float. So definitely larger, and this could get very squeezy. But I always mention, before you start making predictions about whether something can squeeze or not, have a look at the recent price action and say to yourself, yay, where could the shorts be? Where could they be at? Now, there's a couple of things that you can do to kind of help in that regard. Let me just flip to QBTS over here. The couple of things is, number one, look at the outsized volume days, especially the red volume days, right? Not the ones that close green, maybe the ones that close green as well, because shorts can get in at higher levels, even though we close up on the day. And then you also want to look for area peaks. And ideally, those two things overlap, where you have area peaks, or crests as we call them, as well as high volume days. There's a good chance, especially if you're, if you were in that area for a prolonged period like we were over here from mid-December all the way to early to mid-January, you could definitely have a lot of shorts in and around this $10 from $8.50 to around $10 area. Now, that's one area where the shorts can be. Now, how about after that? How about after January 8th? Look at this area top that we've been. $7 has been a very persistent level of resistance on this bad boy. So the shorts could be a little bit north of 7. So keep that in mind when you're trying to make educated guesses as to where the shorts can be, because that's where it can get a little bit crazy. Now, keep in mind also that just because shorts are out of the money doesn't mean that they have to cover. So just because you've made an educated guess as to where the shorts are based on volume and price action highs, it doesn't mean that they're forced to cover. It just means that they're out of the money. So keep that in mind. Not everybody buys stocks on margin, so not everybody's going to get margin called and be forced to sell. That is something you also need to take into account. So this one keeps going, man. 13.5%. Now it's getting real crazy up here. I want to see how it does in and around 7 and above 7. As I just showed you guys, we've had a prolonged period of technical resistance at $7 on QBTS. If we take out that level, it could get cray-cray, so keep your eye out on that. Back to the trade that I'm currently in, IBRX. Where the hell is it? Oops. IBRX, we're still zigging, we're still zagging. We're putting in lower highs, but we're also putting in higher lows. We're still above that technical area of support that I'm looking at, that 20 exponential and VWAP. I do have a plan, DCA into 94s to account for this area crest. I don't mind getting filled there, but anything below this area crest here, then I know I'm wrong. Because, well, then it'll be lower highs and lower lows. That isn't my look. I don't want any smoke of that. By the way, guys, HIMS continues to break out into highs. It is now at the high of the day, 72.40. This one is just unbelievably respectful of the 10 exponential moving average. It hasn't had a print below the 10 exponential wick closer otherwise since 11:05. So we're going on over 40 minutes right now, just topping tailed into 72.40. This could be an interesting long here at around 70. We rejected 70 multiple times. So does 70, which is obviously the whole dollar level and the $10 level, act as support here? Now that we've cleared it by around $2.50, I'm going to be keeping an eye on HIMS, Adara.
Yeah, definitely check him out or check him out.
Not him, but him.
Yeah, I know. You got to watch for him, right? Yeah. You actually have to watch for Trenda because I know you and Trenda have your historic beef. So yeah, I got stopped out of both of my trades here. I'm going to be really real. This has not been quite my day thus far, but that's okay because you know what? Days keep going. You have more hours in the day. So Eli Lilly, like I said, this long, that was the missed opportunity for me of the day. I stand by. I was like, I don't want to take it before the throw. Whatever. It is what it is. I tried this long here because, and I want to clarify, I had this order, I think we got filled right at 11:45 because I liked it on the previous candle. If I had seen us not being able to, and maybe I should have waited for the break of this candle at that 877. Regardless, I liked it because we were holding this level of support at the time. We were holding the 90 MA on the 3. Then we broke it kind of violently at this point. And when I say 90 MA, I do mean on the 3 minute, not on the 15. Obviously, we broke below it. That's fine. I got slipped almost a point. So not ideal, but you know what? You have to take shots that you like, and I'm going to stand by that. MSTR, I said at a certain point, I had a feeling we would get stopped out of this, but I wanted to wait and honor my stop. We did, in fact, get stopped out of this, but I have no problem flipping this to the long side. I literally don't. I want to see this break above 335 because yesterday, 335 was a war on MSTR. And I'm going to show you guys the 15-minute chart so you can see what I mean because MSTR, and yeah, this is 335. So we bounce off 335. We reject 335. We come back to 335 and we're like, well, we don't have to break it, do we? And the market was like, no, you don't. So 335 and MSTR is a little bit of scary hours. Shout out to Drake. But I want to see if we can hold that 335. If we can break above that VWAP, I actually like it as a long. I would have to figure out where my risk would be. Knowing me, probably the 15-minute bar low. But given this fun little wick we just got here, I'm going to probably have to use TradingView to find out what that bar is going to be. We also have SP Williams here with a super chat addressed to you.
I'm responding right now.
Okay, perfect. So I'll let you, Miss Aunt Kathy and Teledog. But also some people asking me about SMCI. So we're going to take a look at SMCI because that thing, yeah, SMC fly, or like over here. This is super and that is a macro move. Though I wonder, Sharif, what happens if we don't get the filing by February 25th? Because I have a feeling that there might be some broken hearts. And I don't want that. To be clear, I am not like, oh, burn SMCI.
You just want them to burn. So
I don't know.
Short them.
I don't even, like this, I loved this when it was $1 million. Now that it's split, I'm kind of like, eh. Yeah. But, and I saw this breakout, I like this breakout, but I was like, Adara, this is not your bag. Let it be someone else's bag. I do want to congratulate all the SMCI longs. I want to congratulate all the shorts off the open. As Neil mentioned earlier, there were ample opportunities for both sides of the coin. So I do want to shout out every person who was involved in SMCI. This VWAP hold and bounce was beautiful. This breakout was beautiful. And we're still making new day's highs. But again, I would exercise caution on this because we thought we were going to get an actual earnings report from them last week, and we got another preliminary report, and it wasn't great. From what I'm reading, the reason people are even bullish about this now is because their fiscal 2026 outlook is bullish. Their fiscal 2025 outlook is not. So I just want to say to everybody, do the DD, do the due diligence, because SMCI is not that super. Also, I did miss this meta breakout. I was tempted to kind of get in, but that was also when I was, finagling with Lily, I was finagling with MSTR, and I was like, Adara, how many spready tickers can you really give your eye to at this point? And I was like, that's fair. But that 70320 breakout, we did get it. I'll switch up the book here. I need to figure out how to sync these again. But this META here, now well above that level. Now the next level I'd be watching is that 70570, basically 706 level here. That would be that previous resistance on the 5 minute. This is the 3 minute and the 15. I just want to see that breakout because if we can break above that level, that would be a nice little reversion for META. So yeah, hopefully you don't get Zuck in this vortex. But if you do, I hope you're making money on Meta because this curl was gorgeous.
Bro, I don't know what's going on with these prints today, but I'm sitting here waiting on RX. It's crossing multiple times and I'm not getting the print. RX, I'm back into this one reason and one reason only. Got to VWAP. It's strong on the day. There we go. We wet our beak there, so we'll set up a little bit higher on this one. I'm going to wait at 65s next and come what may. Now, again, RX, only reason I'm involved in this name, despite the fact that it broke patterns, I'm trying to catch a bit of a bounce off a predictable level of support. I'm talking about the volume weighted average dang price. So now we're waiting, as I mentioned, mid to low 60s. I also did get my dollar cost average on IBRX. Again, this one was VWAP, so I front ran it. I front ran it at 4. That was above the volume weighted average price. Now the 20 exponential, which I perceive this one to be following, and VWAP are intersecting. So we'll have to see. This one, if it holds, fantastic. Maybe we can get something in and around that 415. Otherwise, as I mentioned, this is my out. This area trough right here. If it makes a lower low below that, why on earth would I hold it? And it's showing me lower high, lower high. Right now, we don't have a lower low, but if we get something below that, that is a lower low, and that isn't a trade for me. So that's what we're doing right now on IBRX. I'm looking for this technical area of support to hold up and move to the high side. Now, I'm not expecting explosions or anything like that through that 4 1/3, 427, which is the high of the day, but that's why we're looking at scalping on this bad boy. Back to RX. Where the hell is it at? Okay, here we go. Now it's coming back into 60s. Where are we long? 50s. All right, so let's see if this one wants to cross. Again, this one is a VWAP hold play. Simple as that. I'm feeling all sorts of FOMO right now on QBTS because this thing keeps going higher and higher and higher. Let's bring it in, have a look, because we were waxing poetic, to use an Adara term, at that $7 area, which is where I perceive for us to have had a very well-established area of resistance. You got to go all the way back to January 8th for anything above $7 as a close. Now, mind you, you've gotten wicks. Case in point, January 22nd, you wicked up, and then look what happened. You tanked. This one again, on the 24th, you wicked up above 7, you dropped. And then that was basically the last time we even had a dalliance with 7. I mean, we tried to test it back on the 14th on Valentine's Day. That failed. This is the local high here, guys, into the 6.89 cents, the 24th. So I'm very, very interested in the $7 level and how it, how we trade above that level. Obviously, I'm more interested in this level right here and how the shorts may or may not get squeezed between 8.5 and 10. But in order to get that, we got to clear 7 first. So let's not count our chicks before they hatch, so to speak. So now that's what I'm keeping my eye on. I've already got the alerts. I'm pleased this punch with the trading today. Appreciate you, Dara. Now we just got another print right now on RXRX. I'm looking for that next one at 65, and then I'll be layering my orders into that $0.75 area. Let's have a look at IBRX, because this is the more precarious of the trades. Where are we long? We're long 96s. We're showing 99s. This is going to have to hold this level. Now, it's got a higher low, so if you perceive this area to be an area trough, well, that is good news. It doesn't mean it's an area trough. It just means it's good news because this is a lower low, so this would make this the higher low. We'll see. We'll see if that holds or not. Let's talk about JTAI for a minute here, because this is the bamboozler in chief. Now, this one did breach VWAP, right? But VWAP is dynamic. Price action support and resistance, especially established price action support and resistance, is not dynamic. That is a static level. And lo and behold, even though it did breach VWAP over here, it did hold this area trough. So it made technically a higher low. So JTAI, despite the fact that it's very bamboozling and definitely has a lot of resistance around that $0.33, definitely at 40s, I'm still very interested in this one because this one can get crazy. It can get parabolic, especially if we can take out local levels of resistance there. I'm not quite ready to get into it yet. I don't need to be first in order to trade well on this one, but I'm keeping my eye on it. You better believe it will remain on the side chart. That is until, of course, it loses $5, at which point I will no longer be interested. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on now. QBTS. Doing that new dance, says Sean B. Bro, I know it. I'm keeping it on one of the side charts over here, but it is currently at highs, give or take. Allow me a minute just to add this bad boy into the watch list so that it updates. For whatever reason, the software doesn't update when I don't have it on the watch list. Okay, there goes 7. So we were talking about 7, Adara. Now 702 is the new high a day on QBTS. I want to see how we trade up here. Again, I really want to emphasize this. We've had a long established area of resistance here at 7 on QBTS. I want to see how we trade up here. If history is any guide, and with trading, usually it is, we usually sell off into this area, and we have been doing so since basically the start of the year. The last time, again, Adara, we've been up above this level on a closing basis was back on January 7th. We traded there for a bit on the 8th, but we were on our way down. So that's the look right there, guys. Hope everybody's doing well. Let's have a look here on IBRX because I'm waiting for some prints on this bad boy. Nice up move we go. It's time to wet the beak over here on this name. We'll extract some profitability, and then we'll wait for 10s. Adara, what do you got over there?
Extract that profitability, Sharif. Go, Sharif. Yeah, I am not in any trades right now. Like I said, today has not necessarily been my day thus far, but guess what? The day's still going, so we're going to be patient. MSTR, I'm going to give you hard side eye. Is my side eye? Because what are you doing? So I waited this so patiently for an hour. I'm like, oh, I have no reason to leave. Then we break the 15-minute. I get waked out. I respect that. That's fair. I'm cool with that. Do your thing, MSTR. But then I'm like, oh, maybe we'll get this breakout of 335, a level that, as I mentioned, it historically has a bit of a time with. We don't get that 335, then we reject violently. We're basically back to my initial entry in the short. I'm like, MSTR, are you kidding? Now, I do not. Oh, apparently Apple has debuted its new
it came out early.
iPhone 16e.
Was it supposed to be 1 o'clock?
I didn't even realize there was a time on it, but apparently Sharif showing me iPhone 16e.
$599, Adara, $100 more expensive than the previous version.
Really? I have to. Okay, Obi's being sarcastic because he's an Apple hater. But I want to give not a shout out to my SE. Oh, I'm going to close my notifications.
They got rid of the home button that you've been complaining
Oh my God.
about.
Okay, Sharif hears me talk about this. So my iPhone SE home button broke on me legit within a month, 2 months of me getting it, and I had a case on it.
She drops her phone. I've seen her drop her phone.
But it dropped in a way where it should not have broken. And I looked it up, Sharif, and people break that button in the exact same way. So you know what that is? It's a hard chung for me over there.
Tell Timmy C.
Gotta tell you, not Timothy Chalamet, Tim Cook. I gotta tell you, Tim Cook, like, hey, no, don't do that. But yeah, going back to stocks, I'm still staring at MSTR, giving it the hardest side eye of all time. Now, do I want to get back in? At this point, not really. Not even because I'm bitter, just because it's not giving me a reason to. But if it does give me a reason to, then I would potentially be interested. And by reason, I just want to see a break at 332s. Because I got short 332.40. I don't think it's broken below 332 since I've gotten in. But Neil's ready for his lesson of the day. And without further ado, got to take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Adara, lesson of the day. I always have to make sure I'm not muted at the last second. Now, lesson of the day, I'm going to make it a double because it's impossible not to want to talk about the quantum name. So I'll get with what I was going to say about playing or having the ability to play in both directions. I shouldn't say specifically playing in both directions, but being open to the idea that you can like something as a short trade or a long trade, and that something can happen in the market that makes it a reverse for you, that makes it distinctly different. I think SMCI was the best example of that. Admittedly, the jerk chicken was really, really good. I didn't get the break. I wasn't really prepared for the break at the moment that I was getting my lunch and eating, but SMCI, we know the reason. I mentioned the reason why I like this short. It's a multi-day runner. You see that multi-day gap up, and then you already failed a 60 even high once, twice, lower high. So it's a simple opening setup trade where if the sellers win at the lower high, at the 60, short it. Intel did exactly the same thing the other day. We talked about that on the other day, meaning Friday, not yesterday. It was a similar principle, multi-day runner. If we fail, it was a little bit different in that it showed some more strength there, and you had to be more patient with it. SMCI was a lot easier. But same thing, like just that flush and then eventually continuation. Now, difference being Intel just continued to the downside. SMCI did something different. I think we can all understand that if you bounce off of a prior day high and then break out the top, that's a long continuation play. That is prior resistance turning into support. If you do that after a huge reversal candle like this and liquidity grab, it's even more bullish. And I was saying this in the moment. Now, why I'm making it the lesson of the day is, well, there was a breakout trade available to you. Maybe I'll get like a reversion bounce long or something like that. But the other side of this could be, if this is so bullish, why wait for the breakout? There's a wedge that you have here. I'll draw it for you. Make it simple. There's a wedge into VWAP. When it breaks that wedge, you can have a long right in here at 59.40. That's about 50 pennies worth of risk to the prior little support low on a stock which is already put in a $5 range or $4.50 range on the day and has basically done that kind of a range every single day. And you can risk 50 cents going into that reversal long. So oftentimes, you know, like, okay, fine, breakout trade would have worked too. Take the local break, you make like 60, 70 cents, maybe even like $1. Or there's always the availability here for the reversal once you've determined that's a bullish looking sub. So I was out of the short essentially when it broke this, but the long trade is going to be there. And that's sort of the idea. Like you don't want to have your bias get the best of you. You also could have shorted it back at the $60 level. There were more opportunities in there for SMCI. But the gist of it to me is, despite the fact it was like my number one idea for a short trade, it'll be my best stock, there was a long earlier than what I anticipated once we knew that's a reversal. That is a bullish looking reversal candle off the prior low, should find longs a little bit sooner. Now, the second thing I wanted to mention is these quantum stocks. Now, unless you're under a rock in the last hour, you guys have all seen what's happened to IonQ, Rigetti, QBTS. All I want to quickly point out, and Oba and I were just talking about this as we were having our lunch and all that stuff, or finishing the morning show as well. Look for simple continuation plays. I'm not that dude that wants to be chasing Rigetti up at 1150, hoping it breaks that out. But what you can find is look where this pulls back to. Easy peasy off of VWAP, consolidation, higher break. That's a simple trade that you can now get Rigetti long with 15 cents worth of risk, and we all know what Rigetti can do. And if you think that one is good, look at QBTS. So there's your volume spike on the Microsoft breakthrough. There's it making the high. This is now 15 minutes later. You don't have to have all that FOMO or go crazy. All you have to do is be patient with this. Why? The prior high is $6.20. Yesterday's high is $6.20. Well, not the high, but resistance off the morning rush. You have essentially what amounted to a double top that broke out on a piece of news. Then you have it pull back on this 3-minute chart, bounce off that level almost clean to get back to the high, go right back down to that level again, and then slowly creep along before breaking out. The level of patience you could have for that move, now I wasn't looking at QBTS, obviously, but the level of patience that you can have with a move like that to essentially get your one entry when, I don't know, however you want to do it. Like personally for me, like I would look at it something like this and just say, okay, it's got this. Once it breaks this trend, you just take that breakout here. That's about 6.30. Your stop's 15, 20 cents. Again, like Rigetti, you know the stock can move $1, so your risk to reward is going to be good. And you don't have to get out of pocket with your trade. And I could throw up IonQ as well, and it wouldn't be anything, whoops, that's Blue Ocean. Shout out to Blue Ocean for IonQ. Well, now I'm going to have to pivot to throwing that up on another chart so we can do this for real again on the black chart. Because IonQ is basically the same thing. And oftentimes, the reaction to news is a FOMO style trade because they're like, oh my goodness, it's going, it's going, it's going. You do not want to be the exit liquidity for all those algos. Another stock pulls into an obvious level. So we've had VWAP on Rigetti. On QBTS, you have it pulling back into what was morning range resistance yesterday, pre-market resistance today. On IonQ, where does it dip into? Basically just, prior high and prior close? Yeah, that's not a level at all. That's not a place that you should be obviously looking for a technical bounce, and then it gives you the same reversion trade right back into the top. Again, risking 20, 30 pennies for a $1 move. You do not have to have these crazy crazy predictions as to what is going to happen next in the market. Oftentimes, like, we try to outsmart the market by being like, this is going to go here. Rigetti's going to go up for the rest of the day. IonQ's going to go up for the rest of the day. You know what? I don't care. I would just rather get an execution where if it goes down, I lose 20 cents, 30 cents. If it goes up, you make 50 cents to $1 in the move. Something like SMCI, which is still strong. It doesn't matter. I don't have to predict where it's going to go for the rest of the day. How about just if it fails this lower high and holds, I can short the 60, giving it the top. And I can play it to the pre-market lower, I can play it to there. And if it ends up holding one of those lows and breaks out the top, it also can be a long. Who cares? You don't have to predict what direction the stock is going to go from the open to the end of the day close. All you have to do is find a price area that you want to trade at with a reason to go in its particular direction and have an out. And sometimes it can be both. With the case of SMCI, it could be both. In the case of those quantum names, it can just be, forget about the FOMO. You had 20, 30 minutes that you could have worked into a long on that pullback. And a couple of them, I think, gave you a very, very tight risk. So I'm kind of mad that I wasn't paying more attention. Although I will say this, that jerk chicken was absolutely fire. And I still haven't even finished my salad. Adara, I'm just throwing this out there. You probably don't want to try the jerk chicken. I'm not saying it's ridiculously spicy for me. It's like maybe like a 3 or 4, but you might want to, maybe have a small bite just to taste it, but don't scarf it down or anything. It's pretty spicy. There's your lesson of the day, everybody. Good luck trading during lunch, and go SMCI.
Thank you very much, Neil. All right, guys, JTI broke out above that $0.50. We're involved. I've scalped out a little bit over here. Now I'm waiting at the high side of 60s. There is a seller in the low to mid 60s changing their position, sometimes at 64s, sometimes at 65s. They're stacking the ask. So we're going to have to see whether we can break through it or not. So I've taken out a little bit over here. Anything below low 40s, I'm out. This is going to have to maintain its momentum. I'm not looking at dollar cost averaging and, digging myself a deeper hole on this bad boy, because this could find its way right back into 6 quick as you like. So JTAI, where are we long? 56s. I've scalped up like 10 pennies at the best there. Looking for a little bit higher over here. Let's see if this one wants to break into that $0.75 area. That's where I'm waiting. Boom, moves into 70s. Now it's got a seller at 70. Let's see if this one can continue. It's having a lot of trouble taking out these levels. So I'm a little concerned that it can mean revert. We can see a topping tail candle quick as you like. We did take out some selling though in the mid 60s, but they, reinstitute their position. It's not a problem for them. So packing my patience on this one. Anything below, as I mentioned, mid 40s, I am gone on this bad boy. Still holding IBRX, Adara. How you doing over there?
I'm doing well. We're in this MSTR short right now. Now, MSTR and I have a bit of a history. No, I'm joking. It's not really history. I want to clarify, because people were mentioning they have different experiences trading the stock. I will admit MSTR is very slippy when it comes to slippage. It's very volatile, but it's also become one of my favorite stocks to trade lately. I would say I have MSTR side chart up at its book up pretty much every day, because it is one of those rare spready tickers that gives you something pretty much every day. So I like to watch it. So again, I got short here this low of daybreak because I liked all these little boop boop at that 332.40s. I gave it 2 points, which was fair because those are the prior bar highs. We get stopped out, then it immediately breaks. So I was like, you know what, Adara, no trade, no cry, get back in. And I'm very pleased. I'm risking a quarter of what I risked the first time because we have more data. Now, what more data do I have, you may ask? Well, as mentioned earlier, my previous entry was 332.40s. So I was willing to re-enter the short at that price. But then I noticed we can't even get to 332.40. So I say, you know what, Adara? Get short 332s, which we are giving you a bit anemically, and then risk to that 332.50s. Because if we know you can't get to 332.50s, that to me makes sense as an area to get involved. I am pleased as punch with that entry as of right now. Just made a new low of day, and no, this big old wick does not count because this big old wick was not real. I saw it happen. Now, for profit taking, lately what I've been trying to do is just kind of chill. I had a trade yesterday on MSTR. It was a nice trade off the open, and there were way too many profit takers. Like, it looks like a child, like,
stabbed a crayon with this thing, so I'm trying to breathe a little bit. That being said, I will be taking off probably 70% around 330s. Why will I be taking off 70% around 330s? I'm going to use my old handy trade ideas to show you, or trading view. Look at this 3. Would you look at that, to use that meme that Obi's always quoting? Rejection, 331. Rejection. We have this beautiful breakout. Then we come back yesterday. Reject, 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 breakout, and then today, potentially bounce. So I want to be very cautious of that level. That is what I'm doing here in M to the S, to the T, to the R, about, 70 to 90 cents in the money, depending on what side of the bid or ask you're looking at. Lily also kind of coming into an interesting area, so still watching her from afar, but not willing to dance with Mademoiselle quite yet. Meta cannot get over that hump just above 706, so I'm not watching this unless maybe for a short, but I want to be patient there. Just chilling with my mister.
JTAI broke out, guys. I got right back in at 59s, and we scalped into 90s on this wall, a little bit below 90, but it's having trouble, so topping tail into 7. And look what we did prior. This is not a shock that we're going to have selling in and around here. Somebody clearly was offloading a position in and around $7. It doesn't have to be exactly 7. As I mentioned, when you're picking something up off support, there's other people that are going to be more exuberant than you. They're going to have their orders ahead of yours. So sometimes it doesn't make its way down into support. Likewise with resistance, it doesn't have to make its way all the way up. Right now I have top wick on this bad boy, and it's putting in an ugly topping tail candle on the 5 in much the same way that it did over here. JT Dang AI. It's a bamboozler. You're going to have to be super quick with it. The money fill, obviously, was this 580 area. You don't have to be a chartered market technician to see that it held up twice in and around 580. This is why I suck as a trader. I could have put that 580 order there and then, given it to the $0.75. Alas, I did not. So we're looking to scalp here near the highs. Now, let me tell you, we still have technically a lower high. So even though this one is on one currently, looking to take out 7, if you were to base it off the previous area high, which is 715, this 695 is technically a lower high. So definitely still a little bit of, a bit of pressure to the high side here on JTAI, but this is in play. It behooves you to use resting orders as well. I had resting orders, hence why I was able to get top wick on this one, because it doesn't hang out in the price level for all that long. That's just the nature of these beasts. They move awfully quick, and unless you're Speedy Gonzalez or whatever, you're not going to be able to catch these. Well, I can't. Maybe you can. So I'm keeping my eye on it because right now it's putting in another higher low here on the 5. So the previous low on the previous 5-minute candle was 47s. The current one that we're on right now, 65s. So we've got higher lows, even though we have pressure from the top side here at around 7. I'd say the pressure really comes in fast and furious in the mid 80s to low 90s. JTAI on one right now. Definitely looking at getting back in. Just got to get in at the appropriate level. So I think if we squeeze above 715, all hell is going to break loose. As we've talked about, there is definitely an interesting level in and around there on JTAI that we've been holding for a period of months. And here we go again. So the buying coming in really aggressively. Low 90s we go, and pressure comes in again, pushing us back down in the 80s. But this one could be breaking out now as I watch the amount of volume come in on JTAI. Higher lows in play as well, guys. This one is on one. If you like small cap gappers, this has to be one of your focuses right now. But I'm about to get stopped out of my other position here. IBRX just lost VWAP. That is not what I want. That is now we're about 5 pennies out of the money on this one, and I just got stopped out of that one. So IBRX will take our first L on the day. Keep your eye out on that one. I'm not interested in picking it up unless and until it gets above that 4 1/5. So we've had higher lows, umpteen amount of higher lows on IBRX since, allow me a second over here, since this area over here, which got into about 415. So it's been a symphony of lower highs on IBRX. So somebody with, with intent looking at pushing this bad boy down. Now it's breaching VWAP. However, if you're still involved, I would say to you, 380, that's the area trough that we kind of double bottomed off. Previously to that, we had We had resistance at around 380. That took us to around 940 and 945. So even though I got stopped out here, I'm still interested in this bad boy if it does hold that 380, 375, and then curls back up. Back to JTAI, because this one's still talking about taking that $7 area. We do have a double top, though, on the 5-minute. 695 high, 695 high. So 2 candles in a row right now on JTAI on the 5-minute chart, topping out at 95s. So even though I didn't see the selling come in on the level 2 in real time, I can tell you that there is a seller of a note at 95s, obviously, because we've topped out there twice. Keeping an eye on this one, Adair. What do you? Oh, we have a super chat.
Oh, yeah.
Tuan Vu, 500 something or another. We'll find out what that is in a second. What do you guys think about LAES for today's quantum play? Great question. One name that we know very well on the show, as we've reported on it many times. LAES. Let's have a look. Show yourself.
Reveal yourself.
Yeah, clearly. All right, so what are we doing on the day here, Dare? We got 14%, 13.74%, it's a $3 name. We're still below local highs, obviously, so you're definitely going to encounter some local resistance into that 4.25, 450. Let's flip to the 5. This is the 4-hour currently on LAES. Okay, so it looks like this is as if it's respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. And it doesn't have to stay that way now that it's kind of topped off at that $3.50 area. But as you can see, since we broke out beginning of the show at 11 o'clock when we got that quantum news, I don't know if it was on Rigetti or what, but this one rocketed up and it's been respecting the 10 exponential ever since then, both on a close and a wick basis. However, this is the most prolonged area of consolidation we've had since that breakout at 11. So does it mean that it respects the 10 exponential every single time? Probably not. Does it do it this time? It might. We'll keep an eye out on that one. I like it possibly a little bit of a deeper retracement, maybe that 3.25, give or take. But we did have that short report on T-Doc.
I was just thinking about that.
Just to let everybody know.
Yeah, so there's a short report from a short seller I've actually never heard of before called Blue Orca Capital. And I'm just going to read you guys the whole tweet. We are short Teladoc Health, and then they have the ticker, which is TDOC, because evidence shows that patients on the BetterHelp platform pay for mental health therapy from licensed therapists, but with meaningful frequency, they unknowingly receive, quote, therapy from AI. We think this is rotten. So I want to read more about this report here. Apparently, you have to actually give your email to read the report. So, I might be short Blue Orca for that. I don't like that. Because I do have to shout out, RIP Hindenburg. The guy's still alive, don't worry. But the company is not. He decided to close it. So Hindenburg, though, you didn't have to log in to do anything. Same with Hunter Brooks. So I do have to give a little bit of a Brian Nichols shrug or side eye there to our friends at Blue Orca. I also want to thank Shahar for the super chat. Great channel listening all day. First YouTube donation. Well, Shahar, we are honored to be your first YouTube donation. We are pleased as punch. And we thank you very much for your support for the channel and everybody's support for the channel and everyone for being here.
No question. No question about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we do over here. MSTR. Like, Michael Saylor and I are going to have words. No, I'm joking. But my strategy with MicroStrategy, I guess now known as strategy, was I liked this low of day breakdown short. It wicked me out the first time. Try it again. Now, I knew this was going to be a little bit of a tricky one because, and I'll pull up my trading view again so I can show you guys, just because I have the line written up. That is my pal Lily. But look at this line in MSTR. This has been huge support resistance over the last few days, this 331 level. I was like, well, maybe it'll be 330 will be a better level, so I'll just wait. Yeah, that didn't happen. I went from over $1 in the money to out of the money in a second. But then MSTR was like, oh, actually, never mind. I want to keep pushing lower. And I was like, thank you, MicroStrategy. We appreciate your service. That being said, I still want to recognize the fact that it does like that 331. So I'm going to be taking out 30% of my position there. The rest, though, I actually don't have like hard profit takers on. I want to wait and see what happens. I was involved in the same yesterday, and I traded it long, and I traded it short. So I know what levels it kind of respects. That 328.30s actually would be interesting. I would definitely be looking to take some profit out there. What I found, though, with regards to, I think sticking to your plan is huge, but what I'm trying to do is I continue to evolve as a trader. The parts of my plan that I should be emphasizing the most, okay, we just got a piece out, let's go, are going to be my entry and my stop. My profit takers, or I'm going to be a little bit more, I don't want to say loosey-goose with it, but I want to, as long as the trade's still working, I don't want to force myself out of the trades. I do not want charts that look like crayons because I have so many outs that I've just like stabbed with it, right? I want to make sure I'm breathing, taking my time, and just chilling out in the trade.
MSTR, my stop is still, I haven't moved it. It's still 332.50s, and I'm comfortable keeping it there because of how violent this one has been today. I would love to see us Michael Saylor away with some profits, but unfortunately, it has been so loosey-goosey that I think you've got to keep these stops a little bit loosey-goosey in response. So I always love this here. I'm trading like MicroStrategy. You're trading the small cap. Very distinct worlds over here, distinctly different styles of trading. But if it works for you guys, it works for you. So shout out to everybody here in the chat. Come on, Nvidia push, says Mad World.
Show yourself.
We'll take a look at there. Show yourself, Nvidia. Nvidia, as I mentioned earlier, was kind of chilling. I still see it as kind of chilling, but I now see even clearer support in this 3-minute here at, what is this, 139.50s. And we just kind of made a higher low, but also a lower high. I think, as someone said here, push, I think Nvidia has to choose a direction. I don't know if it has yet, so I will say with Nvidia, be patient, wait and see what happens. I think if we make a higher high here off that 140 area, of course, 140 a pretty key level, I think that would be a great look. And I have to shout out Joe, who I know is a trader of Nvidia. Go, Joe. Sorry, guys, I'm not really trading Nvidia or any of these Mag 7s. I did have eyes on Meta, but it hasn't done anything for me. I really have moved towards basically purely trading my spready stocks. I don't want to change my strategy for the sake of the show. So speaking of strategy, we are still in that short. We're going to see what happens there. But I do want to shout everyone out. JCB Sports Card, before I send it back to Sharif, saying, hey, y'all, Bat, did I miss any catalyst causing this to get so much volume? You did not miss any catalyst, JCB Sports Card. We do see sometimes with these small caps, once they kind of have those parabolic moves before, they do get some retail attention. And Bat, I guess, is back up to bat there, taking its turn at the small cap gapper mill. This analogy ran out of steam. How are you doing?
Okay. Good look right now on JTAI.
Yes.
We're back involved in this one. Let's see if it wants to take 7 again. I'm layering the orders. We're showing mid-90s. I'm long, low 80s. Here we go. Let's take out a little bit over here. See if this one wants to weasel back up. Showing me 95s now. We're layering in front of 7s, but the print is not forthcoming, so this one did topping tail into 7 1/3, 738 technically, but it did hold the previous high or the previous low. So the previous low on the candle of 1215 was 65s. This one held 69, so technically a higher low. Let's see if this one wants to squeeze back into the high side. As I mentioned, I'm waiting the high 90s, but this one's got a seller in the mid 90s, so we're unable to take any more prints, and I don't want to take any more out over here and exhaust all the outs. Andre, I missed that. Sorry, brother. What'd you say?
Ad read.
Ad read. Okay, you got it?
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, sorry. We will hear way more about JTAI there after we hear about concussions. Thank you to our sponsor, OGEN here, Orgogenics, because each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Orgogenics, OGEN is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Orgogenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today, and I do apologize to Orgogenics for my mispronunciation of your name, but shout out to OGEN generating some awesome treatment there for concussions. So that is serious business. So shout out to O, the G, to the E, to the N, and I will send you back to your small cap.
Yes, no worries. All right, so we took in everything, or sorry, not everything. We've taken out almost everything, 2 more outs. It's back into my entry. My out will be exactly where I said, 69s, because, well, obviously I'll have to lose a little bit there, but that is the previous candle low. So if it doesn't hold the previous candle low, then I want no smoke. So let's go ahead and throw that bad boy on there right now. We're going to go ahead and wait at 67s. You know, give it a little bit of room, whatever. No big deal, no big deal. So we'll throw that bad boy there. In case this one flushes, I've given it about 10 pennies worth of spread. Now, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, these small cap gappers, they can take out levels, and I'm talking about 5, 6, maybe 10 levels in a row. What does that mean? Each price here is a level. So 87s, 88s, 89s. With these small cap gappers, when they get a big seller of note, they can wipe out, like, say, 5, 6 levels in a row. So unless your spread on your stop accounts for that, accounts for the possible illiquidity that could result in an event that somebody big sells, you won't get stopped out. And then you'll be sitting there with your stop just showing up on the screen, not having triggered. So avoid that kind of bad trading habit and give yourself a good amount of room in between your trigger price and your stop price. I really can't stress that enough. So we're a little bit out of the money right now on this bad boy, but we've already taken some profits into 7. So I'm feeling comfortable. Even if I do get stopped out, it's all good there. We won't give too much back. So again, it's going to have to hold this area right here. As you can see, there we go. Just got stopped out. And I hope everybody watched that in real time. And if you didn't watch that in real time, please rewind and look at exactly what happened there. It took out all the levels in a quarter second. And that's what these small cap gappers can do. They can take out levels very aggressively. So if you don't have proper stop placement, proper techniques for your stop placement, you won't get triggered and then you'll be out of the money even more. So make sure you are thinking about that if you're going to trade these small cap gappers. Now, I'm interested in possibly getting in and around again on JTAI, even though I don't want to give too much back here, at around 650 to 640. The reason I say that is because there was a whole lot of chop and churn with that 640 acting as resistance. We've cleared it by substantial amount, having gone to 738. So almost $1 clear of it. Now, do we use it as support on the way down? I don't need to be first. I don't have to have a resting order at 640, at 650 in order to get in. What I need to see is drop down to that level or anywhere around that level, find buying, and then move back up. By definition, you give some profits back by doing that because you don't have the best price. But that's fine with me. It's a trade-off I'm willing to make in order to get that confirmation. So I'm keeping my eye on JTAI right now because it's the best looking one so far. Sadly, a lot of the ones that I was looking at are no longer tradable. Let's bring in the side charts and complain about them.
Let's do it.
Right, OSRH below VWAP, not tradable under my system, and it's been putting in lower highs too. This one looks like it's gonna flat bottom break through that 7.25, maybe $7. I'm talking about OSRH. IBRX got stopped out of that one for the remaining amount. It's also putting in lower highs and looking like maybe flat bottom breakish there through 380, 375. So that displeases me. RXRX as well gave up the ghost at VWAP. It gave up the ghost at price action support, and now it's trading into local area lows. So that one displeases me as well. JTI, you guys heard enough about, so I'm not going to wax poetic about that. SLDB, this is the one that I feel very bad about myself for not having traded. I can kind of make myself feel a little bit better in the sense that I complained about the fact that it was an inside day. And I didn't know how we would react once we got into the highs, because you have to make the assumption there are bag holders holding this from yesterday at 7.5, 7.75, even 8. This one weaseled all the way up into about 840. So that was my concern about this one. It looks like that concern was unwarranted because it continues to trade with higher highs and higher lows. In fact, much closer to the highs is SLDB than it is to the lows. So I think I got that one wrong. The one that I even got worse wrong is this one, HIMS, a bit of a more expensive one. This one I started looking at like $69. It got all the way up to 73. So this was a bull flag breakout. I mean, you don't need to be a chartered market technician to see this. Big move up, directional, that's the flagpole, and then we actually have the flag itself. And this is this consolidation area over here. And again, look, it looks clean. It looks super clean with the lower highs, and then you get the decided trend break. I know Neil always draws these local trend lines connecting area highs and area lows, and if they break the trend, he gets at a dodge. I didn't do that. Should have done that with HIMS, was concerned about the price, didn't want to give too much back. That's on me. But it's still trading well. I'll submit to you an interesting area for support on HIMX, $70. Not just because it's the whole dollar level, not just because it's the $10 level, but look how many times we danced with 70 as resistance. We danced with it as resistance. And then we even consolidated a little bit at 70 once we reached it after dropping all the way back to 66. We didn't immediately break it. We had about a 15-minute area consolidation before this big boy candle came in here at 1140. So HIMS in focus, Adara. RSLS continues to be in focus. This one, though, a bit of a problem. Given the price, underline that, given the price, it has a wide range per candle. I've talked about this before. I'll talk about it again for those who don't know. That means, relative to the previous candles, I don't know what it had been doing before, the price ranges, the range, the top end of the candle to the bottom end of the candle is quite wide. So you need to account for that. Obviously, it's price-based. Relative, to price-based. You need to account for that with sound stop placement and sound profit-taking placement, your beak wetters. Why? That's the wrong one there. Because if you place your stop too tight, you will get wicked out, obviously, because it's got wide reach per candles. And then if you don't place your profit takers at a lofty enough level, you'll end up leaving a lot on the table, leaving a lot of money on the table. So I don't think anybody wants that. So keep your eye out on RSLS. It continues to trade at highs. And let's put some dang respect on this one's name, man. It's up 63%. I mean, it's $1.75. I get that. Not a lot of people like these ones. They call them penny stocks, whatever. But the fact of the matter is, it's got a predictable higher low situation with higher highs. $1.85 high day, Adara LePage.
Sharif, go real. No, I have to shout out, when you said penny stocks, fully reminded me of our friend, not our friend, but Jordan Belfort.
Jordan.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone knows that song by I think it's Wes Walker, but I be getting dirty money, Jordan Belfort. Anyway, shout out to that. Don't know why that's in my head. But yeah, shout out to penny stocks, and to completely flip the table, I'm still in MSTR. Now, my strategy on this micro strategy is to stay in this short until I get wicked out here on my stop on the 5-minute prior bar high. So with that in mind, and I have to say, I kind of love, you don't love it at the time, but you love it in retrospect. I love when stocks get to your stop, like kiss it, don't stop you out, and then come back to doing what they were doing, come back to the regularly scheduled programming. You know why? Because it tells you that that area is of interest. Okay, we just took out, we're about half out right now. I don't love that we're half out of this, but I knew I had to take some profit because, like I said, that 331 level was very potent. Please pretend I didn't say that word. And so because that 331 was so potent, thank you. I wanted to be careful of that. That being said, I have zero profit-taking ideas for MSTR until there's 328.30s at this point, now that I've kind of cleared a little bit of the runway. Why 328.30s? Well, as you could see here yesterday, this is the 15th. We bounced off it once. We bounced off it twice. We bounced off it thrice. And we make higher lows. So with that in mind, I like Sharif's hand gesture. It's great to be back here with you, man.
Hey.
Thank you guys for having me back on this desk. But with that in mind, I want to see that 328.30s. Once we break below 330, I'm going to start getting some profit takers ready. I want to get that beak a little drenched. But when you get the beak wet, you have to be very careful, Sharif, that you don't get rinsed in the process.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah, you don't want that, right? Don't do that. So that's going to be on watch there. Mark Westhoff saying, I'm glad she has not mustache. I'm also glad I have not.
Yeah, I'm
mustache.
pretty sure she's happy. I'm happy. Most people around here are going to be happy about that.
Sorry, I just got a kick out of that. I had to read that comment. Shout out to you, Mark. Also, I was joking about this to Sharif too at the time, but if you guys have seen our 500,000 subscriber video they put on YouTube and Instagram, and thank you guys to everyone for helping us get there and for being the reason we got there. I was saying to Sharif, it's so funny. There is a shot in that video where Sharif has no facial hair, and for a second, I was shook, and I knew him during this period. We were on this desk during the period.
Yeah, you're like, I forgot there was that period where you had no facial hair.
I'm telling you, my eyes like lit up. But yeah, shout out to 2 New York Cent. I'm happy to be back here with the energy. What are other people looking at in terms of tickers? Because I don't want to continue to wax poetic about my MSTR. AppLovin I've actually had up here, and you might be like, Adara, AppLovin? AppLovin honestly was probably earnings day 1 and day 2 for APP. I was telling Sharif about this. This was like probably maybe my trade of the month, like some of my favorite stuff I've ever looked at here. This APP, I had it up on my side chart for earnings day 3. It is not done, or I guess now it's day 4. It hasn't really done much for me, but I just think it's interesting. These higher highs, higher lows, kind of bouncing at VWAP, but not doing too much right now. But I just wanted to pull up APP. I think it's interesting too. This almost $500 ticker doing $2.5 million in volume on earnings day 4. So I got to give it props for that. I'm not looking at much else right now. Garmin is still uptrending though. Garmin, not a ton of volume, but I think it's one to watch out for, pun intended, because I do watch this. But yeah, I like these higher lows, higher highs, but not as pushy to the upside as I would like. Maxi Jr. has 14 shares of AppLovin, so shout out to you. That is a great look. If you had that before earnings especially, I mean, shout out. That is fabulous. They were like $30, I think, away from all-time highs. So we'll take a look at SoFi right now here for Anish. SoFi needs to break to the downside or the upside, because right now I have to say it does look a little bit hockey stick-esque, as the pal to the right of me, Sharif would say, because you've got this base, we have this VWAP projection, and then we have these lower highs with this bottom. Now, to be clear, the bottom is not as flat bottom as you might want for this break, but it's certainly pushing to the downside. I'm going to look at a daily on SoFi, because SoFi is a chart that I have to admit I'm not that acquainted with. This looks like a zigzag. We had this beautiful, I have to say, beautiful uptrend, Then we kind of crack it. We start making lower highs, lower lows. Then start of the year, we push to the upside, make this high, then putting back to the downside. So on a wider time frame, still, I mean, I think in the new year, we've got these higher highs, higher lows, but SOFI certainly removed from this clear resistance of 1850 on the daily chart. With that in mind, I have to go 10 to my MSTR because I think I should have moved to stop there, but I'm going to see how you're doing.
All right, man. We're just on one today with JTAI. Got in at 73s there. Scalp into the 90s. Got everything out. Then this one was continuing to be strong. Got in low 90s again. Scalped up on the break of 7. This one is trouble though. It has a lot of resistance at 7. I just won't be convinced otherwise. I wanted to hold north of 7. In fact, I actually had my next beak wetter right over here, right where I fat finger. Well, I didn't fat finger. I got in there on purpose at 7.15, but this one wasn't having it. And you can kind of tell with these small cap gappers after you trade them a while, once the tape starts slowing down, that you know the selling is coming in, right? A lot of the momentum with these small cap gappers really has to do with how the tape and the book are moving. When they flash a certain way, when the level 2 and the time and sales are really coming in aggressively, and I've mentioned this before, I use colors on my time and sales for a specific reason. I want to see buyer exuberance or seller exuberance. So on my time and sales, on every screen, whether I'm trading small cap gappers or not, when you see orange like you're seeing right now, right there, that is people buying above the ask. And what that tells you is that buyers are very exuberant to get in. When you see blue, that means people are selling below the bid. That means they want to get the hell out of there. So when I see flashes of orange coming in and, speed pick up, we call that tape teleportation, then I know that there is support for the move up. When I don't see that, in fact, when I see that and then it stops, I'm concerned. Because usually that means the sellers are coming in or the buying that was really pushing this one is drying up. In either case, I don't want to hold it, right? So that's why I got the hell out of there. And we've got top wick so far on this bad boy. I'm going to continue to try to trade this Adara because it really does feel like it's building in for that 7 break. It's putting in higher lows, whether you're looking at the 1 minute time frame or the 5 minute, the higher lows are definitely in play. With that, you could say the pre-market lows around 4 with, the after the bell low right at around 10 or so was at 5. Then we held 6 for a while there at the volume weighted average price. And now we've got an area low of 6.5. So I feel that the higher low situation is in play, but the selling at that $7 area is still overwhelming the buying into that page. Or into that level, excuse me. So I'm keeping my eye on it. Definitely interested in taking it more to the high side, but it's gotta set up the right way. Let's see what the chat is up to here. I haven't been looking. What's up, Obi? CVS has news. Obi says the director bought 30,000 shares. That's it.
At a price of $66.70.
Bought it at $66.70, 30,000 shares. It's breaking out. Oh, thank you for that call. And we saw CVS blow out earnings. Adara, they did really well, despite the analysts, really not feeling that was going to be the case. There's the spike up there. Obi, absolutely accurate. Appreciate that from the Obi. He is the one. Knob 66. We were hanging out. There he is, saying, "Oh boy," as he typically does.
Oh boy.
66. We were hanging out at high day right now. 67.17, guys. So good breakout there on CVS. I was going to look at the chat there. Apologize, I digressed. UCS FCU. Thoughts on IBRX? I'm in at 395, brother. I like IBRX. I like your entry, but I'm going to tell you this. My humble opinion is you get the hell out of there if it breaks this area low. I'm talking about that 380 area low. Now, I mentioned this already. This double top over here at the initial open, 377, essentially same crap as 380. Yeah, you know what I mean. I was going to drop the Katita Man liberties there, but I don't have that. The 380, guys, is what I'm looking at there. If it breaks that UCS, I'd get out of there. And besides, you've got lower highs, and it looks as if this might be also a flat bottom break. But let's not sing this one's or write this one's obituary quite yet. Let's see if it gets. But again, to answer your question, anything below this area here, get out of Dodge. What else we got going on? Airy pages, ups, UPS obviously, to instant transmission alongside teleportation. Ups?
Oh, I think just saying big ups.
Oh, gotcha. I appreciate you. Okay, I thought you were talking about UPS there. Can I tell you about my friend in law school? He was so funny because it was in England, right?
Yeah.
So he came from here because
like
there was like a 50 Canadians that were in the same law school, right?
nice.
Yeah, because they bring people from Canada. They recruit openly.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So hold on. So he's like, he was a little younger than me, so I'll give him a little bit of leeway there.
You told me that.
And he's like, yeah, we have this company over here in Canada too. It's called Ups. I'm like, bro, what did you call it, bro? Well, Ups. Anyway,
Big
he never
ups
lived
to
that
him.
down. He never lived that down.
some
And he
things
was
he does.
Russian, and the walls were super thin. He was always talking to his old man on like whatever Skype or whatever back in the day, like pa 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 ka, pa 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 ka, which means okay, dad in Russian.
But like
right?
over and over.
And over, so he was known as Ups and Papa Paka. Shout out to Papa Papa, whatever.
Papa Powell.
Having a good time. New York cents a dare. Let's see what he's saying up here.
Nice.
What are your thoughts on a short on Intel at 26? I'm gonna leave that one for you.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely want to look at that. To New York cents, I will get to that. I want to quickly talk about VZ though, Verizon, for our friend Cameron in the chat. So I literally responded to Cameron. I said, "Oh, look at this. I love this chart because I mean, we get our second pushback of the day here for VZ. Sharif, this is a flat top break if I've ever seen one. This is beautiful. Push to the upside. Flat top at 41.73s, I think. Higher low, higher low, higher low. Now we're chilling above the 90 MA. This is beautiful. This Verizon is communicating to me upside. Let's take a look at the 15-minute and the 30. We'll do the 30. Okay, so this is just straight up. I was going to see if there's any levels here. This has been on an uptrend for a while here for VZ. I'm going to see the daily chart if you have any resistance. Should we break out? Because I think one thing with breakouts that you really have to look at is, should we break out? Where do you want to take profit? Where are any levels? Because that's something, I remember I had an Eli Lilly breakout once and I was like, oh, this is dope. It's like, this is that $11 one. And I was like, but where do you take profit on it? Because when things are up so much, sometimes you need to see the bigger picture. For me, the bigger picture on VZ is this 42.25 area. We've had a couple wicks into that. If you want a little bit lower, I'm seeing that, I guess this 42 level in general, it's a whole dollar level. We've had wick after wick after wick into it. So I would say be cautious of 42. Should we break out? Then that 42.25 also seems like it could be a level. And you don't want to like say things could move infinitely. Verizon's already up, not even a point on the day, but just be aware there are some potential areas that you could watch out for on the daily. But then we have Intel short from 2 New York cent. I mean, I want to show it Obi because Obi has been the Intel whisperer as of late. He said bye-bye to Amazon. He's like, Amazon, who dis?
Wow.
And move it over to, no, I'm joking. I'm not trying to disrespect. This Intel, okay, 2 New York cent. I think I see what you're seeing. Correct me if I'm wrong. But like we got wick after wick after wick into this $2.72 level. And now we're rejecting, not only rejecting 26 Sharif, but we're also rejecting VWAP. I gotta say, I don't hate this as a short. I don't want to give no advice. And the thing is too, with this trade, I would say, if you're gonna give it, quote, real risk, I would say you kind of have to give to VWAP. So you're giving it 20 to 30 cents. So not insignificant, but keep an eye out for this one here for INTC, because I think if you break that 70s, there are some potential areas. That being said,
Give me my money, boy.
Give him his money. This is basically a one-to-one trade because you're risking 30 cents and you're making maybe what, like 30, 35. So I would be cautious of that. That being said, if it sets up, if it's good probability, get involved. Andre, what was the ad read for?
I got it.
Okay, perfect. Sharif has that. After that, I'll talk about MSTR because that thing has been wild to watch.
All right, calendar. We're gonna go into the calendar, Adair. All right, here we go. Allow me a minute, guys. I do apologize for trying to do that. Here we go. With an FDA-cleared proprietary database of over 77,000 brain images, Firefly is transforming healthcare with AI-driven diagnostics, providing a clear, data-backed understanding of brain health. After more than a decade and over $60 million in investment, Firefly is advancing commercialization of its brain networks analytics platform, BNA for short, bringing the technology to clinicians and pharmaceutical partners. Firefly is enhancing the diagnosis and treatment of conditions such as depression, dementia, anxiety disorders, concussions, and ADHD, while also accelerating drug discovery and early screening for conditions just like Alzheimer's. As Dara, I'm going to say this, I say it all the time, I champion that cause. Anything like that, obviously, we're going to give you the nod on. Just hope you succeed in what you do. We're talking about Firefly. Obviously, these conditions afflict my family. I don't know about yours, but that's the situation there. Adara, here's what I was yelling about.
Please tell us.
I'm sorry. But yeah, not Firefly, JTAI is on one, boy. New high a day into 745. We got long 709. Scalp. All the way up into 730. So pleased with this one. I'll get back in. I've been trading this one all day. I'll get back in, set up the right way. I'd like to see it defend a 7. I'd like to see it move back up, maybe into 740s, and then come back in and give me a predictable level of support. I'm talking about that $7 area. It's had all sorts of trouble staying above 7. I think this is the longest we've stayed above 7 since I started watching it on the day. So this one, on one right now, pleases dang punch. Let's see exactly what happens there. What? Are you kidding me?
What?
Neil? Is that real?
Huh?
Really? Oh, I thought he was going to be on the show. Oh, okay. Yeah, good thing I didn't say that out loud. I appreciate you sending me that, Neil.
He's on the show tomorrow.
What am I missing?
It's real.
Is Katina going to be here?
He's coming
He
in.
better be here, bro.
Who
Should
are
I
we-
say it? Should I say it? Should I say it?
What are we doing?
Brett freaking Favre is going to be on the show tomorrow, man. Adara's like, who? Sorry, Adara.
I mean,
He's a
football?
quarterback, yeah.
Okay.
Green Bay Packers.
Okay, he's Sean's boy then. 'Cause Sean
Obi,
likes
I
the
get.
Packers.
Go Sports. Well, I don't blame you too much. He's a quarterback, bro. You know that? You know that position? Brett freaking Favre is gonna be on the show tomorrow. Oh, I gotta tell my buddy. Oh, because he's an avid Green Bay fan. He's so annoying. I'm messaging him right now. Drew. Brett Favre is gonna be on my show tomorrow.
Good times. But yeah, that's
You can't
wild.
come. You can't come.
Some people are saying sell the news on that. That's pretty funny.
Oh man, Carlton 75068. Have you interviewed anybody like Brett Favre? Get out of here, bro. Anyway, so that's good news for us. Very excited, obviously, for that. Neil just texted me that in the chat. I thought he was just going to talk about Firefly. I thought he was invested in the company. He was going to go on CNBC, talk about it. Maybe that was it. No, he's coming on the show with
That's
me.
amazing.
Very pumped about that.
That is honestly, yeah, I'm really excited for that. I do not know Brett Favre, but I will have to look him up. I'll do a deep dive into Brett Favre. I'm also happy that he is not the football player dating Taylor Swift. So with that in mind, sorry, Travis Kelce, I can fully support you, Brett Favre. Also, you know what I support? Lily doing a breakout. A little chip chopped on my pal Lily earlier, and most of this chip chop had to do with the fact that the slippage on this was not good. I got long because we were kind of curling here. I liked how we were holding here with that. We were holding at the 90 MA at the time, and then what happened was I get in, it drops. That's how it goes with slippage sometimes. What I probably should have done was wait for the breakout of this 877, but I got involved about 25 points earlier based on levels I liked in the 15. That's not the point. The point is LLY is currently hanging out here. This 873.18s is holding on the bid. But the ask is creeping to the downside, which is a bearish look for me. So if the bid can kind of stabilize itself, if we push higher, I want to see us break above the 874s. I will risk a current bar low in the 15, which is 873.08. That is actually for LLY. For Eli Lilly, that is very reasonable RR. We're going to wait and see what happens here. I'm going to keep this order book up while we take a look at MSTR because I didn't get to tell you guys here. I actually got stopped out of this, but my issue here is not the stop out. It is the violence that happened in the book immediately after I got stopped out. So like I said, I was like, I have to move my stop. I moved my stop to the power bar 5, then immediately got wicked out. So I was short 332s, got stopped out here the last piece, 331.67. The stop was at 42, so a bit of slippage, but with MSTR, you have to expect that. That is not the issue though. The issue is I get stopped out. I'm gonna see if I can find the 1 minute because this was crazy. I looked it up and there was no news on this. Look at this 1 minute candle. This was real movement too. So we go up as high as 332.10s, then we wick as low as 330s, and then we push immediately higher. This is wild. I have no context for why we did this. I couldn't find any news on it, but MSTR looking like it was possessed and having this whole like, I don't know, I have to watch The Sixth Sense tonight apparently because MSTR, I don't know if it saw dead people, but I saw something on the chart. I also saw a reason to get involved in Eli Lilly, so I'm going to punch in to this LLY. Sorry to make you laugh there, Sharif.
That was good, Sarah.
How are you doing?
This is the guy right here, by the way.
We
We can show it super quick. That's the guy.
Nice.
So he ended his career with the Jets, but he played most of his life with the Packers. He went away for a little bit to the Vikings, where I think they went to the NFC
guys.
Championship. Yeah, the purple guys, exactly. But most of his life was with the green team, who Katina, I'm sure you know.
Those are his
loves.
boys. They're his boys.
Exactly. So Katina's going to be losing it tomorrow, man. Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
All right, guys, JTAI is absolutely on one right now. We are at highs, 777s, and I'm not talking about the airplane, baby, at the high of the day right now. I'm not punching in here, but we are really starting to move aggressively. We're up 90% now, about to take maybe 100 awfully soon. $8 in focus, 778 high a day. I'm gonna stop talking about the high a day because it keeps changing. 85s now. We'll see if this one can take out 8. Good movement here as we squeeze past that level. We talked about the shorts on JTAI. About 11.8% on a float of 1.87 million shares. So small float and a bit of a larger short float as well. So you've got both those factors working to your advantage here to kind of move this to the high side. We're almost at 100%. We are at the day's high right now. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. No question about it. People are yelling about SMCI. Wow, Smicky. It's at the day high, 64.50. SMCI is going. I was talking to some of the boys in the back. It's a pay for shorts type situation here on SMCI. Yes.
Wow.
Obi says it's always been that way, though.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, which is interesting. It shows you even on the floor here and with the company with, what's it called? What am I trying to say here? With real trading, it's highly in demand. So the shorts are definitely getting squeezed right now on SMCI. Let's show the chart. Here it is. It's been, wow, we don't have a red candle, Adira, on the 5 since 12 o'clock. So the better part now of 55 minutes straight Greensville, no pullback into the 10 as well. This was a beautiful flat top break at 60.5. Definitely didn't have eyes on that. I did have SMCI on the side chart, but I really wasn't, interested in trading it all that much. Just kept it on there as, something to keep there if there were no small cap gappers to my liking. So SMCI definitely on the high side right now and breaking possibly into local high. So keep an eye out for that. I'm still keeping my eye here on JTAI, trying to work into this one, but not going to do it quite yet. I want to let you know that there was a new small cap gapper that did work on its way into the scene here. It goes by the name EDIT, E-D-I-T.
Editas.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Editas Medicine, yes, good call. So we're going to take off RXRX and we're going to put in EDIT. So this one's trading at the highs right now, guys, or close to the highs. We just printed 244. The high of the day right now, there we go. The high of the day, is 244. We're printing 238. This one seems to be respectful. I would perceive this to be of the 20 exponential moving average. I'll show you guys on the side chart over here because I don't have my moving averages on e-signal quite yet. But this one did pull back after breaking that 2 1/3, did pull back into that 220, held the 20 exponential moving average, then made its way up into 244. So this one could be one of those ones that's destined for a 250 break. It's up 36%, 36.5%, and I'll give you the details on this one. So we'll find out the float and the short float. So larger-ish float, about 76.5 million shares, but an even nicer short float. 22.5% of the float for EDIT is being borrowed for short. So again, whatever technique you guys use to figure out where shorts may or may not be, employ it. I would say look at the wider time frame, look at local area highs and consolidation areas where there were where there was a lot of volume. So look for those big volume bars. So EDIT right now coming back down. I could be a buyer of EDIT at around 2 1/4 to defend that 20 exponential moving average. Good look here, Adara, as JTAI dances with 8. What do you got on that side?
I'm in Lily again here, and she's doing something. The spread is widening in a way I don't love because that suggests some more slippage. But I risk less than $1 on this. So even if I get slipped, it's not going to be world-ending. I will say with LLY, why I liked it as a long is we broke above this previous level of resistance at that 874 area. I got long 874, which is the bottom of the 15-minute candle, which was 873.08. We broke below it on the bid, to be clear, just now. We got to like 872 halves, But because of the spread, we're good. Now, the one thing that deeply concerns me, but not enough to get me out because I haven't gotten stopped out, is the fact that we're doing a bit of a creep on the ask here on 874. So when I say ask creep or bid creep, what do I mean? I like trading spready tickers, and with them, I like to whisper to it a little bit. I like to see what they're saying to me. And how do spready tickers talk to you? Well, like Sharif's tickers, his small caps are going to be like, they're yelling, they're very loud. But spready tickers are very quiet.
This is great, Adira.
They'll creep. So what do I say creep? Well, we were at 874 on the bid, and then 874.86 on the ask. And we just sat there. We just chilled there. And then we got to 874.82 on the ask, and then 80, and then 15, and then we started dropping, right? So when I see a slow, gradual move here to the downside, then I get a little bit worried we're going to drop. If I see a slow, gradual move to the upside, it can be a pop. Now, I want to clarify, a lot of this is also dependent on where we are in the chart. Like if we're at low of day and we start doing an ask creep, that is 100% a short to me. When we do it here, when we're in an uptrend, it's obviously a little bit concerning, but it's not going to get me out of the ticker. It just means I should be prepared for a little bit of shake and bake. We did get shaken, we got baked, but I'm still here because I didn't get stopped out. So please just punch for that. Thank you, Lily, for your $1.50 spread that saved me from getting wicked out of this. So we're like, 25 cents out of the money. I'm happy with this trade, risking less than $1, which is very rare to find natural areas to do that on Eli Lilly. Right now, to me, the area of resistance I'm seeing is that 874, basically 875. So if we get above 875s, I'm actually willing to add a couple shares, nothing cray-cray. So we're going to wait and see what happens. But yeah, I mean, I always love talking about spread. If anyone ever has any questions on how I read spread or what I do with spread, you can always ask me. I would love to do like a whole lesson there. Ostentatious Productions. Can you imagine Adira on audiobook reading Edgar Allan Poe? I mean, I would have fun doing that. I would enjoy myself. There, the Piper, sorry dear, but you're nuts, with a little face. Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with that. I'm happy to be here, right? It's so great to be back on this side of the desk. So thank you, Sharif, for having me here. Thank you all for being nice and having me up. Before I send it back to you, Sharif,
yes, ma'am.
Nvidia, I was saying, Nvidia's not that directional. I don't know what it's going to do. And Nvidia just was like, yeah, Adira, you think? Broke 140s. Broke 141s. We're almost at 141 halves, so I apologize to the Nvidia heads that I undoubtedly offended. I was just waiting for it to break out. It clearly chose a direction. That direction was to the upside. So shout out to anyone who was long Nvidia, including the person that put in the chat, come on, Nvidia, push. Clearly, Nvidia did push to the upside. I am pleased as punch for you. Congrats on that. Lily's probably going to stop me out here with this $1.50 spread, but I'm just going to chill because you know what? You can't be emotional in trading.
Absolutely.
I have my levels. I'm not going to get shut down on this, so we're going to wait and see what happens.
Very nice.
How you doing?
Good. We're in edit. Taking some prints here to the high side. I'm setting up now at 42s. It's showing me 40s as we try to work back into high days. Double top though, guys, on the 5-minute. Topping tail candles, double top at 244. I'm not exactly sure what that means. I wasn't watching it at that level, nor can I see the full size posted at 44 until we get a little bit closer. We're currently showing 39s. But all the hype, and rightfully so, is on this bad boy here. JT Dang AI, 837 high day. It's pulled back into 8. This thing's up almost triple digits. It's up 97%. The volume is really increasing here. We're closing in on 100 million shares. We're about 81 and a half, a little bit less than that. So keep your eye on this one. I don't think this one's done, man. It's still hanging out near the highs, but it's getting extended away from that 10 exponential moving average on the 5 that I use as an informal gauge of overbought and oversold conditions on these small cap gappers. I like to see them pull in a little bit closer to the 10, whether that means they consolidate for a little bit of time before moving up or they pull back. Whatever the case is, it's getting a little bit too far. And so what I mean by that is, I'll show you exactly what I mean. There's JTA, bottom left corner, and you can kind of see that green line, that highlighted green line there. That's the 10 exponential moving average. And when we get away from it on the 5-minute chart for these small cap gappers, I get a little concerned that we get a pullback. It's not a hard and fast rule that I live by, but it's one that I've perceived over the years that usually is true. So I'm keeping my eye out on this one. It's still doing the dance with 8. It's not really giving up 8 nor clearing 8 by all that much. If I had to choose, I think it's still heading to the high side, simply based upon the higher lows. So each successive 5-minute candle has a bit of a higher low here, so we haven't even got into the consolidation area of things quite yet. The current low on this 5-minute candle is 87s, where the previous one is 58. So you get it. Every successive low a little bit higher. That means buyers are buying it up at higher and higher levels every time. That translates to me anyway as buyer exuberance. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. I'm absolutely okay with trading it. It's got to set up my way though. I don't want to punch in at highs, even though it keeps going higher and higher and making me feel all sorts of FOMO. Now I'm waiting on edit here. Sorry about that, guys.
Sorry, I started chucking that.
Chuck. I got really criticized for singing the other day.
Really?
And Joe didn't back me up. So 42, I'm playing. 342 is what I'm waiting for right now, guys. We're showing 41s. Let's see if we can increase a little bit more. I'll be waiting at that 42s. All right, guys, we got the new tickers up, and you can tell Adara is back at the table because I see LLY. I'm just clicking LLY for you know what and giggles. So Lily up there on the poll, getting your vote now. Afternoon rundown with your boy Obi. He is the one. Kenobi Enya.
Yeah, shout out to that. And I have to say, I debated putting Lily on there, but she's up 2% and she did have a catalyst. Oddly enough, not a positive one. The catalyst on Lily was basically, they apparently filed with the SEC saying that if the Trump trade things that he wants to do go through, they actually might be in trouble. So that is not a great look for Lily. I do think it was a technical breakout though, and I'll show you why once again here. That basically we broke above this AVWAP from earnings beautifully there to the upside. I have to say that was a textbook spread breakout. I watched it happen. Like I said, I didn't take it because I knew I had to move over to this desk, and that's not an excuse. It is what it is. I learned a lot from just watching it. So I will stand by that, and that, you know, it is what it is. And what actually is great about that, you only have to risk $2 if you're risking to prior bar 15-minute low, and it gave you 13 points. That is a crazy trade. You get that. That's a once in a blue moon trade. So I'm going to journal. I'm going to aggressively journal about that Lily trade, even though I didn't have it. I got stopped out of the Lily trade I was just in for only 30 cents of spread or slippage. Because I was telling Sharif recently, Lily likes to give you some crazy slippage recently. I was in a Lily trade recently, $2 slippage. I'm like, girl, what are you doing? With like size where you don't want that slippage. I was like, okay. But anyways, not the point. LLY here. I liked this long breakout. It gave it to you for a second, then it didn't. It is what it is, you know. You can't get emotional about this. As Sharif's pal in the three-piece suit, Alfred, does say, you got to be dead inside for trading. MSTR, speaking of dead inside, I joked here that this one was communicating with some extraterrestrial beings or something, because I'm going to switch back to the 1 minute. Someone asked me in the chat, are you still short MSTR? I'm not, for one reason only, and it is this insane 1 minute candle. You can see a volume spike. I went on X because I knew people would be freaking out about this. I was correct. They were. Everyone is like, what is it doing? No one knows what it was doing. But I'm telling you guys, we were around 331s. We wake up to 332s. I got stopped out on the way up there. We get as high as 332, I think 20s on the ask. Then we get to 330s. We get to a new low of day in the same 1 minute candle. And then we go back to trading our regularly scheduled programming. I've not ever seen anything like that on a ticker like MSTR, and that includes when we have Bitcoin-related catalysts. So that's massive. That being said, if we break this 330, I'm actually cool shorting this again. The only thing that stopped me from getting back in is I don't have a good stop. I don't have a good stop level right now. So we're going to have to wait and see. I think shorting 330 makes sense. Maybe you short to the top, the current bar on the 5 minute or the 3 minute or 5, but I don't like doing that because at that point, it just feels like it's kind of arbitrary, especially with something that's as violent as MSTR. So I apologize for not being in any new trades here, guys. Just waiting to see anything set up. Lily, so my rules are I don't like going, and I kind of borrowed this from Obi, I don't like taking the same trade in one direction more than 3 times in one day. So I've taken 2 longs on Lily. By my rules, I can try a third. So if we break that 875 and things set up accordingly, I might try a third time on Lily, but I don't want to try just because my rules allow me to. I want to try because it makes sense to do so. I'm going to keep an eye on that. I also want to look at Celsius because I put it on our list of rundown vote tickers, and I actually forgot to look at it. Oh, okay, Celsius, get another pushback. Sharif, this is beautiful.
Okay.
I miss when this was like Sparty and $100 and I could trade it. Like, come on now. This is beautiful push to the upside. We make these kind of double, right now maybe a bit of a double top, but this gorgeous little swoop here, break below VWAP, ride that 90 MA, and then we'll have to see if we bounce off the 90 MA. If we break below the 90 MA with that double top, could be a bit of a short, but the way Celsius has been moving, I'm tempted to think we continue to ride that pony to the upside, chug that Celsius. I have to say, as an energy drink person, probably shocking no one, I've got a lot of Celsius in my fridge right now. So I like the new little baby cans they're doing because a lot of the energy drink brands are not doing little baby cans. So Celsius has small cans if you don't want like all the energy, if you just want like a little like of energy. So go Celsius. I'm going to send it back to Sharif.
Do you get good deals on them? Or do you get them wholesale?
Oh,
retail.
I go to 7-Eleven and I get whatever the best deals are there.
You get them on sale.
I love I get everything on sale.
Nice.
I love sales, but 7-Eleven weirdly always has a sale on pretty much every brand of energy drink. Usually Rockstars and Monsters, they're like, you get 3 for $7.50, so that's not bad. Rain and Bang, it's usually, you guys can tell I do this a lot. It's usually like 2 for $5.50. But yeah, I'm a 7-Eleven rewards member,
like it.
so I'm incentivized to buy. But yeah, so there are rewards. Celsius, though, I find a little bit harder to find. How are you doing?
All right, we're trying our hand at JTAI again. Let's see if we can take out some profitability here as it squeezes back up into the high side, showing 20s. It did defend 8, but it was like, kind of an anemic defend. Right now, it's got a bit of a hammer candle going on, but it doesn't have nearly as much buying pressure this time around. So we're going to give this one a little bit of room, but I don't want to give too much room and give back too much over here. So JTAI, bit of a hammer candle, breaches 8, and like there's somebody selling at 11s over here. You can kind of see that. So being a little bit careful, but you're not seeing that kind of movement to the high side again. So yeah, definitely either we're going to, kind of consolidate here as I was talking about with this extension away from the 10 exponential, or we're going to break down. It looks like we are going to break down over here. I like it all the way into 780, especially if it bounces off aggressively, like wicks down into 780, because this was a consolidation area. We'll see exactly what it does. We're out of the money right now. I was able to squeak out some profits. I don't know if adding into 8 here is the right move. I could add into 8, but this one does look like it does want to give up 8 for the moment. I don't know. I'm going to put maybe a little bit lower. That's exactly what I'll do. I'll throw it out over here. That way I'm able to get a bit of a better price if it does come down. So let's see exactly what it does. Dancing with 8 right now. I'm still involved in edit, but I don't think I'll be involved for too much longer because we're 5 pennies out of the money there, and it's coming in to the 20 exponential moving average. So packing my patience on this one over here, but definitely keeping an eye on both these bad boys. All right, let's take out some profitability if we can in the high 90s over here, as this one is zigging and zagging. It does look like this one wants to sell off a little bit, so I might flatten out here if we get lower prints. I'm going to also stack the, I'll throw out some orders in case we pop up and get a bit of a liquidity grab to the high side over here, but I am concerned about this one giving up the ghost. It does look like it wants to break down below that 780. Just wicked below 780, now back into the mid 90s. There we go. Right back into the high side and taking out my orders. Goes JT Dang AI. I'll take out a little bit more there. Still waiting. Boom to the high side again. Let's put some more at 10s. Let's see if this one wants to reclaim that level. It's got a hammer candle right now on the 5. There goes 10s. There is 10, baby. Now we're waiting at 25s. Let's see if this one wants to zig and zag with that 25s. We've got 84s right now. You bet your bottom dollar that I'm not going to allow anything below 80s. JTAI is the gift that keeps on giving on the day. We're waiting at the $quarter. How many outs do I have left on this monster? JTAI, we got a few more outs, so I can wet my beak a little bit over here, take a bit more off the table. I don't want to take my eyes off this because we know how this bad boy can trade. I can find myself completely out of the money in a matter of a second or even less. But I definitely want to keep my eye on EDIT because we got a position there as well. And this is a 20 exponential hold. So that's what I'm doing here. We're adding into this one. Let's see what we get, and we will not get upset. Adara, what do you got on that side over there?
Don't get upset, Sharif.
I won't.
But yeah, right now I'm actually looking at Tesla.
Okay.
So I used to, if you remember, like the, summer 2024, to do a little bit of a throwback, on the midday, I used to trade Tesla violently. And I was looking back on my old charts on Tesla recently, and I was like, what am I doing? So I actually found one of them in my Google Drive. to show you all. I'm going to find the right. There we go. I thought I moved this somewhere. Yeah. So I thought I opened this new tab. Maybe I didn't. Anyways, here's this Tesla, and this is like hilarious. Like I'm telling you, this is all in 3 hours. Why was I taking so many entries? So this is a throwback to how I used to trade Tesla, where the goal is to not do that today. Like this is easily 100 fills on TSLA in a 3-hour period. So don't do that. This is just a throwback because you want to reflect on growth. This is just one Friday. So let's not do that. But TSLA, why do I like it? And it's kind of increasingly changing my mind. If we hold this the 363.25 area, if we break above that top, I like this as a long. And I think the 15-minute, oh no, my chart died. The 15-minute confirms that for me. Why does that confirm that for me? Because the 15-minute, that is also the top, and it's been the top for a while. So with that in mind, the thing that's also stopping me is the fact that I'm just going to see if I can find my charts here.
You want me to take over?
Yeah, sorry. I'm just trying to find my area to set up a new chart. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'm still watching JTAI. Got a couple of more outs on this bad boy. Still zigging and zagging with 8 guys. The best print I've had on this pop-up here is at 820. I'm waiting at that 8.25. I've moved up my stop specifically from that 760 break, and now it's going to be break even. So anything below 777s, and that's where my stop is. Got a couple of more outs on this bad boy, and it has to hold this level. I am very cognizant of the mean reversion being a distinctly different possibility. Yeah, you see all the OB words right there. Possibility on JTAI given the strength of this monster on the day. So I've moved up my stop because I don't want to give anything really back over here on this monster, keeping an eye on that. Now, I added into EDIT, and I'm more pleased I could not be because I think that this is the right move. It did bounce off the 20 again. I'm going to wet my beak there. I've got a bigger position on this one. So we'll let that one cook. JTAI still cooking with that $8 area. Can't clear it. Can't break down below it. I'm assuming this is going to be a flat bottom break because we've got umpteen amount of lower highs with that 780 area being support. And I mentioned this, man. I said 780, that this was a consolidation area on JTAI, and that's why I added at that level. And then we gave it to, the midpoint there. I initially gave it to the break of 60, and then I moved up my stop into break even. So that's the situation. What are we doing over here on edit? Still chopping and churning at 76. Somebody's selling up a storm at 36s, excuse me, and that's where I'm waiting. I'm waiting at that 36s. All the orders get taken off except mine. That's kind of annoying. So we'll see exactly what this one does. But EDIT, for whatever reason, don't know why, and I frankly don't give a you-know-what. It was respecting the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. That is that yellow line right there. It keeps bouncing off it, likely because a trader or an algo is basing its trade off that line. Nick Dub, Sharif, do you mind giving me your thoughts on Rivian here in the earnings? I'm very bullish on the company, but I'm worried about a 10 retrace. Look, I like the company, man. I don't know if I necessarily like the stock, but you bet your bottom dollar I like Rivians. They are great cars. I'm just keeping my eye here on JTAI because it's coming into my profit taker. I'm waiting at the $0.25. It's rejecting 20s right now. JTAI, lots of buying. Come on. Boom. There it is to the top side. JT dang AI keeps giving you more money, baby. This one's headed possibly back in 67s. 867s is what I'm trying to say here ineloquently. Keep your eye on this one. A beautiful hold of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Right on that 110 candle. Goes right into 775 and then rockets back up. Pleased as dang punch, as the girl next to me always likes to say. So let's set up some more beak wetters over here and then have a look at Rivian for your boy, the OG Nick Dub. All right. All right, so that's the 5-minute. Let's start with the 4-hour. Let's start with the daily. See where we're at relative to these moving averages. Okay, so right off the bat, I can tell you I ain't looking at the 50 or the 200 because this is a consolidation zone. And as we know from previous lessons, consolidation areas and moving averages are like water and oil. They don't mix, okay? If you use these moving averages, whether crossovers or divergences during periods of prolonged consolidation, and I'll submit to you, that's what we're seeing on Rivian here, you will get burned. It's going to suck because you're going to get wicked in and wicked out, not wicked in, you're going to get triggered in and triggered out on these crossovers that are not relevant. So I don't want to use the blue and the red lines, the blue being the 200, the red being the 50. What I see here, Nick, and I think I've said this before to somebody else who asked me about the exact same thing, the teen amount. Why am I long JTAI still? Oh my God, I still have a piece at there. Okay, I got.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's
Do I
no
need to
good.
take over? Or?
No, we're gonna wet our beak here. That's exactly what we're gonna do, hopefully.
Nice.
All right, we'll just take it out there. That kind of sucks.
Been so long since I've heard that.
Get it there. All right, so take out some there at the high of the day on JTAI. I didn't realize I was holding more. I do apologize for that. Should have been managing that trade a little bit better. So I worry, Nick, because of the lower high situation. Now, locally, you do have some higher lows, like take into consideration this area over here back April of 24. We kind of bottomed out there. And then when we bottomed out over here between October and late November, that was a higher low. So from a technical sense, it's not doing it for me. Now, that's a technical, that's a chart. Do I like the company? Do I think the company has an opportunity? Yes, but they got to get that R2 out, okay? You've got to have a car that's not $100,000 as a base in order to get, obviously, a wider or larger total addressable market, that TAM. That's what we concern ourselves with, because if you don't have a big TAM, well, then your pool of buyers are much more limited. Now, what's the likelihood that we see that R2 come out soon and come out in numbers that can move the needle? That's the question, and I don't have the answer to that. So from a technical sense, I don't like it, but if you like the car and you feel, or you like the car company and you feel that, that R2 could move the needle, and then probably in 27, that R3 could move the needle even more, wet your beak at every incremental level. You have multiple levels. Right now we're trading at what are we at? 14 and change. I'd put something around 13, 12 and a half, because there seems to be an area low there. I'd also be putting something at 10s, but work your way into the name. I think it's giving you opportunities because you're getting lower highs. So it's not like this thing is rocketing up and you're having to chase it. So that's my, my 2 cents there. Maybe we can have Randy on. He can give us an idea of what the R2 looks like, or what the R2 is like, I should say. Everybody knows what it looks like. He was just at the car show, but they wouldn't even, they roped it off. Can you believe
I know he said that he wasn't able to access.
Cybertruck thing. I don't get it. People are and the gravity, the lucid gravity as well. The gravity is being delivered to people in California. Why are they roping it off?
Right? It's not like we don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. They do that to kind of get everybody's attention. Oh my God, we can't see the car behind the rope. Exactly. Right? It's so annoying. I hate that kind of thing, but hey, it's got us talking about it, right? So maybe they're doing something. Sorry, Nick Dub. From a technical sense, don't like Rivian. The chart is ugly. It's lower highs, and you're not necessarily getting higher lows. It's in a consolidative area as well, so you can't really use these moving averages. I'd say either look at a momentum oscillator like the RSI, like the MACD, the stochastic oscillator. They perform better during consolidative markets, or just work your way in incrementally if you like the company from a fundamental sense. I really hope that helps, because, well, it's a tough one to judge right there. Adair, what do you got?
I want to talk about this MSTR trade because I'm sure people saw me going MSTR long on the blotter, and they were probably like, does Adair have eyeballs? Is Adair doing okay?
Yeah, she's got eyeballs.
She does have eyeballs, and she stands by this trade. So let's talk about why I went MSTR at low days, why I went long. So I have talked a lot about, I've been watching this one lately. I have a lot of levels I like on this one. And as we saw that quadrunk, and keep in mind, I was short in this before I got wicked out on what I'm going to call, I don't have a name for it yet, but that crazy wick that I was comparing to the 610s because it seemed like someone possessed it. Anyways, before that wick, I was short. I got wicked out. I didn't want to force myself into a short. I didn't have a rational area to risk, whatever. But I wasn't looking to revenge trade it either. And I didn't need to trade it either way. But then it does this. So why was I looking for this level? Time to pull out my handy, heavily marked up trading view chart again. Shout out to Obi. I love that Obi is representing here for the people with marked up charts. So this is obviously a rounded bottom, or rounded top, sorry. Looks pretty bearish. But Sharif, look at this bounce.
What happened?
This bounce yesterday, and I know because I was short when this happened. Look at that bounce. So I was watching for a level. This low of day yesterday, 326.80. Guess where our low of day today is, Sharif? 326.80.
Dang.
So I waited for a green 3-minute candle, and I went the heck long. And I went long 327.30s, and right now I'm risking 326.79. Now, will I get slipped with spread if that breaks below? Yeah. It's not going to be pretty. If I'm wrong on this, I'm wrong, and I'm okay with that because I like the trade. I am taking out
30% at 328.30. So it's a 2-to-1 basically because I'm risking 50 cents. Why am I doing that? I talked about that 328.30 level, and you can even see it on the chart today. We get chippy choppy around that level, so I want to make sure that I'm taking a little bit off. As of right now, my stop is going to be, like I said, the 326.80 because I think that's real risk. I think that's fair risk, and I think I would be selling myself short, no pun intended, if I move it. So right now I'm keeping it there. Yeah, this has not been, as I said, this has not been my best trading day. I've been on a nice little streak lately, and today is a little bit but you know what? I'm still happy I took this trade because I like the trade. And Neil talks about this a lot too. It's not about like your day as a whole. It's about each trade. How did you do when compared to that trade? Did you take the setup that made sense? Did you like it? So I have no problem taking this very counter trend MSTR long because I have confluence. Shout out to Obi. Thank you. Thank you. Very deadpan Obi with the get it, Adara. So yeah, that's my conviction. I'm going to stick with there for that MSTR. We're going to take a look at RGTI as well because some people were talking about Rigetti. Shout out to Mom's Rigetti there. My sister and I were actually rewatching the rap battle scenes from this movie recently, and it still slaps. So with that, I am referencing 8 Mile with the Mom's Rigetti. So Rigetti here, this is a really interesting area. This $10.90 level, we reject that. I mean, to be fair, we were downtrending, but then we kind of look like we might bounce, and then we can't. So I want to see if we break above this 1090. I'm going to switch the book here. I almost switched the tape too. I'm going to switch the book because I actually want to see how Rigetti is behaving at this $10.90 level. This is not my type of trade. This is more of a Katina Man or a Sharif type trade. I'm not a huge small cap person, but this $10.90 level, I want to see what we do here because if we reject, then I think you could arguably, try the short. You only have to risk 5 cents with this. Oh my, do I want to short this? Because you only have to risk 5 cents here. That wick, I would say, is risk. That VWAP, I would say, is an area you could risk too. So you're risking 5 cents, and realistically, you could be able to take some profit here at that $10.75 level. So that is not a bad RR trade, but it is our GTI. It is very volatile. It is Mom's Rigetti, and you don't want any reason for you have to have your knees weak or your arms heavy. So that is on watch. Yeah, Darth Buddha, I like to have my order book colored so I can see it a little bit more clearly. I like the sunset kind of palette. I enjoy that. So I find that pretty cool. I'm laughing at this comment from Aim for Greatness. I could probably beat you in a rap battle. I don't know. I mean, I like rapping. I am a fan of rap music. If anyone ever has any rap music related questions or opinions, I'm always down to interact with that because I enjoy that. JTAI getting mentioned in the chat. I am not Sharif, but I will still take a look at JTAI because JTAI is at day's highs. The thing has jetted to the upside. I cannot believe my AIs on this JTAI. Sharif, I pulled up a small cap ticker. I was like, I gotta, because people in the chat were talking about it, I had to give it that respect. This double bottom at VWAP at 580 is chef's kiss. This is gorgeous. Also, I am pleased as punch to announce.
What happened?
We took some profit on MSTR. So we are out 30% of the position. This was a planned beak wetter because I am very cautious of that. Not cautious is the wrong word. I'm cognizant of the 328.30 level. I want to see if we break above the 90 MA, but I'm not going to sweat it. I wasn't going to move my stop, but now that we're actually kind of pushing to the upside, I think it's a little bit foolish to keep my stop at 326.80s. So I'm going to be at this point moving it to prior bars on take out half of the prior bar break in the 3, take out everything at the prior bar break in the 5. So I am pleased as punch with this trade. Sometimes you have to take the counter trend idea if it sets up, because if it sets up and if it looks good to you, it's not counter trend. It's the idea that you want. It's the trade that you have in mind. It's your levels. You charted it. So I've got to shout out MSTR. Thank you, Michael Saylor, for causing me a lot of confusion and grief and this weird possession candle. We're moving in a good path. How you doing?
You know that individual that we talk about sometimes? Ram?
Yeah.
She's not here today,
I could have been anyone the way you started that.
She's not here today.
Has she been Duolingoing?
Well, no, but that's a separate story. Yeah. Well, are you really surprised with that, Adara? No, seriously though. Her food back there, she's got eggs. So if you want to take her food, because I know that jerk chicken probably won't be down your
Oh, thank you for letting me know. I didn't realize she had eggs.
I don't know why.
That individual that we talk about sometimes.
Guys, JTEI is doing the same thing with 9 as it did with 8. Let's see if it can bounce back, just drop below 9 again. There is some support at 8 2/3. I want to say 8.5, 8 2/3. This is the consolidation area that we kind of danced with for a little bit. Now, again, it's kind of doing the same thing where it gets extended away from the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 and then rockets back up. So let's see if this one wants to come down possibly into 8.5. 8.5 would bring it a little bit closer into that 10 exponential. And then the possibility, obviously, is that just doesn't give a you know what, about 8.5 or the 10 exponential, and then moves along its merry way to take out the high of the day, which is currently 944. I'm going to take my shot. I've had a whole bunch of trades on this one today. I'm going to wait at 855s. Okay. No, that would be a little bit higher than the 10 exponential, but that's okay. I can give it a little bit more room there. I'll wait at 851, okay? That's what I'm gonna do with this one. And the point is to catch this one, maybe if it does come back into this consolidation area to kind of just wick it, get a liquidity grab, then rock it back up. That's gonna be my move. Anything though, I'm gonna have a super tight stop on this. So anything below 820, so we'll risk about 30 pennies on this monster to possibly make $1 and change. Because if it takes out that high, again, if it does the same thing that it did with 8, with 9, then I think we'll easily get that $1. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Day trader cut. Bring Adara back for more midday shows. Killing it. People, you're getting love in the chat.
Thank you very much for the support. Happy to be here, guys.
Nimit. You are joking. Wins 8 times out of 10 trades. I don't know who that. Sharif never gives the right stock, says Mav Fatim. Maybe we don't trade the same names, brother. Like I don't think I've ever seen. Well, you don't trade these small caps, do you? You trade these small caps?
There's no such thing as a right or wrong.
Do you trade small caps? Yeah, I mean he's busy looking at Amazon. Right, so that's the look there. I think everybody just trades a different book, right? Adara likes her spready tickers. Yeah. The Katina man's always on the Mag 7, brother. So I don't think it's really about the wrong trades or the wrong names. I trade them in a different way that you may not have the capacity to trade unless you practice. So give it an opportunity and don't make such declaratory statements without any real, understanding of what's going on. So keeping an eye out on this, keeping an eye out on JTAI again, Adara, as it gets into that high of the day, close to that high of the day, but I'm sitting here like a schmuck, waiting at around 8.5, thinking that this bad boy is going to pull back into that 10 or into that 10 exponential $0.50 area where it kind of consolidated for a little bit. It's not giving that to me quite yet. So I'm going to pack my patience, see what we get there. What else we got over here? There's a bunch of other ones. I'm still involved, believe it or not, in this piece of crap. EDIT at 32s. We're break even on this one, Adara, but this one is, I think, going to break down below that 20 exponential moving average. I can get out here for break even. This one is putting a lot of lower highs, despite the fact that I tried to wet my beak there at 40s. It didn't cross, so I didn't get the print, sadly. So that's the situation. Let's see if we can weasel out of this one without too much damage. What do we got there? TS Booger, flex for me. No. JF Trader, don't listen to the haters. Yeah, brother. We have a little fun with them. Neil, declaratory, all over school words. I don't know if that was good of one, Neil, but Ali, SPY bearish divergence on RSI on the 15th. Okay, good call out there. Oh, crap. You know what we forgot to do?
Oh, yeah.
No, we got to do it. We got to do it. So let's just do it right now, Dara. I'm going to do it. If you can log in the thing, and then we can send it into your friend there.
Where do
Joe?
we log this?
Just put it anywhere you want, and then I'll just send him the
document.
data, and then he'll throw it in. So the SPY, guys, 611.81, Adara.
611.81.
So we're going to take profits at 613.81. And then we're going to get stopped out at 610.81, which will be a little bit above VWAP, which I kind of don't like. We're holding VWAP, and we're at the day's high. So hopefully this does okay. We'll see. We'll keep an eye out definitely on the SPY. So shout out to you. Thank you for asking me about that. But I don't really trade the SPY, to be honest with you, Ali. So not much I can help you with there. Nimit. New one is BSLK. Check if you can. Absolutely. Let's have a look at BSLK. I still have that order out, I believe. Yes, on JTAI at that top end of the consolidation. So we'll see what this one does. BSLK. Ooh, that's a good look. But you know, Nimit, I don't have eyes on this one. Well, I just got eyes on it because it broke 85 pennies. So I filter out my small cap gappers south of 85 pennies. So if you're trading south of that, I won't have notice. The reason I did that 85 penny thing is to kind of get notice of the ones that are moving close to that dollar. So this one, high date, 88.50. Shout out to you, Nimit. This looks actually quite good. It's without a catalyst, though, not that I can see anyway. Today's the 19th. Nothing coming in on the 19th on this bad boy, but there was a whole bunch of entries yesterday. Here's what the entry was for anybody who's interested. Bolt Partners, which is the name of the company, Bolt Projects Holdings, with Goddess Maintenance Company, partners with Goddess Maintenance Company for groundbreaking beauty launch. So if anybody cares about what the headline is, that came in yesterday at around 4:05. So it looks like it was after the bell there. So keep an eye out on that. I'll keep it on the side chart, Nimit, because it's a good look right now, especially if it breaks through that dollar. This could be really, really good. I'm going to replace IBRX because that's been trading below VWAP for a hot minute. BSLK. We'll throw in BSLK. There we go. Now we got on the side chart. Hopefully this one continues. So the high side, I shared only when it crossed 85. My man Nimit knows what's going on there. Shout out to him. Adira, what's going on with that MSTR trade?
I mean, so I actually am really proud here of this out. Like, this was beautiful. We just kiss it, we get in. Then we got stopped out the rest of it about, basically I got stopped out with slippage, actually, interestingly, basically where I set my initial stop. So I have no problem with that. Then we broke to the downside. I definitely should have been scalpier with this, taking everything out, but you're not going to see me upset because I took the plan and I traded the plan. The one thing I should have done was move the 5-minute stop, but just the way we were quadunking, even if I had moved it, I suspect it would have been just too quick, just how fast we were dropping. So that's okay. Also, it's worth noting Bitcoin not moving the same way. So someone mentioned this in the chat earlier, I think it was Smokey Love, talk about how MSTR and Bitcoin are not moving the same way. That is true to an extent, but there are sometimes if you have a massive little push in Bitcoin or a drop in Bitcoin, MSTR will react. Right now, that's not the case. This is just a technical breakdown, in my opinion, from that 326.80 level, which again, I'll pull that up for you guys one more time on this chart because, my gird, we have this hold here, like rounded top. We bounce off the 327, which is why I got long. Now we break below it. And as of this point, this is interesting. Now we're trying to bounce off of another level. This was the open on Friday, Sharif. MSTR loves its history. So, like, this thing is...
history buff.
Apparently so. Yeah, this thing keeps Michael sailing to the downside. But if you are scalpy, if you have levels you like on it, it is giving you very fleeting long opportunities. Now, I always say with spready stocks, express caution. We're lucky here that we're able to take smaller size if we want, though I am proud to say I took good size on all these MSTR trades.
Nice.
I'm roughly, I think, flat on the name just because this first trade, but you know what? I'm still pleased as punch that I took it. I like the levels. I got involved regardless. Sometimes that's what matters because you learn from every trade you take. Either you learn what to do better, you learn what worked, but either way it gives you something for the next day. Meta Babsika VWAP. Sharif, I love this. I talked earlier about that. I'm going to switch up. I have to find a way to sync these again. But that 703.20, I like. If we break 703.20, I'm actually cool to get long this and risk to VWAP. I would not take a ton of size because you have to give it decent. And with spread, it's not optimal. But we're going to keep an eye on that. I also just showed Zion Lala. I mentioned Eli Lilly, my favorite stock on watch. But yeah, I mean, I tried it earlier. Did not quite work out. We are, however, getting close to earnings AVWAP around 868. So I have it on watch. Thank you for reminding us to look at that one. And thank you to ChatGPT for the $2 super chat.
Love that name.
FMSTR announced $2 billion to offering to buy more Bitcoin. Yeah, I remember they did that, I think, last night, I believe. But yeah, shout out there to MSTR, always trying to buy more Bitcoin. Now known as Strategy, though. Oddly, Sharif, they changed their name, but apparently they're not changing their ticker.
And I was going to complain to you because your trading view chart said MicroStrategy. So I was wondering how you can accept that.
I know, unacceptable. Trading view, what are you doing? Come on, it's been a whole 2 weeks. What is going on?
Get it together, Trading View. Adira, I got to talk about this one.
Please do.
We're back in at JTAI at the exact same thing at the 10 exponential on the 5. Literally is bottom wick. This thing is respecting the 10 exponential like a damn glove right now. Oh, dang, excuse me. So now I'm waiting at 82s. I've scalped out. We took a nice position here into the mid 60s. Here comes 75s. I'm waiting at 82s. We'll see if this one wants to give me some more over here. 79s flattening out. Pleased as dang punch with this trade. It's very consistent, at least so far. Basically, it really gets extended away. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about here, man. Just 1 second, Andre, because this is a very interesting repetition on this name. Every time it comes into the 10 exponential after getting extended, defends. Same thing over here, topping tail into 8 2/3, comes back into that 10, defends. 944 pulls back in to the 10, defends, and gives you another move up. So JTI keeps doing the same thing. Keep trading it until it doesn't do it anymore, but hopefully you've racked in some profits on that so you don't have to worry too much about when it does, and it will likely pull back some way, somehow. I don't think it's going to $1 million, the dare so. There's going to be a pullback sometime, some way. What do we got over there for that?
I'm just laughing at that. I don't think it's going to $1 million. Shout out to you, Sharif. Get it, Sharif. But also get it, eSignal. This part of the show is brought to you by eSignal. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. So trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Because our platform, it is everything, okay? Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts you can predict with the back testing. You're going to get reliable, real-time data and global markets at your fingertips. This is an all-in-one platform, so do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. Thank you very much to our friends at eSignal. I will let you go back to GTAI, which I know you said is not going to reach $1 million, most likely.
I'm done. I took out everything at the 80 penny area when we got up there. It's zigging and zagging with it right now. Still lower high though, guys. So the winds of change may be coming. That 130 candle has a high. Excuse me over here. I'm not sure why it's not updating the JTAI highs and lows. It's so bizarre. Just allow me a second to figure that out. The high there at 888. So 888 on the previous 5-minute candle that closed at 130. And then the current candle has highs of 884. That concerns me. You're talking about like basically nothing. We're talking about pennies here, 4 pennies between the highs. But why that matters is because, well, we weren't able to get back to that high. So are the sellers now at least locally in control? So I'll keep my eye on this one. If it breaches the 10, I won't be trading it, but it'll have to maintain its position above the 10 exponential. Moving average on the 5 for me to stay involved in this one. I am still keeping my eye on BSLK. That's the one that Nimit pointed out to me. It's got an 88.5 penny high, trading at 84 pennies right now. I'm interested in this one because it's a different trade north and south of that dollar. And I want to be, have eyes on it if it's going to trade in that way or it's going to trade into that level. BSLK. Let's look at the 5-minute on this bad boy. So this was in play yesterday, as I mentioned. It did have a headline after the bell, but didn't really move. It did that zig and zag, yeah. So it did pop up the algo pop there after the bell. But the best trade, obviously, on this one was in the morning before the headline came in. Let's just have a look at when that headline came in, man. That's a bizarre one. When did that spike come in? We got that spike right at 9:30. Okay, so that could just be an opening print buy. And we don't have any headlines in the pre-market there for yesterday. So that's interesting. Let's go. Another piece of the puzzle falls into place. This was a holdover from the 13th. So the day before Valentine's Day, we had a big move there from 30 pennies, and we did break that dollar into $1.26. The only reason I know that I traded is because I have this ticker labeled over here because we don't have the automatic label. So it was a lower high, lower low situation on BSLK. It's trying to reach that dollar again. I mean, it did it before. It didn't hang out above the dollar all that much. So again, we'll keep an eye on it. If it does take that dollar, I'll be all ears and eyes or whatever else. Otherwise, I'm just going to stay away from it. Nick, CRUS. Let's have a look at CRUS. That's what this one is up to. Super light on volume, Nick. Can't trade that. I don't even know how many. Cirrus Logic. I can't even tell what the volume is on the day on this one, but it's above VWAP. It's $113 name, so definitely not going to look at that one for a trade. I forgot to mention, I did get stopped out for about a 3 penny loss on EDIT. It did break the 20 exponential moving average, and you're going to say, well, you don't usually get out at the 20 exponential moving average. And that's right, I don't, because these small cap gappers don't typically base their support off the 20 exponential. This one did, and it did for a while and then didn't. So the reason I got into the trade was for a 20 exponential hold. The reason I got out was for a breach. So I'll keep my eye on this one. 244 the high on EDIT. It's dropping in volume though, and the volume is already a little bit light on it on the day. It's $2.33 in value. It's only done 18.33 million shares. So that may seem like a lot, but price action, but based on price, and not so much there. Keeping an eye still on JTAI as it's putting in higher lows now on this 3-candle setup. So JTAI could have more in the tank, especially if we get that break above 888s. And eventually, obviously, 9s, with the whole dollar level being a psychological area of resistance. So the current 3 candles set up on the 5, all of which have higher lows prior relative to the prior bar high. So if we get that squeeze above 888s, and we could be very close, 88s now, and you can see the selling come in at 88s. It's like somebody knows that was the high there. But I think we can basically take them out. The buying looks as if it's a bit more aggressive right now than the selling. Let's see if we can continue to move up here. But you can see definitely a tug of war between buyers and sellers at this area high, 888s that is, on JTAI. Let's see if this one can work its way back to the high side. Memes, QBTS going again. Let's have a look. QBTS, what's this one up to? Good call, dude. I missed that trade. That was a money trade off the volume weighted average price, and I didn't even know it was around there. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Look at this. QBTS, hammer candle at that 6.5, and then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green candles in a row on the 5-minute chart, working our way back into that $7 area. 702 is the high of the day, but that was a money entry at VWAP. Sadly, I did not have eyes on that, and of course, I'm not participating, but good call out by you, my man there. Memes with that QBTS look up 13.5%. I do believe it is Rigetti. These are heavy, the one that has a headline on the day. Let's share that with everybody.
It's just a Microsoft-related headline that I think is moving all of them.
You're right. Shares of Quantum Link stocks are trading higher following a report suggesting Microsoft will unveil its Majorana. Majorana. There's no R before the J. Majorana.
Oh, really? Oh, that's weird. Huh?
Majorana. Maybe it's a Major Anna.
Oh, that's true. Major. Yeah, it's probably major.
Who knows?
Major
One quantum processor. So we don't have any more information. Let me have a look to see if I can weasel some more information.
He's just laughing because I made a DJ Khaled reference.
Unveiled a new type of quantum chip built with what it calls a topological superconductor, which is not a solid, liquid, or gas, but an entirely new state of matter.
That's wild.
I need explanations, Adara.
So do I.
But isn't plasma a state of matter as well?
I think
it was supposed to be
I'm not
solid
the science
gas,
person
liquid
here.
plasma.
I think you're right.
I need fact check us chat. So here, I'm going to continue to read this on for a second since we are chilling for a little bit. So there, I'll zoom it in so you guys can go along. Quantum stocks edge higher following the revelation. The new chip dubbed Majorana 1 features a topological core architecture that it expects to speed up the usage of quantum computing to solve industrial scale problems in the coming years, not decades. The company says, throw in the kibosh right at Jensen and Zuck. Throw that shade, baby. We took a step back and said, okay, let's invent the transistor for the quantum age. What properties does it need to have? Says Chatan Nayak, Microsoft technical fellow. And that's really how we got here. It's the particular combination, the quality, and the important details in our new material stack that have enabled a new kind of qubit and ultimately our entire architecture. That's impressive, man. Not that I understood most of that, but that's okay. Sounds impressive, Adara. So we'll keep an eye out, obviously, on Softy. Not really moving the needle for them, but they are positive on the day, up 0.5%.
They are, yeah. So shout out there to our friends at Softy. Shout out to Satya Nadella and his pals. Also, Tesla, you don't get a shout out. I tried this long. Now, very clearly this was a top and tail candle, but because that wasn't really part of my thesis, I was like, you know what? I'll try the trade. I gave it to prior bar low in the 5, and we got wicked out. So why did I like this long? Because I like this breakout. And I have to say, regardless of the top and tail, so we get there, we push up, then we come back, and we just sit so pretty on the book at 360, 370. So I said, you know what, Adara, risk the 60 cents, risk to prior bar low in the 5.
I think it's worth it. Tesla did look like it was going to fight a good fight, but as the market dropped, Tesla could not resist the peer pressure of its market friends, and alas, that's dropped to the downside. But you know what? Honestly, guys, like I'm just so happy I got to be here today with you all. That's overwhelming. Like, not my best trading day. I'm like flooded MSTR, red Tesla, red Meta, red Lilly. Like, that, obviously, I don't like that. But you know what? That's not even the point because I'm so happy I got to be here with everyone. I got to take some trades. Really proud of that MSTR long that I had off the low. So
let's tell everybody what you've been doing.
Yeah.
So Adira obviously has been at the big desk. I think everybody kind of knows that. But what people don't know is that you're trading up a storm.
I do.
On that big desk.
I do some trading.
Some trading. Calm down there, bro. Stop trying to underplay it. So we always communicate our trades. And like there are certain times of the day where I'll interact with Adira because then I'm coming on the show. She's on a break, whatever.
Yeah.
And so she's always telling me about her trades. And I got to say that the amount of money you're taking, I don't know the quantum because we don't talk about that, but we talk about dollars or dollars in the money or out of the money, seem to be getting a little bit bigger every time. It was like $5 winner. Then they moved up to 7 and 8. Now they're 10. Now they're 15. So you've been trading quite well. I really want to tell everybody about that because I feel a lot of people may get that benefit because they watched you learn in real time.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Sharif, for the shout out. Get it, Sharif. But yeah, no, I think the thing is, it's like about finding your niche. That is huge. And so I talked about this a little bit. I had a profitable October, profitable November, and then December was a little bit weaker. And that's because I was trying to find new things. And shocker, what you learn sometimes from discovering new things is you kind of learn to go back home. And by that, I mean, I like trading spread, so I just focus on my spread. Lately, I've been trying to trade different times of day beyond the midday, so just about finding developments. My focus is always on the news, always. So with that in mind, you are sometimes going to miss trades, but it's, like, that is what it is, because if I'm able to take opportunities, if I'm able to get involved, and I honestly find I'm more involved in the news and in the market when I've got trades, when I've got my screens up, right? Because you're actually part of it. So I think that I want to put that out there. I feel like I'm more engaged in the news because of the fact that I'm able to engage from a trading perspective. Because when I came here, I had no trading knowledge and no news knowledge, and now I'm pleased as punch to say I have both. So I want to shout out Brendan for initially putting me on this midday in the first place. Thank you to Sharif, Sean, Neil, Obi, the whole team. I'm so grateful to be here. And thank you to Pitchbull, everybody, for the kind words in the chat, because it's great to be back here today. Chung chung.
Chung chung. All right, guys, JTI is breaking down. So now we've been talking about the umpteen amount of respect that it's had for the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. That respect got broken a little bit right now as it wicked below and hasn't quite closed below. But believe it or not, this is the first wick below the 10 exponential. Now, what I see here is a bunch of bottoming tail candles all manifesting at around that $8 area. So somebody, I don't know who, but somebody's buying up a storm here in and around $8. So could this be the first price action support we've seen on JTI, because it hasn't been really respecting price action like, area highs, area lows, whole dollar areas. It's been respecting the 10, as we've made very clear. So a nice, I want to say, triple bottom there with bottoming wicks, albeit on the one, of course, the 1-minute chart, that is, at around $8. And currently the 5-minute candle is a bit of a hammer candle with a longer lower wick than an upper wick. So I'm not exactly sure if I want to take this trade with about 10 minutes left on the show, but I want to mention that to you guys that there is support, at least it seems for the moment, at that $8 area. Whether we can break above 9 and move on our way in 944, which is the high day, an entirely different story. But there is another one that's breaking out. Shout out to Nimit. Yes, I see you, sir. So by the way, Gurr is having a great day. Didn't even have eyes on this one. Shout out to, who was telling me about that? West, y'all. Shout out to West, y'all. GRRR, Gurr, up 22%, basically trading at the highs there. But this is the one I wanted to tell you about, BSLK. This monster is on its way to $1. Shout out to Nimit. Nimit, there he is, BSLK, new high day. I knew you'd be chiming in, Nimit. I knew you had eyes on this one. Guys, we still are a skosh lower, to use a word from her vocab there, below the 930 pop that we had yesterday. So that high We got right into, I believe that was 94 pennies. We're at 94 1/3 pennies right now. That is the high of the day. So we're at a predictable, let's say that, resistance level above this 94 1/3 or 94 pennies. We're then looking at the dollar as resistance, and I'll submit to you that there's going to likely be a bit of a tug of war between buyers and sellers at that dollar. We'll see who wins out. Last time around, though, back on the 13th, you could tell the buyers went out, at least momentarily, while this monster weaseled up into that $1.25. So we're looking at that dollar next as resistance. Above that, you could basically base it on these area highs from the 13th. You could, say $1.10, then $1.21, with the ultimate high obviously being that $1.27, $1.28. I personally would base it off the area high there at that $1.27, $1.28, rather than trying to take every successive crest that we had on the 13th as a level of resistance. So, BSLK at the day high, a couple pennies off that day high right now, 94 1/3. Let's see if this bad boy can work its way up into that dollar. Sorry guys, not in a position right now. Nothing really to my liking at the moment. Gonna stay clear. Shout out to Ostentatious Productions. He says it's me. What do you mean, brother? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me know. Harry Lou, Sharif, Adara, winding down your session. Mother's poll. This is a great one.
I love this.
Does Adara's mother have crypto? Congrats, Adara, on finding your groove. I'm going to have to echo that sentiment. I can basically answer and say, does she have?
No.
Okay, good.
No,
You would have told me.
No, she is not a crypto person. Neither of my parents are particularly internet savvy people. But yeah, no, thank you to Harry Lou for that, and thank you to Shrey for echoing that.
Harry's not a fan of crypto. I can just tell you
is that a thing? I didn't know that.
Harry, he's not a. I hope I'm not misconstruing your opinion, Harry. But I have gone back and forth about demand destruction in the past, and you're not a big fan of crypto. So we go back and forth, and he's like, your parents are doing the right thing. They're not investing in crypto, because I keep trying to get my parents to put 1%.
Oh yeah, you said that. Yeah, you want to put a little bit, and they were like, no.
They're like, no. So infuriating, but it's okay. Everything's fine. Okay, buying a lot of JTAI. Shout out to Ostentatious Productions. Shout out to you, my man. We have a higher low right now, Ostentatious, on the 5 on JTAI. Let's talk about it, because they're both hammer-looking candles. So this one could still have more in the tank here for JTAI, despite the fact that we're off highs. This is what I'm talking about. So you get a bit of a hammer candle here, testing 8, and then the subsequent candle, a higher low. So are we going to get a higher high? To get a higher high, we got to break that 855. Are we at that high yet? Yes, we are at an equal high. So 855 equaling the high of the previous candle with a higher low. I think JTAI's got more in the tank, but it's got to clear and hold above 9, and then we could really squeeze in to that $10 area. We're already in triple-digit worlds, already being up 108%. So fantastic look for whoever was trading JTAI today. I hope you guys traded it carefully, traded it with stops, and you had a plan about what you were executing on, why you were getting in, where you were getting out, where you were wrong, if it ended up going against you. I hope everybody obviously adheres, as I always say.
Is that
the store? What do you got?
Yeah, I can't believe only 6 minutes left. I was talking to Louisa in the chat about Eli Lilly, because she was like, oh, do you think it's short? And I said, well, this level here, this VWAP, but it's also a VWAP from earnings, this 868.88 level, and I do mean specifically that level, because that's the level we also broke out from on the book. This level has been pretty wild. And to be clear, I think we are getting a little bit more bearish on it as of right now on the ask, but the bid is holding up. And so with that in mind, I want to transition. JF Trader asked, can I elaborate what I mean by trading spread? I would love to. So when I say spread, I like expensive tickers that have a pretty large spread between the bid and the ask price. So right now, Eli Lilly, bid of 868.33, ask of now 869.03. So about a 70-cent spread. Sometimes these spreads can get up to $2, $3. I have no issue with that as long as it's communicating something clear to me. I traded ServiceNow. Pardon?
Is that VWAP on Lilly?
Yeah, I know. I'm watching this right now. The bid is not giving me enough.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, that's why I love Lilly, this level. Bro. That breakout, I actually loved it.
That's
like I said, didn't take it. But I think I might get involved if the book gives me a little more oomph. But so that leads me, JF Trader, to kind of what I'm trying to say. So what I'll look for here if I want to go long on Lilly at VWAP, because as Sharif mentioned, it looks good. It's a previous level. What do I want to see? Well, I want to see the book start to creep up here. I want to see us go from 88, 868.33s to 34s, to 35s, to 36s. I want to see this gradual build. I want to see us see the pressure, and then I want to see us push to the upside. I want to see us push past that ask. And look, now we're a little bit higher. But now we're going back to 868.34. So when I see that kind of hopscotch like that too, if you go up and down from levels, that to me is a little bit concerning because we're not having a clear sense of direction. I want to see directionality on the book. I want to see a gradual push to the upside, or I want to see a gradual push to the downside. And that's why this breakout on Lilly this morning, because I watched it go down, was so beautiful. Like, I remember we were at 868.88 on the ask. That was the exact level I like. And then the bid, the spread got so tight, Sharif. We went from like 868.56, 57, 58. And at that point, I knew, I was like, this thing's going to go. And it goes. It gives you $13. So that's what I mean when I say I trade spread. I look for directionality. I look for shifts in the book. And I specifically like them at key levels, like this beautiful VWAP, previous support and resistance hold on LLY. So I hope that makes sense, JF Trader. You can always tag me with any questions. Like I said, I am focused on the news when I'm on that desk, but I always do try to answer questions. And as we speak, Lilly trying to bid creep. We went from 60s to 63s. Sharif, this could be beautiful here.
Interesting take here. I was reading about the dead one right now. And the new phone that they dropped, it looks as if they're dropping Qualcomm, which they've been, the chip that they've been using for Qualcomm. We know that's one of their suppliers. They're dropping Qualcomm's chips on this new 16E. They're not calling it the SCA anymore. They're calling it the 16E. Qualcomm traded higher. Why the hell would Qualcomm trade higher on that? Unless it was like, people were anticipating that there would be a drop in them as a supplier, but maybe not to the extent that the street was expecting. So the Qualcomm is higher. It's up 0.8%, but I don't think it's higher because of that. So here's the headline. Qualcomm traded higher on Wednesday after Apple confirmed that the iPhone 16e would have an in-house modem chip. Now, we've been hearing about Apple making their own in-house modem chips for a long time, but they actually extended their contract with Qualcomm at least for the 15 and the 16. The San Diego-based company has provided the modem for chips for Apple devices for more than a decade. However, in March of 2023, Qualcomm CEO or chief executive Cristiano Amon said the company had no plans to make modems for Apple in 2024. Several months later, in September, the two companies extended their agreement for Qualcomm to supply that I remember. It's Snapdragon 5G modem chips for smartphone launched in 24, 25, and 26. So you're going to get at least into 26 Qualcomm chips and Apple products. Maybe not for the 16E, but for others. Apple has spent years trying to develop its own in-house modem offering, only to have run into various setbacks. In June of 22, TF International Securities analyst Ming-Chi Kuo said that Apple had run into issues with its development to replace Qualcomm. The Cupertino, California-based company is also widely believed to be working on an in-house solution to replace Broadcom with its own Wi-Fi processors. Apple wants to do everything in-house, like fully vertically integrated, like Tesla. Like with the in-house modem chip, Apple has also run into technical snags with its Wi-Fi processors over the years. Why is it running into so many problems? The 16E offers Apple Intelligence. Really? 16E is going to offer Apple Intelligence? Hold on.
I was reading some rumors about that. I think that's maybe why, because I think it was kind of priced in, because I know 9 to 5
for
Max.
$699, bro. You have to ante up the 15 Pro prior to that, which was like $1,500.
That's actually really interesting.
Which is like, that's half the price. Obviously US dollars, not Canadian dollars right here. You're gonna get better battery life with that A18 chip, where the 16E is gonna have A18 up to 6 hours longer than the iPhone 11 and 12. iPhone 11 and up to 12 hours longer than all generations of the previous iPhone SE. 48 megapixel camera, 2-in-1 camera. It's available in white and black colors, 128, 256, 512, 599. It starts at February 12th. They're launching that product. So
February 12th.
No, do you know what time it is?
I do. It's 2 p.m.
Is it?
It is already.
The show's done?
That means the show's done. That's crazy.
All right.
Well, I mean, we had a lot of fun. Thank you so much for being back here with us, and thank you guys for letting me sit at this here desk. I am pleased as punch to be back. But right now we're going to go back to the guys. So same bat time, same bat channel. The Shirobi Show will be here tomorrow, and I'll see you guys at the news desk post-haste. See ya.
Thank you very much, Adara. Thank you very much, Sharif. We do have, it is Fed minutes coming out here, so just a couple of things already hitting the wire. Fed want further inflation progress before adjusting rates. can hold policy at restrictive level if economy is strong, and I need to, and now that I have the stream up, I need to mute it so that I don't listen to the ad that is currently playing, because I'll listen to music. So a couple of notes there from the Fed. 2 participants believe the risks to achieving inflation mandate outweigh risks to employment mandate. All participants agreed to hold rates steady at the prior meeting, which I guess we all knew already. So we're just getting a few things trickling in here. I don't think, look, we're not expecting anything, outside of the pocket here when it comes to the Fed. So obviously, the fact that it was unanimous, the last one, I think is going to make a heck of a lot of sense. It has been the SMCI.
Oh boy.
What are we even calling this? Relief rally of the ages. A lot of people saying, why is SMCI going? It doesn't matter why SMCI is going. No, I think it was one of those reversals where it was a hefty short. Definitely was a short this morning, and then it just liquidity grabbed and then ran to the upside to the point that you were just talking about an argument between some traders.
Yeah, you're just having a conversation
about where the best long would have been.
Yeah, I'm just having a conversation with Wayne and Yanni about potential probabilities of the price action, where things became higher probability, what kind of action. We were all looking for the short off of the open, but the fact that I think the trade was a little bit crowded, and a lot of eyes definitely looking at it. But I don't know. At the end of the day, we hold prior day high really well. We start to consolidate on top of VWAP, and then we break the downtrend off of the opening range highs as well, off the lower high, off the 60. So like in and around that VWAP hold, maybe again we're talking about like maybe no one's getting long on that prior day hold. Maybe someone is. Maybe someone's looking for that crowded trade. Maybe someone's looking for that push back up and a lot of anticipatory shorts to get blasted out. Maybe some people are looking at a higher time frame. We saw what it's doing on the daily.
On the weekly.
On the weekly. Look at what it's doing on the weekly right here.
Forget the daily. Look at the weekly chart of SMCI.
We're breaking out of multiple kind of things. So it's like, all right, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But
boom. That's 70. Like I'm glossing over 68 and just kind of eyeballing 75 in there. I mean, if we're holding above 64, it's ridiculous. Excuse me, as I choke. SMCI going absolutely. Now, just keep in mind, you got a few things. Rightfully pointed out, 2 New York cent? Yes, it is. Right there in the chat. This run on SMCI might have to do with the event tomorrow with Nvidia. I think part of it also has to do with just go back to the moment they reiterated that they expect to meet the deadline to file. And even though their preliminary numbers were not good, it didn't matter. They said they were going to file on time, and then it's been running ever since. Now, there was a reversal. No questions asked. I like the short today. It was a good short. It was a clean station to station, but the reversal long, I feel like it happens almost every single time, sometime between 11 and 12. There's missed opportunities. You're on the show in the morning, you get up, you go to the bathroom, you go to eat lunch, you do whatever, you're talking to somebody. It's that time of day where sometimes the best trades do get missed. And that consolidation break and then the breakout of 61.5. I mean, what can you say? It was at VWAP. The argument about where the best long was on SMCI, I kind of feel like is the wrong argument because the answer should have been just about any of them once it held VWAP is the right answer. But it looks like it could be reverting a little bit. Now, the other thing I'm eyeballing is we haven't had too much out of the Fed yet. Like I haven't even heard anything in my ear, but I see a few things on Twitter. Tesla broke trend from the day and now losing VWAP right quick. I was so close to pulling the trigger, but then the only reason I didn't was because of the Fed minutes. I didn't want to punch in before we had the minutes. But now it looks like it should have been an easy short. You're in Intel.
Yeah, no.
Back in Intel, I should say.
Yeah, back in Intel. Took a couple trades. What else? I did trade the CVS. We had that intraday news. Kind of pointed out on that there. A little bit of a pop that happened on CVS. Let's take a quick look at it again. It actually reverted, Neil. It reverted back to where it kind of came from. This was what I was looking at again during the midday. I saw this and I was like, oh boy, CVS News. The director buys about 30,000 shares shares worth at a price of a 66.70s. I was kind of watching it, saw the push up through that 67, and then it can't really continue. It fails, it stalls, it comes back in through 67. I'm like, all right, well, maybe we do a reversion, because looking back at it, this is a bit of an area where we've seen some supply back to back over the past few days, and if it's going to stall on a strong push up into that level, I like the reversion. And it happened to come all the way back down to 30s. I think I covered most of my position in the 50s, in the 60s and 70s as it just pushed in. But it was absolutely wild. I tried to hit the bid on 67. Insta wipe of the bid. I end up hitting 90s instead of the holes. I was like, oh boy, my risk suddenly went up by 10 pennies unintentionally. But I was like, all right, let this trade work. Maybe risk a little bit tighter. I ended up working out, but I did get out a little too early. I got out, like I said, in the 60s. It comes down all the way to 30s, giving you about 30 pennies more, with wicks down to 20s. So pretty much almost just coming back into VWAP after that news. No real effect after the fact. Just reverts and kind of goes back to doing what it was doing. And yeah, if a news catalyst, again, you see some of the news catalysts in this market. Some of them are moving things very aggressively, and we're getting that continuation. But if something fails to follow through right away after getting that news, and that volume stalls, the tape stalls, and it's coming back in, yeah, I mean, hey, I got a little lucky with that reversion. Happened to work out.
Yeah, but that's, you know what? Those types of trades, it's like it's just playbook. Speaking of playbook, before we go up to and we're going to go up to Sharif in just a quick little second here. Nvidia, from the time of the high of the day here on Nvidia, it did pull back. Let's see if I get filled at 50s. I'm not sure I'm going to get the fill, but anyways, pull back. Lower highs the whole way through. It just broke the trend and closed it out above. So it looks like I'm not going to get the fill at 50, which means I will try to nibble above 60 for a little bit less and then see if we get to 50s after, as I don't want to chase this too far. But it's just like a trend reversion trade for me. That's what I'm hunting on Nvidia. Trend reversion back into the highs as it's up 1% and looking relatively strong. You can't say incredibly strong when SMCI is doing what it's doing. Nvidia looks relatively strong is the best way to think about it. So nothing crazy out of the FOMC minutes. We didn't really get any move on the odds, Fed fund rate odds. I believe Sharif is ready. He and Randy were just having a solid discussion there. I'm going to guess about EVs because it's always about EVs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Of course it is.
Welcome to the afternoon show, guys. Our afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi in for Sean today, but the boys are locked and loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers up there is to join us on the How to Trade show during the midday and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But only the top few make it on, and you got to be a subscriber to get involved in the chat. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at the triple Qs. The NQ and the ES marginally green at the moment. We got 0.04 for the NQ, 0.06 for the ES. The Dow and the Russell, though, decidedly negative, with the Dow being down 1/3%. The Russell 2000 in the small cap world getting hit a bit today, down a little bit over 0.5%. There's a look at Nvidia. It's positive on the day, 0.75% in the green, despite this news headline this morning that Trump is looking to announce even more tariffs on chips, pharmaceuticals, and auto imports. We were worried that would have a negative effect on Nvidia. In fact, guys, it went red to green, but it's green right now, up 0.75.
Not last.
Okay.
But my trend line's gone. You guys get the idea. No, it's a similar looking chart to what we saw in, nothing is directly similar to SMCI, but in the sense that it was a V-shaped recovery off the bottom to a consolidation to a breakout. It then trended down, lower highs, lower lows, and then I took the break of that trend, which, just to give you an idea of the execution, there you go. There's a close above, the break of the prior high. If we lose this level here, just underneath the third, we'll risk about 30 pennies on this, looking for a push back into 141 and then the high of the day. Don't actually even have any orders out yet. Make sure we'll do that, get out in front of 141. Just see where this can go. It's trending up. I think there has to be at least a little bit of concern. I know we didn't really talk too much about the futures there because Fed minutes didn't really do much of anything, but there is to be considered. You are failing's the wrong word, but on the NASDAQ, you're casually rejecting the afternoon high from yesterday, and then the morning range on the Qs, and then several times we've rejected it, but it's still in an upward trend, so I think strong stocks can remain strong stocks for at least a little bit here, but yeah, just right now with the reversion trade, I said this morning, like the VWAP short on Nvidia, SMCI is my best stock today, but the VWAP short, getting out of Nvidia was probably the best trade, just not taking that hit. You know, ultimately, you can take the shot at it. It was trending down. I like the continuation off VWAP oftentimes. That's a great setup when it continues to trend, but it's one that you've got to get out of Dodge. When Nvidia decides to go ham and you're short, there's no averaging in, there's no fighting it. There is just getting the heck out of its way when it wants to trend to the upside. We've all seen it do it before.
Yeah.
Still like it on the daily chart overall, but we'll see. It's just more of a trade into the highs.
Yeah, I think it's solid. I was talking to Jose in the back, and he said he sniped that long off of the 130, 137s area right there. Again, a little bit of a key level on my chart as well. It was a prior secondary all-time high, I think, if I'm not mistaken. One of the all-time highs of the past in and around here, and then we just bounced cleanly off of that there. So shout out to Jose for having that one. But yeah, nice little consolidation on top of VWAP for that continuation, but didn't really get too far. Again, yesterday was pretty strong off of the open, and we faded off all day. And coming in today, we saw some more of that fade coming in, but pretty much sideways on top of this pre-market range right now on Nvidia. So don't really know how strongly we have reacted to these potential tariffs, but Nvidia within range. Again, I think it's still kind of headed towards that 150 mark. We'll see what it has in store for us. Don't forget, next week is earnings.
Before we go back, oh no, SMCI is on the list. SMCI is breaking trend right now down. I might end up short this stock.
Oh boy.
Get it, Neil. All right, guys. TSLA up next, up 2%, well off the highs, though. Several headlines today. I'll focus the ones really talking about India. So Tesla's India launch, well, basically they're preparing Indian expansion or to expand into the Indian market. They're looking for showrooms. They're looking also to staff those showrooms with salespeople and administrative staff. But this analyst doesn't really care about the India expansion. In fact, he doesn't think it's going to move the needle for Tesla in terms of deliveries. How come? Because he says Tesla's cars are priced outside of the average Indian salary. He doesn't think that they're going to be able to sell too many of those there. It doesn't account, though, this article about the new, cheaper Model Q, Model 2, whatever you want to call it, that we're expecting, guys, in the second half of this year.
Yeah, I think ultimately this is a good thing. Expanding to India, you can say all you want about affordability and all that. That tends to work itself out in a market that big. Like, they make money making vehicles, which almost nobody is doing. So as a matter of fact, I just think it's a great opportunity for them. Like, everyone seems to understand that that's the next big market. So it's only completely logical. It'll probably take some time. So like anything else with Tesla, I find like you're going to be in that waiting mode. It's still overall bearish on the daily, but there was a distinct trend reversal. I'm kind of not happy with myself. I should have taken this trade regardless of Fed minutes. We know that it just hasn't been that big of a deal, and I don't know that it was enough to get away from a break of a day-long trend here on Tesla. I should have had this one even though it was at VWAP, but it doesn't really matter. I had one short that I wasn't feeling in the moment, so I scalped out of it. I explained it at the time. I think what I was trying to explain at the time was 363 was a breakout level on Tesla. So why was I shorting on the pullback into it? And it was that simple. Yeah, okay, it's been a bearish chart, but there's a consolidation. There's a little bit of a rounded bottom, consolidative top, once, twice, the 363 break, and it made no sense why I was essentially shorting back into what was the support level. Second I got out, it supported 63 and made a fresh high. That high is what I want to work off now. Like bang, 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 there's your trend reversal. As long as it doesn't break back above this 363, I actually still think it's a bit of a short opportunity if we can get in there, fail VWAP. But that's very particular here for Tesla. The only thing I'm in right now is Nvidia, and we'll talk about SMCI next, but going to be a little bit more patient for that setup on SMCI because of how strong it is. We'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, I think right off the open, something to note is that aggressive strength again. So I guess the market taking that catalyst pretty well there. Strong bid right off of the open, and we talked about that 350 being a little bit of an over/under for myself, and yeah, over we definitely did right off of the open, but a little bit of a pullback here off of prior levels of resistance. Again, earlier on. Last week we saw that what is this 360s, high 360s acting as a bit of a resistance, maybe some supply, maybe some strong sellers there. We come right back up into that area on that drive, and yeah, it's kind of slowed down. We do break out of it by a couple points there. I think that high specifically is 363. We made a high of 367, so yeah, we do push past it a little bit there, but selling coming right back in for a reversion not only to VWAP but a little bit further for a 50% retracement of that strong push that we had right off of the open. But interestingly enough, now, Neil, we're consolidating. We got that VWAP orbit happening, and technically we've held that 350 2 days in a row. So again, poised for a little bit higher. I have no idea, but I'm going to continue watching this one. Again, catalyst driven as well, holding strong trend, and it held up pretty well yesterday as well, with the market kind of doing the quadrunk that it was.
Yes, it did.
So one to watch out.
SMCI rocketing up. I feel like JTAI has like all the wow with all the W's after it, and you can tell that our resident small cap trader decided to put that next to JTAI. I would submit to you, Sharif, that you could have maybe used a capital on the R at least for SMCI when it's up 16.5%. I'm just going to throw that out there. What? I'm just saying.
Guilty as charged, Neil. All right, guys, SMCI, beautiful look today. Double-digit winner, man. We're up almost 16.75% right now, trading near the highs. There's really no specific catalyst for this one today. It's continuing its momentum from last week. We're waiting, though, for that February 25th deadline. That is when the NASDAQ has given them to file their delayed earnings, guys. That's coming awfully close, February 25th.
SMCI with a stronger rocket to the upside than a Brett Favre missile into the end zone to win it. One of the famous ones he had was the Minnesota one. I think it was to Simeon Rice in the back of the end zone. Was unbelievable. And yes, Hall of Famer Brett Favre is going to join us tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. to discuss brain health and concussions. It's a fantastic opportunity. Obviously, I mean, Sean is going to make it back in. I know he will, being a big Packer fan, obviously, guys. So tune in tomorrow. Brett Favre himself. I am going to take this opportunity now to say this because I won't say it tomorrow because I'm nice like that. Brett Favre in his career was 1-3 in Buffalo. Hall of Famer Brett Favre, 1-3 in Buffalo. I have to. I'm a Bills fan. I got to say it. In his career, he was 5-3 overall against the Bills because he's good, and the Bills weren't always good during his career. But SMCI, a legitimate rocket ship. But before I get to that, I do have to update Nvidia because it looked like it was going. We got 80s, and then we pulled right back in. So I got this prior low in here is my out. We did nibble back some 50s. I know I chased it a bit in that 60 level. We did nibble back in, but it goes like one stage, and we're already starting to try to put in a higher low. So I want a break of 141 and a test of the high for the next out, but it's a relatively tight stop. Like I'm not holding this all the way back into 140 even, nor am I holding it into VWAP. It was a trend break, and for a trend break, just keep that in for reference so it makes sense to everybody why I got in. For a trend break, it's always, if it breaks that prior low, it's an out, and work on the next available trade. So with that said, SMCI, I'm going to draw some different trend lines here because I was almost going into a short on SMCI, but then I looked at this all day long trend. There's the wick bottom, there's the VWAP hold, and there is it still holding that trend. Even if you do it, I was going to do it from the breakout, and I'm like, oh, it already broke that trend. How about it just breaks the day long trend? Get a little more confirmation on this before actually considering going short. It was a good short this morning. It was basically just, it was like a gapper multiple days in a row, and then you had the fail of the high pre-market, the lower high, the battle at 60, all that, and none of that matters anymore because it's a rocket ship. At this point now, it's just squeezing, and it's got a ton of room to the upside, so I want to be very sure that I'm getting a good entry point and a trend break for a reversion here on SMCI. And you know what? If it holds this trend line and breaks back out, then I should start going long off the trend line. But right now, I'm hunting the short.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one to watch out for. Kind of spoke on this as we came on for the afternoon here. But yeah, very strong. I mean, myself and a few other traders here had some strong conviction for the short off of the open there. It gave that move to us all the way into prior day's highs. You can see prior day's highs, consolidation closing near the highs there on SMCI, bounces aggressively right off of that, and then reclaims that VWAP, spending a couple hours there really, kind of pulling back, consolidating, holding, and then breaking that trend, and then breaking out of that downtrend of prior highs, and then just boom, straight to the upside. And yeah, I think weekly, I know that Neil was pointing this out a little bit earlier, but something to note is the weekly trend on this ticker right here. So I think I did draw it in. Yeah, right here. So this downtrend, we were talking about this downtrend. So this downtrend kind of being at that, well, here on the 53 roughly, but this is a weekly, right? So we already kind of broke out of it. So looking at it from a daily perspective, you can see that prior day, we did kind of push past that trend, and then now we're pulling back in, holding that prior day high, getting that aggressive strength. So yeah, a little bit of a trend break here happening on the daily on SMCI. So what will we have in store? I have no idea, but it seems like it wants to run into next week where everyone's anticipating a potential report from them, and that's their deadline as well. So SMCI, wild one on the day.
Crazy.
All right, guys, JTAI rocket shipping today up 115%. It's off the highs. It was trying to break through that $9 area, work its way up into 10. It's defending that 8. I feel like it's putting in those higher lows. Keep your eye out on that. The headline is that it announced a 50 megawatt project as a part of a new 120-acre campus, guys. The market likes that, trading at 8 3/4.
Oh, sure.
Wow. Okay, so I get it. 115% is more than 17%. There's no question about it. So you can't argue with it. JTAI is an absolute rocket. The one thing that we highlighted this in the morning show, the one thing to consider here is the reverse split tops, which are now very clearly in focus as we get to that $9 level. Like you could make an argument that maybe you've already had the test, but each time it really has wicked to $10, and I just feel like there's one double top that could break in here, and then you go to those wick highs. I didn't pay for locates, but I'm pretty sure I would not take a double top break in here with that kind of overhead resistance. I feel as if this is going to be a reversion possibility. Like if I see it go into 10 and then come back out on the downside, like I'd want to be short that move, just based on what I see there on the daily chart for JTAI. When you see something like this, I feel like you've already taken your profit. And if you haven't, like the break of the prior high, the consolidation above it, like all that stuff has already played itself out. So I'm not a chaser of this stock at these levels, even though it looks like a classic. Hey, it's trending up and above VWAP and it's got a double top, so why wouldn't you just take it? The volume's still there. But it's a pass for me because of those crazy wick levels. Like you almost need to clear those out at like 10.5, and then some crazy, stupid stuff could probably happen.
Yeah, I think, one second, I just got to put this in right here. But yeah, no, didn't really have eyes on this one off of the open. But yeah, a little bit of a continuation move. It seems like a little bit like a liquidity trap here, Neil. Friday we had aggressive volume. We had that push up all the way up into 830s, but no real pullback, no real kind of breakdown here on significantly lower volume coming in the next day. I don't know if we had a catalyst on this one today or not, but reclaiming some of those levels from Friday and starting to push back up here. So definitely smelling like a little bit of a squeeze here on JTAI, and definitely trending like one as well. So could be interesting. That high from that Friday is exactly $8.20. And look at that consolidation that we had just now over that, pushing up into that 10, into that 9.5 level. But yeah, no, JTAI, I know a lot of people have been involved in this one today. Congratulations to all the longs. Swing shorts, oh boy.
Rest in peace. I don't know.
Oh boy, it is, guys. All right, Meta, last one here, down 1 3/4. We break that 20-day win streak yesterday. It's still, above that $700 area, briefly dropped below it, back up into 703 1/3. So it looks like Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta, obviously was offloading some shares there. He sold about $14.5 million worth in February. Separately, though, Mark Zuckerberg, obviously the CEO of Meta, as I mentioned, is Sam Altman's ChatGPT bleed talent, ex-OpenAI CTO Mira Murati, who was briefly, when Sam Altman was ousted, the CEO of the company. The name of her new AI company, Thinking Machine Labs, and looks like she's poaching some of the talent, guys.
Ooh, poaching talent.
What a continuation on that one.
Yeah, I think a stock that's 20 days in a row to the upside, probably just should have been a continuation short. The only reason, and I can't speak for Obi, but I can 100% speak for myself, I was probably never going to have this short trade when I was looking for SMCI off the open short. And then on top of that, by the time you got to 930, you were already so far away from the levels that I would have liked. That's still the 15 minutes. Sorry, I was looking at a 15-minute to go over some Tesla and SMCI, but yeah, by the time you got to the open, you had bled pretty far away from where I wanted to short it. I just preferred shorts at that crazy rally level that we had in the afternoon, right at the close in some of those big cap tech stocks, and I wanted to play off those levels today. So it was a missed opportunity for, I think, probably an easy continuation short. And I went over a few things in the lesson of the day, not to go over, hey, this is why we won on this stock or that stock, but what we could have traded that might have been easier than the things that we did win on. You could make the argument that simply shorting Meta at the prior day low retest would be in that regard. It's just a simple lunchtime setup. That said, I promise you, there's just about no trader, and I wasn't necessarily, I was doing the lesson of the day this time, almost no trader would have been looking at Meta at this moment that wouldn't, you're looking at SMCI probably, the way that it was going. But it was a pretty easy one off that top to give you that continuation short. I think you default to that, at least for the next couple of days, because you got the 50 period in there, you've got the 675 level. There's a few things that'll come into play, even a 700 breakdown. 20 days up in a row, Zuck sells. You were due for this to happen. I just felt like there were more exciting trades out there. You go and get your few dollars out of Meta. SMCI was moving $4 at the open, and that is a much cheaper stock. Percentage move just way bigger on SMCI. You get 5-6% at the open on Meta. You just were never going to get that.
Yeah, I think Meta, again, that continuation was the one. I even had it down on my plan for this morning, looking for that Meta continuation to the downside. Didn't really participate in it, but absolutely beautiful action off of the open where we do reject that. Again, 925 imbalances kind of crack through that prior day low, and then all of a sudden you get that continuation coming in right off of the open. Opening range highs can't really get past that prior day low, and then holding VWAP as well. Sellers kind of showing themselves. But since then, we've found a bit of consolidation here, holding this VWAP, holding above VWAP, holding above 700 as well on Meta. So I think the trade here was right off of the morning. What is it going to do now? I have no idea. But we kind of talk about that first kind of a strong red day after multiple days of closing higher and higher. We got something that was distinctly different yesterday, and we got a little bit of that continuation coming in off of the open once again today. So where will we go from here, Neil? I have no idea, but maybe a little bit of a pullback if we can use that 700 as a bit of over and under. So that's what I got on Meta, but it's going to keep it on watch.
That's for you, Nimrod. Chat. Thank you for the super chat. But Sharif just left to go to the gym. 5K plus on JTAI at Sharif Goat. We appreciate you, Nimrod. I'm glad you were on that one. That's the thing. I think someone, I didn't get exactly the context of it, but I think it was something along the lines of someone said, Sharif, you're trading the wrong stocks or something like that today. And so I know both of us heard the same thing. Look, I don't want to put words in somebody's mouth, but it was something along those lines. We were just like, hey, man, he trades small cap stocks or lower float runners. It's a genre of stocks. If that's what you trade, you'd be on JTAI today. If you trade gap and goes or continuations, you're on, or look at volume leaders, you're on SMCI. If you trade big cap tech, I'd venture maybe you're on Meta or Nvidia, but it's usually not that complicated in a general sense by this point of the day, like what you should be in. But yeah, if you're a small cap trader, I don't think there was something better necessarily than JTI, with the exception of that one run in the quantum names. Like that was different. We had one rally in the quantum names. I just want to quickly show you Nvidia. We took the trend break. It never went more than our 1480 level, so it goes about 25 cents in the money. Tight stop, trend trade, work right away or don't work. You know, and it sort of worked right away, but then came right back in. And this is in the context of the market making some highs in here. So we took the shot at it. I like that type of an entry in a strong stock. But if it's not going to give it to me, I don't want to average back down into the prior trend line. I can let it get to VWAP and try again off a support level at about 139.50. So I'd rather play it that way. You see, that's the style I like. It's a style that's definitely been working for me lately to try to keep it a bit tighter. I keep looking up at SMCI thinking, what gives? I swear I'm hitting save on this. I know it's crazy, but I can keep redrawing this. Watch, I'm going to redraw that day-long trend line. I'm going to hit save. Hit save twice. Now it's good. No, SMCI just continues to hold on to the trend. So this is another one that bears watching. It's been unbelievably strong. Between this, SMCI, Nvidia, Intel, which I'm kind of eyeballing the same thing too, but maybe for a different trade, Obi.
Yeah.
And then that JTAI, they've got to be on your watch list. They're all moving. I'm sort of looking at Intel along these lines. Whoops. Like it just broke. Could be late on this. Like it just held VWAP, but it broke this trend, the all-day trend, and now above VWAP. The only thing that gives you pause is when you look at it on the 15-minute for Intel, like where we consolidated from and broke out yesterday, you're just still right in that channel. It just broke out at 26.30. That's a full percentage point from here before you really even break through theoretical resistance and morning resistance. So I feel like the long needed to be, like you had to have it really tight to like 25.80 or so and then risk like 5 to 10 cents and not risk 25 cents to go, I think, kind of against the grain today on Intel, because Intel's been a short most of the day today. So still SMCI we're watching, and obviously this JTAI we're gonna put in there. I did pay for locates on JTAI, just so you know. It's now up and almost breaking that $10 level. Whoops, wrong direction. Just to show you the daily chart, this is what's happened at the $10 area before. If it fails that, I'd take a shot at the reversion. Decent chance if it fails a breakout of those highs. It might be too quick and too fierce to get a punch down back through. Sometimes it's just how it is, but I'll give it the old college try to steal a Sharifism because we're talking JTAI, but it has to do a false break. It's got to break that 10, not break 10.50, and then fail that breakout.
Yeah, another strong ticker on the day here is Hims and Hers. Again, looking back at it, it's still holding above that VWAP, still strong on the day here. VWAP being at 69.13. We're trading at 70 halves here with a high of 72.98, almost 73. So yeah, aggressive push right off of the open, and we've sustained. Buyers still kind of holding this thing up above VWAP on the day here. But yeah, I don't really have too much else on watch other than Intel and maybe, yeah, a little bit of SMCI. Let's see if it gives us any sort of opportunity going into the close. I haven't really had any fills on it just yet. And yeah, just watching and waiting. I think, again, we were discussing, I was discussing with some of my pod members there earlier about what the potential best opportunities on SMCI might have been. And yeah, we came up with a few points and counterpoints. What's going on? Yes.
Pod members?
Yeah, like trading pod.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like trading pod members. Yeah.
Look, man. You see, I'm one of those people where like I'll just ask the question. If I don't understand.
Oh, you were asking a question. I thought you were gonna say.
No, I put my hand up. Fair. No, I'm one of those. Like if I didn't get something, I'm literally just gonna ask you. So pod members, I like that.
Yeah, trading pod members, just people who trade relatively similar, but maybe not always. But people who I can definitely bounce some ideas and discussions.
You got to use the trade ideas. So the trade IDs, right? Like I don't want to name names. Is Yush part of that?
Is who?
Yush?
No.
No? Okay.
No, it's just I mean, Wayne's in there,
Well, obviously.
Yanni's in there, a couple other people join as well. Shout out to everybody who's in there. But yeah, nice little tight-knit group and good discussions nonetheless.
Yeah, there's some traders formerly on the floor that are like either remote or on different trading floors now that still stay in touch with at all times. I shouldn't say at all times, but like try to talk about ideas with at times. I just want to quickly show something because I know Adair was on MSTR, which we acknowledged at the time, one of the more gorgeous outs that you will ever see on a trade to not turn a winning trade into a losing trade. And so I'll get to that in a second. But IBIT and Bitcoin caught some kind of a bid here right after we came on, after the Fed minute release, right? So there is your move back into the upside, right into VWAP. MSTR is having one of those days where it's just weak relative to whatever is going on in Bitcoin. So you can see it tried to bounce, Bitcoin's holding higher, it's back at the low. And I think it was right in somewhere in here. Like Adara had this reversion long and managed to get out, and I'm not making this up, here on the out. So you get the long there, you get out here, and then that candle on a 3-minute goes another $2 to that. So that's a gorgeous out. And that's the idea of not turning a winning trade into a losing trade. I absolutely love that. Because that's a level where you're like, oh, it was good before. You could like average into it. It's all sorts of things you could do wrong there. So that's a fantastic out. But the other one I wanted to point out, because someone just said, Neil, look at your favorite short. So notice Bitcoin bounced, Mara kind of bouncing, MSTR absolutely not bouncing. So if I like the short, I'd be trying to find it at MSTR, I think, and maybe not Mara. That said, I do usually like it when it pulls back into prior support for resistance. But I wouldn't do that unless you're getting some actual weakness in Bitcoin. And I'm not really seeing that in IBIT right now. You're holding underneath VWAP, but you need to almost break this trend down, and then you could join a Mara. I still have eyes on SMCI. I feel like this is the one, it's getting very close to a day-long trend break. It's now underneath the high, going sideways. I just feel like if it closes underneath this trend line, I'm going to be short and then take that shot. And if you're going to go against the grain, you should have a very specific plan of action, one way or another. So it's a very specific, it has to break this trend or I'm not touching that short with a 10-foot pull. It's that or JTAI at this point. And JTAI just did that 10 break. Not the most convincing break. It wasn't a parabolic move through 10 and it got to 1030. So part of me was like, well, I kind of wanted it to be extreme. I was looking for it to break 10. It just happened now as I was talking. I was kind of looking for it to break 10 again, maybe do a little bit more of a psych out because I don't know how many longs just got trapped on JTAI. It did not seem to me like there were many people punching long on that break or getting stopped out, which is what you want to see on a reversal. I didn't get that sense at all in the tape. You don't see that big of a volume spike. I'm expecting it to like spike through with the biggest volume candle of the day for a reversal. Maybe if it does it a second time, I would look for the reversal. It's going to be particular. It's a very strong stock. If you're going to short it, you should be very, very strict with what you need to see to go short a stock like this. So that wasn't a big enough parabolic break, in my opinion. Way too weak of a break. Sahid, Neil, please review GME. Is it a short or a long? Thanks.
Oh boy.
I'm not sure GME is anything unless it was a catalyst today.
Yeah, was there something? I think they've been moving around over the past
GameStop,
4 days.
GameStop, unless somebody tweeted something or there's a news story or they actually went through with buying Bitcoin, something. I don't know what moves the stock. So in a general sense, the long's been the 200 period and the short has been every single time it's gone up in a single day or two, generally speaking. But outside of that, there's no real catalyst for it. At some point, if they do invest in Bitcoin, maybe it'll start moving around a little bit more for those reasons. They've just talked about it, and that's pretty much it. So just JTAI could be doing it might have been the short. It just ran 10 again and went to like 10, 11. It's a very unconvincing break. Could always just give it to the lower high. If I start to see sellers in front of 10, I might just short in front of 10 and give it to the lower high here instead of the high of the day. That's another discussion we had with regards to Adara's trade. Right. There are situations on stocks that have more slippage and more spread that you might want to at least consider not stopping out at the obvious level and stopping out tighter. And the reason for that is there's going to be generally liquidity in here to make sure that you get a good out. Like if I stop here at 10.15, only risking 20 pennies on this, there's almost no chance I'm going to get slipped past the high of the day. If you stop out at the high of the day, A, it's extra risk to begin with. B, your slippage is huge, right? So as it runs higher, I'm not concerned about whether I'm going to get liquidity on this because I nibbled in. Like, look at this. If it breaks, look at that out. See how tight that out was? Like, I literally risked exactly what I want to on that kind of a trade, where my upside is that it could pull back into 9. Now, you stop at the high of the day, that's not me. I'm just saying, like, sometimes that fill is 10.55 or something along those lines. I don't know why I decided to do that. I just like that Shahid joke. And I actually really like that fill. So as we were talking about it in the wild, took the shot at it, gave it the tighter stop. It's a very, very small hit relative to what you can win. But that's because I wasn't giving it to the high of the day. And there's certain situations you want to do that. That's what Adara did on that MSTR trade. Is find a situation where maybe you don't want to give it to that obvious level, and instead of giving it past, you give it underneath. Now look at that sucker go. I'm feeling even better than that.
Some of these tickers, man, absolutely wild. Another one, some of the other ones we were looking at were quantum names. We saw IONQ going crazy during the midday. As soon as we kind of got off, I was like IONQ as we passed it to Sharif and Adara, because this is what happened right at 11 o'clock right there. We pull back right into VWAP 34. Look at that consolidation hold, and then now currently pushing right back up towards those day highs there. And again, there was news with Microsoft. Something about unveiling something in the quantum field there. So MSFT also kind of, have you seen Microsoft at all today? Absolutely crazy there. Consolidation, consolidation, leg. And again, that's right at 11 as well. So this catalyst definitely carrying that Microsoft and some of that quantum sector along with it. What's up, Adara?
It's going to repeat that catalyst because it did happen basically during the throw. So it happened pretty quickly. Just to recap, the Microsoft catalyst was The Verge reporting that Microsoft apparently has announced a quantum computing breakthrough with this chip called Majorana 1. Apparently, Microsoft has spent 17 years researching a new material and architecture for quantum computing. So MSFT here with some quantum developments as reported by The Verge. We had that basically right at 11. That's why you got this pop in the quantum names, though Microsoft was a little bit delayed to react to that catalyst, guys.
Thank you very much.
And also, it's not just Microsoft and those other names. IBM is at almost 52-week highs. We should always strive to be more particular. I just want to. There was a really, really good question, and it was just asked now, because oftentimes as traders, we'll use two terms, one spread and two slippage interchangeably. They're related, but they are not the same thing. The spread is simply on any given stock. I'm on Rivian right now, but there isn't a spread on Rivian, so let's just do that. Kind of a spread on JTI. Like, the spread is just the difference between the bid and the ask. You're seeing 3-4 cents, kind of 2 cents every now and then. So it's a couple of pennies to as much as 3 or 4, the spread on JTI. The slippage, however, refers to how far past like a stop level or an area where you enter your order to aggressively get in or out of position and your actual execution. So what I can tell you, this is going to be hard to see, but my stop was at 15, my execution was at 18. So it triggered at 16, my slippage was 2 cents on this stock. Pretty much what the spread was. Now I would venture to say that the slippage, if it broke the high of the day, was not going to be 2 cents. It would have been an extra loss. So they're related terms, but they're not exactly the same. Slippage needs to be part of your execution plan and your risk plan. And actually, there's another thing. I had this discussion pre-split SMCI where I had traded it on the show, and you wouldn't have been able to tell, but I had basically had like one of my best trades that month. It was my best trade of the month, and Max was on the show with me. And after the morning was done, and I was kind of going over the trade, I went to Max and was like, "That was the dumbest trade ever." And even though it had been a big win, what had happened was I trailed out of the last third, pretty standard practice, I do that all the time. And when I looked at the slippage that I got trailing out the key level on SMCI, and this is pre-split, I came to the realization that if this trade had not worked and I had stopped out the whole thing instead of trailed out in the money, I would have lost almost twice as much as I was expecting to based on the slippage alone. So that risk to reward was garbage. on the trade because it was riskier than I thought and the slippage was huge. And then I realized, okay, probably don't trade this stock again until they split. And that's why I didn't really trade it again until they split. Now much more reasonable and there's less slippage on it. So Microsoft, an absolute rocket ship. The JTAI is now through that prior high. So now it's doing stupidity stuff. Now it's in the squeeze territory. I wanted my shot at it before it did that, and I'm happy we're only risking a small amount there. And again, stopped it before the high of the day because I didn't want to take any extra hit when going against the grain. Nvidia's not doing anything. SMCI, I hate to say it's fallen asleep, but it really has. Like I thought this was going to be the one, like either you're going to get a breakout of the top and it just keeps squeezing, or we're going to get that trend break and we take a shot that way. But neither one of those two things are happening here on SMCI. I see Daniel Payne talking about Axon. That's one I don't know. AXON. Why are you mentioning this over and over again? $600 name. Is there a story here?
Maybe.
Maybe. It's SSR, but the volume is pitifully low on this. Let's go to Adara.
Axon never really gets much volume. I think that's worth noting here too with, I spelled it wrong. That's a Z. AXON. There is a catalyst on this. I did look this up earlier today. So apparently Investors Business Daily, some people were circulating rumors that they had sold a position in Axon. It's unclear if that was a short sell or a sell of some shares or options that were held. But regardless, apparently some people circulating online that Axon has been sold by Investors Business Daily. So that was the deal there with AXON, and potentially only catalyst I saw on it anyway here, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, that's very, very light liquidity. I think that's more like maybe you could swing trade that stock or play with options, something along those lines. Not much of a day trade at all.
Let's go. Sorry, no, I'm talking to the tape here, and I'm like, all right.
Tape.
I see the bidders. I see. Well, no, I don't see bidders. I see sellers hitting the tape, and I'm like, all right, yeah, hit the tape. You know, you got to give them. You got to give them some motivation sometimes. Sometimes cheer them on, and hope that it has some. No, I'm joking. I'm just just trying to have some fun with it right here. Just taking some scalps. Sorry, try what?
Tapping the screen.
Tapping the screen. Oh, you know what? I saw this. I think I saw this on like an Instagram or like a TikTok video. This guy was blowing the screen like, and it actually the candle actually moved. And I was like, that's an interesting strategy.
I mean, I'm sure. I'm sure that makes a very entertaining TikTok video. I wouldn't know because I'm not on TikTok. Yeah.
The backdoor prophet saying, "Oh, you need more confluence." Yes, I'm always looking for that confluence.
Well,
what if? But the thing
your
is,
screen could have dust on it. There's all kinds of reasons
there could be something blocking that price action. You know, it doesn't always have to be a held bid or offer.
I should use one of those air things to clean this keyboard. Like there's all kinds of reasons why you might engage with that.
Oh boy.
I don't even. We're gonna go to Adara, Tesla. I'm gonna Tesla when we come back.
I just want to keep you guys aware here of Palantir actually dropping a little bit here. It dropped roughly 50 cents. Washington Post reporting that the Trump administration has ordered the Pentagon to cut their budget here apparently by 8%. So 8% budget cuts. Apparently these cuts are going to be taking place over a 5-year period. So keep an eye on PLTR and any defense names. We know Palantir gets a lot of government contracts, and apparently said government budget going to get a little bit of a trim here, guys. PLTR also, I think one thing too with Palantir that is of note here is a lot of people speculate that of any of these defense names that's likely to get impacted by budgeting, it might be impacted slightly less because the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, apparently is close with some of the people who are involved in names like Palantir and Anduril. Regardless, PLTR, they're dropping. Definitely on watch if we get a defense budget cut. Back to you.
There, I said I was going to go over Tesla in just a quick second. It's at VWAP and could be, I emphasize the could be making a break. So this is the trend from the high, as you can see, respected pretty much from the point it made the high. It's been respected this entire time. So it just hung on to VWAP. Next step would be breaking back above this trend, and then suddenly you'd have something going here in Tesla. You know, I guess if I wanted it to do, I saw someone in the chat was like, you could just, this is not a green marker, but instead you could just draw a green candle, and then maybe that would make the stock move the way you wanted it to, assuming you want it to go up. But no, I just, it's hilarious to me what passes for entertainment on TikTok.
Yeah, I know.
Blowing on the screen.
No, I got to, you know what? I'll find that video for you guys because I know Neil wants to see it as well, but I'm sure it's on like YouTube or whatever. But yeah, quick out of that Intel, took my 10 pennies, walked away. Again, what am I seeing? I don't know. I don't know what I'm seeing. Sometimes it's all, whoa, there's a push right there. So this was the thing. This was a higher low right here. So I was like, yeah, maybe we are bidding up, but I want to see, this is in and around VWAP. We're kind of breaking that down. Let's see if it comes actually into that trend. We did pull down into that trend, into 88s, and then I started covering a little bit there, nothing too crazy. Oh, that's the wrong window. Nothing too crazy. I did start covering going into the level, and yeah, I had to punch out half of it on, I think I got out, 96 halves. So I got the half penny above the 96 on this aggressive bid because I'm like, oh boy, yeah, that bid up about a lot more than was bidding up on the sell down. And yeah, look at that aggressive bid taking us right back up to my original stop. But yeah, that price action dictates sometimes the position management. And I'm like, I don't even want to give it to my stop if you're going to bid that aggressively because buyers were getting taken out and now they're not anymore. And we're holding this trend a little bit to the upside here. Again, VWAP. This is the anchored from prior day's open. So again, the dark black is anchored to the open from prior day. We saw in the morning session, was this a morning session? Yeah, going into the midday session, we kind of false broke that, a little bit of a false break of 26 as well. That was a quick little scalp. Didn't really hold much into fruition there as it did hold VWAP on a lower high and then just bled out here for a nice little puke to give us a higher low. So I was like, yeah, if this pukes and then gives us a higher low relative to the opening range low like that, I do want to respect that. And if we're going to trend off of that as well, I definitely want to respect that. And yeah, quick little scalp counter trending. I've had a lot of counter trend trades today, Neil. Just trying to take pieces off of.
You're a mean reversion trader. There's no part of mean reversion traders are almost going to have always counter trend trades. That said, there's that counter trend trade where you're getting the pullback and then you're trading the trend reversion back in the direction it was going before. So like think of like a stock failing a high of daybreak on an upward trend, pulling back into VWAP and then trending back up, which Tesla's trying to do literally right now. That's why I said it. Vinu, shout out to you in the chat. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. And trust me when I say this is not my comments. I should have listened to your comments, not to short a company based on some company reporting short, lost on the T-Dog based on a short report. So this is something, as long as I have been in this game, and as long as JTI is going nuts, by the way, as long as I've been around the markets, the same thing has always been true with these short seller reports. They have a job, they have a way that they make money, and it just comes down to, typically speaking, when these things come out, there's an exit liquidity aspect to this. Now, the difference, what made this one especially dangerous, a lot of times you have no idea when they put that on. Usually, okay, well, maybe they just recently shorted that big pop into it, and then the short seller report comes out because you're scared. You don't want to get that out in a moment like this. So that's the danger. You're the exit liquidity a lot of times when the report comes out because they've already put the position on.
Yes.
And when a stock has a big short float, sometimes this can happen. And that's a bullish looking chart going into this on Teladoc. And it's a wisdom that we've all picked up over the years when we've been around the markets, where I'm usually looking for some kind of a long off that, whether it's day 2 or day 3. I just missed a story on Lockheed and defense names.
You have to do
I know,
some
and as I was
marketing.
talking, something happened on the defense names.
Damn.
Here.
Yeah,
So
something's definitely going on there.
all I simply heard was I was able to catch Lockheed, but I wanted to finish my thought there. And probably, I'm going to make a guess, like Raytheon probably moved as well, but LMT just pulling back probably has to do with some Doge defense spending. But let's get the actual story from Adara.
Not saying anything new here on Lockheed, but I suspect that this has to do with that catalyst I gave earlier because we actually got a little bit of volume to the downside a bit earlier for Lockheed Martin. So to recap said catalyst, Washington Post reporting that apparently the Trump administration is ordering the Pentagon to plan for an 8% budget cut and then also seek further cuts over the next 5 years. So budget cuts for the Pentagon likely to impact defense
defense names like LMT. We know Palantir got a bit of a push lower on this story as well. But if I see anything specific to LMT, I will let you know. Back to you.
And everybody, each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the US, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. New York Stock Exchange listed Orgenix, which is OGEN on the NY, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Orgenix is uniquely positioned to lead the way. And learn more, schedule a meeting today. I think you can probably put 2 and 2 together as a former athlete. We're going to have Brett Favre on tomorrow to talk about it. And you know what? From personal experience, when I was younger, I had an undiagnosed concussion. I was on vacation. I got thrown off of, it's one of those like unlicensed banana boat rides. Guy was going way too fast past regulation and got thrown. I head hit in the water. The local doctor at the resort completely misdiagnosed. My doctor was pissed off when we got back. And they're like, what? And you had these symptoms? And they didn't realize it was a concussion? Where'd this person go to med school? That was that whole thing. And it's a scary thing. And brain health is, it's literally everything. So shout out to them and good luck to them, OGEN. So that story is actually continuing to maybe cause some waves here. 8% is not a small amount of funding for them to cut. And LMT is already on the bleed. That said, I've been eyeballing this for I've probably mentioned this a couple of times since it broke the 200 period. I've been eyeballing this for a reversion trade. There might have already been one, 460. You could have had a 10% reversion here, but I don't think that's the level I've been looking at. And just go back to 2022 and $400 on Lockheed Martin. Feel like this is where we're headed. 400, 400, 400, 400, 400. We get down there and start to pull a mean reversion on LMT. I mean, you can cut the budget, but some things, unfortunately, are always true. I just feel like there's going to be, at some point, I'm looking for a bounce in those stocks. I don't know if it's going to be yet. I don't want to jump the gun on it. I want to make sure either gets to my level or doesn't. All right, here comes SMCI. It's trying to close underneath the day-long trend line, or at least from 9:40 or 9:50 in the morning to this moment here, where SMCI has held the trend. So in looking for the mean revert, if it can break a fresh high after bouncing off here, then great. I don't mind being in the long if it can do that, but I want the test of this level first. It's held that trend all day. Let's see if it can continue to do it. It is now power hour as well.
Oh boy.
Did Nvidia break? No, still looking at Tesla's trying to break as well, but Tesla has not broken yet either. It's doing a little bit. While I'm waiting for this to not happen potentially, just going to quickly show you guys Tesla. No, Tesla did break. That chart is lying to me. Tesla did break higher, so I want to see if I should get into Tesla here. Yeah, Tesla did break. I don't know why I have one chart that I'm looking up at, or either I drew the trend line incorrectly, or it's just a little bit misaligned. But we did break the trend on Tesla, and I had to stop at the wrong price. So I just punched in and out and paid some fees. But we'll just get back in the same price. Give it to the prior bar low, which, oddly enough, is going to end up being exactly 362 even at that low. If you go tight stop, you're talking about the 30s, which is a little bit too tight on Tesla. I think you got to at least approximate the dollar level on Tesla to try to give it a little bit more room. So we're in a Tesla on the long. SMCI is very, very, very close as well. It's just teetering. Like at any moment, this could break, and then I'm going into the short. We had to pay for locates here at Real Trading. So to go short on Tesla, on SMCI, there was a small fee. It was incredibly small, fractions of a cent here. But I am going to try this short if we get the breakdown. So Tesla reversion, SMCI reversion, chill vibes. Why is SMCI always pumping? Because it's been going higher ever since they said that they are going to meet the deadline. They expect to meet the deadline to file next week on Tuesday, to file their earnings, which have been long awaited. And it's been beaten up going into this, during this whole ordeal. So just a relief rally, it seems like to me. Shorts covering as well, lots of shorts in the stock.
Yeah. I kind of want to go back to what you were talking about, the short report, saying that how people have already positioned in and they put out the report. More often than not, that day, the volume that comes in is their exit liquidity. And that makes a lot of sense. In order to, just from like a business perspective, in order to sell a product, you got to do some marketing. You need to create the liquidity.
Ding, ding, ding.
So that you need to invite the counterparty to the arena so that you can conduct your business. And I think that's a classic example of that if and when that does happen.
Invite them to the party.
Yeah, exactly. So it's you get your invitation. You're like, hey, everybody, we shorted XYZ, and then that day we get a strong bid with relative volume coming in, and I'm like, all right, cool. I don't know exactly what's happening. I can assume what's happening, but there could be a little bit of a fugaze going on there. But yeah, interesting stuff. And again, at the end of the day, it's just supply and demand, and some of the stuff that revolves around that, and some of the ways that those short reports and short companies kind of or short funds kind of conduct their business is interesting. But again, as a day trader, do I really care? Not really. There's opportunities involved in and around some of those events as well. So there's a lot of fish in the sea, a lot of big ones and a lot of small ones, and we're just I'm just a guppy, so we're trying to find our way here.
Bubble guppy?
Bubble guppy?
You don't know what that is.
No, I have no idea. I know what guppies are. Remember when
it's a kids show.
When I lived in the Caribbean for a while, because
I didn't. Hold on a second.
You knew this.
No, I did not.
You knew this.
No, I did not know. Oh, there goes Tesla.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. There's Tesla at VWAP. Tesla just broke VWAP. I'm into SMCI, but that reversion doesn't work to the long side. The market's also at the highs. So we did get in, but we adhered to our stop. I could have given it the tight stop, but we gave it into that 362 even. We took the shot on that reversion, and now we're into the SMCI one, which I would argue is probably, it seemed to me, the riskier one, because the other one, like the Tesla one, is almost like an on trend. This is on a trend break here in SMCI. But there's the entry, giving it to the prior bar high, not even the high of the day. Just like in, what was that stock? JTAI. Just like in JTAI, I want to give it to the prior bar high. And then you can tell me when, I didn't know you lived in the Caribbean. I don't think you told me this.
Neil, you know this. You knew, so
Which island?
I went to school there for.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
Yeah.
No, it was.
Okay, so.
Yeah. Okay. No, I didn't know. That's my bad.
So a lot of when you live on an island, sometimes maybe the water has to be kind of brought in. Sometimes maybe there aren't many water filtration systems connected to the thing. So a lot of water that's collected is rainwater.
Yes.
Right? And then you have to obviously filter and clean that rainwater. And surprisingly enough, inside the rainwater tank, before it goes through all of its filters and all the stuff, they actually put guppies in there. There's this dude that goes around and he fills guppies into the water tanks because the guppies actually eat bacteria and small microbes. So it's a natural filter, and then those go through other water filters as well, like man-made filters. And then, I thought it was a really cool concept.
You know.
But when I found out I was drinking guppy water, I was like, oh boy.
Wow, that's
Thank
just.
you, Fabian. So
There you go. See?
I'm just a little guppy. I don't know.
See?
For now.
I mean, you learned. See, you're here. You got trade ideas. You get market content. You get to learn about options on a regular basis, small cappers. I mean, everything is there for you, and you get a little bit of knowledge about water filtration in the Caribbean. You still, I believe, and I'm just going to throw this out there. I'm pretty sure you still didn't say what island you were on.
It was a small island off of St. Martin.
Okay,
Yeah.
nice. Yeah, that's good.
Shout out to Saba.
Nice.
Saba. They call it the jewel of the Caribbean because it's untouched by a lot of corporations, a lot of commercial. There's no fast food. It's all private businesses.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
There was a Domino's.
He gets the jewel.
Domino's on St. Martin. So what you can do, because there's a 15-minute flight from St. Martin to Saba, what we would do, we would call in pizza because they would have a delivery service, and I would sit on my porch and use my binoculars to watch the pizza fly in, and then the taxi driver would pick up the pizza from the airport and
that's so joke.
come up to the house.
Just don't do it on. Just don't.
Have you ordered pizza off a plane before?
That's
Because
so,
I definitely have.
That's so dope.
That was really cool. Yeah.
Just don't let Liat fly it in because, shout out to Liat in the Caribbean because there's no chance it would ever come on time. Liat, look, man.
I forget which airline it was.
If you're from the West Indies, you know.
No,
You know exactly.
I know
You know exactly what I'm saying. Your schedule on a Liat flight.
I forget.
Just understand that there's expectations and then there's reality. And the reality sets in real quick as to when you are actually going to get in the air and land.
True.
And it's whenever it happens. Sometimes they'll just be like, yo, you're in the middle of the air, but yo, by the way, we're now stopping at this island too to pick some people up. You're like, what?
Yeah, drop a couple of people off, right?
You can't just go to another island in the middle of the flight. It's like, yes, we can.
Yeah.
And you're like, whatever. You didn't. It's lead, so you paid like cab fare to go on that.
So lax, so laid back. I love it.
That's balling right there.
Yeah. I mean,
how is that? Hold on a second. Okay, let's just take a step back.
Okay.
How could that possibly be? No. Now, how is that possibly cost? It doesn't make any sense.
Cost effective. So the Domino's pizza is at the airport, right? And all they do, because the flight's already happening, they just throw it on the flight. And then they charge. I think the charge for that was like $10, $10 USD. Extra?
Yeah, but hold on.
Ordering?
Nobody knows when you're going to order the pizza.
So you have to align it. You have to align it.
You're aligning it.
I have to align it to the flight.
Okay, so you didn't say that before.
No, I have to align it.
There's a logic.
Because I know if I know there's a 4:30 flight coming in, I got to order the pizza by like 3 o'clock, 3:30, being like, can I get it on that flight? Can I get it for that flight? And then you can see it coming in. But yeah, there was a deal there. So that was the only commercial kind of thing that we used to get flown in. But shortest commercial landing strip in the world, 500 meters, drop off into the ocean on both sides. So twin propeller plane, these things can stop on a dime, but that landing is absolutely beautiful.
And you got in one of those things?
Of course.
They have boats over there.
No, I took the ferry a couple times.
Okay.
Free drinks on the ferry the whole time. But the thing is, you may get a little sick if you're, because those waters are not, It's either
drop into the ocean on either side.
Do I take a boat for an hour?
Palantir is dropping like a rocket right now. By the way,
I saw people telling me to short it.
Okay, so just very quickly, I'm gonna get the Palantir on this defense story in just a quick second. But I just SMCI, there was a hell bid at 65. I covered some more at 65. If it breaks 64.40, I'm holding to 63.5. If it breaks 64.40, I'm trailing it back into about 64.6. So we got the mean reversion, but let's remember SMCI is up 16% and is a trend up stock. We got the entry that we wanted. We're scalping out of this. It's a pure scalp trade against the grain. But that Palantir is really going to drop. I thought the whole notion of lowering defense spending, there was a break at 125 in Palantir earlier. The lower of defense spending would be to rotate it potentially into some of the AI solutions. But let's go to it. I think I heard a call for Dara.
Apparently, I'm reading here from Barron's. This came out 4 hours ago, but I'm seeing it circulate a bit now. Apparently, Alex Karp, CEO of Palantir, has adopted a new trading plan. So basically, they're going to be, apparently Palantir itself said this, but Barron's reporting it. So they're going to be selling Alex Karp is going to be selling $1.2 billion worth of stock. So it's, again, this came out 4 hours ago, but PLTR stock sale, in addition to the fact that the Pentagon spending budget might be forcibly cut by Donald Trump's administration. So Pentagon spending cuts and some share sales for PLTR. Keep that on watch. Back to you.
That's definitely interesting there.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah, that thing is tanking today.
The thing you have to worry about with Palantir is it's been such a run that obviously it's the kind of thing that could change the seed for the market, at least like on a day basis. Like at least for right now, watch out because sentiment in the market could definitely shift. A lot of money's been piling into this thing. This is only since it went to the NASDAQ, which I love pulling up because it shows you the double bottom, just literally from when it changed over tickers. But this could get a little bit spicy. 120, I know 120 is a bit of a level here. That was violated. I guess 118.5. Wow, this could really continue to flush. SMCI is working now $1.50, and I feel like we'll give the assist. And we'll give the assist over to Palantir and respect. All right, hit me. I want to pull back into here. Can I do this? Is a 15-minute chart going to be able to show? No, the 15 is not going to show it. I'd have to show a weekly chart to go back to tell you that this dip zone around 63 was a big level on a weekly chart for SMCI. But suffice to say, that's where the target was on the reversion trade, not VWAP. I feel like that move accelerated because of the pullback in Palantir. So that was a gift. Like it was slowly moving down and then it tanked and gave a couple of bucks because this Palantir move is basically taking everything except for Intel somehow. Hashtag logic, I guess.
Yeah, that SMCI finally. Do you have that? You got into that?
I just got out.
Nice.
And probably a really bad out because it might go to VWAP.
I mean, that thing is actually breaking that trend, like you said, from earlier, and finally catching a little bit of selling. What's up, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade Ideas. President's Day savings are here. Get 22% off all new subscriptions with code TraderTV22. But wait, there's more. Upgrade to premium annual and snag a massive 28% off with code TraderTV28. That's right. Huge savings are happening now. So head to the 2025 President's Day sale landing page linked below before February 19th. So that is today. Make sure you do not miss out. Back to you.
Oh, that ends up being a good out. I was about to say it wasn't a good out, but it looks like we're bouncing on
Pound. Clipped the lows.
It's a Palantir. On SMCI, right at that 63.5, so it is catching a little bit of a bid. I mean, if it can put in a lower high at 65, there might be a continuation play. I'm just looking back over. It's hard to not look at Palantir here, which is still heading down. I know 120 is a psychological level. It was 118.5 that looked like a bigger sort of thing there that could be it. So it's got a lot of room. The thing you got to be cautious with on Palantir is when it's this parabolic up, there's some really large gaps on the way back in. So you can just, hey, look at 120. 120 is 120, but yesterday's low is $118. Support under that was $115. Like you haven't even retraced yesterday's range if you're trying to find a little bit of a bottom here in Palantir. Didn't mean to rhyme that, but happy accident for Palantir. I don't know if we're going to bounce. If we do, it's past. When the stock is weak, make sure it goes to your level. Like the same way I felt about SMCI, like wait for it to make the actual trend break and then take it. Like wait. There's the top on a 15-minute. There's your topping tail candle. There's your break of the trend. There's your pullback into prior support. I think you'll wait for it if you're trying to bottom pick Palantir on this move. And I don't think this is the spot on Palantir. I'd wait for it to fall a little further.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think the trade on Palantir. Did you have a short earlier, or was that? Oh no, that was the breakout long.
Oh, I didn't.
Wow, the follow through.
The
follow through that's happening off of that move.
I should have.
That's absolutely beautiful. Oh my God.
Failed breakouts can sometimes be really good entries short. I'll leave it at that. But I did have a long on Palantir where I got 125.02 immediately. It was like offer enter. And immediately got half out at 125, like 33s or 32 or 33, I think I got up there. And then it came back underneath, lost a bit. And I had my stop in like the second I got filled long, so I was getting out regardless. But this rejection, it's the second break that failed, and then the short underneath it, that's the real trade. But I wasn't thinking short on Palantir, so you've got to be thinking reverse short to get that trade. You can't just be like, oh, it's easy to get out of the long when 125 doesn't hold, but you got to be thinking short in order to get that reversion trade, which
I think that's a lot of information, though. That piece of price action gave you a lot of information, I think. And then, yeah, sure, you get a catalyst that quadunks the ticker, but if you're already sitting short based off of that action, which I think that skews probabilities for the long and short for sure. It's telling you that sellers are definitely kind of in charge above these prices, and yeah. Take a look at that. You get a little bit of catalyst, and the catalyst. I think Adara said that catalyst came out earlier. We recently got the Trump Pentagon news with the 8% cut, and that's what finally drove it down even more. And maybe people making that connection there with Palantir. So yeah. Absolutely beautiful. Some price action can be very indicative and has a strong weighting to it in terms of where or how the story is building on the day. And another piece of price action, I think, in my opinion, was the hold of prior day high on SMCI. Now we're getting a little bit of a pullback here, but if you go back and take a look at this low that we made in the morning session, 55 and change, just below that 56. And then, again, just that piece of information is not going to give you much. But again, you have that piece of information. And then when it starts to consolidate and then finally breaks out, you're just like, all right, well, back above 60, definitely not going to the downside there, and maybe poised for a bit of continuation. And oh boy, what a continuation. We got 66 double top currently on SMCI, but an aggressive pullback, almost a 3-point pullback off of those highs, maybe a 2-point pullback off of the break of trend here happening on SMCI. Current VWAP sitting at 61.23 with just over 45 minutes left in the trading day. Do not forget, we are in power hour. Market tailwind as well happening as of right now. A bit of a pullback underneath this 22,300. Nice clean little test of this 22,300, an aggressive pullback. First red 15-minute candle on the Nasdaq since about 2:15. So about for the past I guess hour or so, we've had straight greens on both the ES and the Nasdaq, and now starting to catch a little bit of a pullback. Wow, we're down below 63s, Neil, printing some pennies below in the 62s. Here we go, even further. I think this thing, if this thing continues to sell off this aggressively, then VWAP is well within range. It's only about a point away here. But SMCI, what a wild move today, giving some of it back, going into the final hour once again.
It's still going.
Wow. On a move like this, do I really want to chase? I looked at 64s and I was like, well, I could hit 64s, maybe risking just above. It was trading in the 63.80s.
Palantir just broke 120.
Now it's $1 down. Yeah, I'm watching Palantir as well. But absolutely crazy price action. I wasn't ready for it. I'm not going to chase. I'm going to wait for whatever sets up for me next relative to my playbook. What's up, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. With an FDA-cleared proprietary database of over 77,000 brain images, Firefly is transforming healthcare with AI-driven diagnostics, providing a clear, data-backed understanding of brain health. After more than a decade and over $60 million in investment, Firefly is advancing the commercialization of its brain network analytics BNA platform, bringing the technology to clinicians, and pharmaceutical partners. Firefly is enhancing the diagnosis and treatment of conditions such as depression, dementia, anxiety disorders, concussion, and ADHD, while also accelerating drug discovery and early screening for conditions like Alzheimer's.
Thank you very much, Adara. Palantir is still falling. It's getting a little heavy on the stock. We already showed you SMCI going to the downside. I think there might be a chance you see this 118.5 now. And that's the problem with looking at like an even dollar level. Like either when in doubt, zoom out, and if it's not a big level or like the right setup, even if it gets down to 118.5, you gotta still put a reversal on, and this will be. It might be a fast one, Obi.
That's a 1 ATR drop. Like that.
Yes.
We're at 1 ATR off the open.
Exactly. And it's the exact range from yesterday. Because remember, 125 was also yesterday's high, so it failed yesterday's high and now races into yesterday's bottom, which is now only 80 cents away. So there's a chance it could bounce. But there is some, like not everything is falling. I don't want people to get the idea that, I don't know why I pulled up Intel just now.
We haven't broken Faraday low on Palantir.
No, but like not everything is like Nvidia is just chilling out doing nothing. As a matter of fact, from when I went long, it's exactly the same price as it was before on Nvidia. Right to get away from it and go over to SMCI because SMCI actually moved. But I think you got to be careful. Not everything is doing this. What's tank, quadunk, flush, whatever word you want to give it. Palantir moving to the downside. It's not there, not just yet. Elizabeth Stott just said Rigetti's approaching the day's high. So quantum up, well, the money's got to. Sometimes it goes out of one, it goes into another. But that was happening. That was happening already. No, Rigetti, we were just talking about this. The reversion. This is an Obi term.
Yes.
A little convoluted, I must admit, but no, I joke. Sometimes you can use that same, like instead of taking short SMCI here for that trend. Can't believe it's at VWAP or instead of that.
I was like, bro, it's getting.
It was
VWAP.
just
it's going to VWAP. It's beelining for VWAP. Like it's getting there.
Well, okay, fine.
Definitely don't want to chase it.
FOMO for sure. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so Rigetti. Instead of doing that, you can look at a stock that's upward trending and it goes into a support level and breaks the trend, and you take the reversion with the overall day's trend for Rigetti. That kind of an entry strategy where you're long here at $10.83 or 84 cents on that break, with the prior low being $10.73. 10 or 11 cents worth of risk on Rigetti. So if you think that Like, yeah, I like these mean reversions, but I don't want to always be short strong stocks or long weak stocks. Well, I present you these types of opportunities in Rigetti. I bet you could have done the same thing on IonQ or on Qubits or D-Wave. IonQ, same thing. Reversion off VWAP, QBTS, I guarantee you, probably, I don't want to guarantee things that are not true. QBTS, same thing, doesn't quite get to VWAP, although it looks like Rigetti is the stronger one right now. But you're right about SMCI. Well, that escalated quickly. We're not short that stock. You can see no positions left.
No,
Let's before we get any more
somebody
FOMO,
who might be though.
Palantir's at $118.50. That happened pretty fast.
That was Palantir as well. Aggressive selling to the downside. I'm watching that one.
Aggressive.
Again, it's catalyst driven, intraday catalyst, maybe confluencing with some of that earlier news on Palantir. But absolutely crazy. Bit of a, I don't know, miss on my part. This was definitely a bit of a playbook move on SMCI, but again, wasn't really expecting it to come in that aggressively and wipe the whole day's move. And I think I was talking to Brankles about this earlier today. I'm like, how many times we expect a certain move and then they just do it at the end of the day? You know what I mean? Like they rinse everybody on both sides, maybe potentially, and then it just happens to come in. Sure, it's not going to go like that all the time, but on the days that it does, it's hilarious. And a little bit of a break of the bid here. BGZ with the super chat, thank you. That PLTR short, thanks guys, you're the greatest. Got a small piece left, $4.50 in the money. Let's go, BGZ. Nice trade, absolutely solid trade there. So at least some of you are catching some of these solid trades that we are bringing to your attention.
BGs.
BGs.
Yeah. Let's go to Adara. We've got
BGs?
No, like the group, BGs.
Fed's Bostic talking right now here, so keep an eye on the market. Fed's Bostic saying apparently that some policy proposals, of course, from the current new administration could add to inflation, but others could actually boost the economy here. Sorry, there's a lot of headlines coming in as we speak. Also, though, Bostic saying that he did not expect progress on inflation would be in a straight line. And then also saying that the confidence around the 2025 outlook has been reduced. So that's the key thing here. Fed having a little bit less confidence in their 2025 outlook. We know we were expecting initially some more cuts here for the year. Now we're seeing less and less likelihood of these cuts coming to pass, especially in the first half of 2025. So Fed's Bostic echoing a lot of what we've already heard, but worth noting still that he is indeed speaking. Back to you.
I want to point something out on Palantir because it's not even just that the news hit. This was also, it's not like the fact that this lines up with the trend here. It's really like you had higher lows going into this, into a flat 124. So you're getting some serious acceleration. But like the second it breaks the trend, the reason why the trends work on trades like this are, it's often like an area where longs will get out. Like if you're in a long from, let's just say like earlier today or like yesterday, like you're holding it, it holds that low. You're like, okay, like it kind of, you're still in some off of VWAP. Maybe your stop is in there, but then it puts in that trend in the afternoon. Like there's all kinds of people that look for selling when something like that breaks, but it's also news-based. There's a heck of a lot that went into that. I just can't get over SMCI. There's no chasing it in here, but yeah, there's a 0% chance that I saw this going $7 to the downside. It's not impossible that SMCI goes into a volatility halt at the pace that it's falling right now. It has, overall, it's already moved more than 10%. But remember, this is a 3-minute chart. So this last candle, the last 3 minutes is only $3. It is possible, if you get down to 56 prior day close, you might actually get a volatility halt. I cannot believe, like it's not an everything flush. Tesla is actually breaking back above VWAP right now. But you're seeing a lot of names absolutely give it up. I am definitely surprised when someone told me that Rigetti was at the highs. My first thought was, are you kidding me? A risk stock with a short float is at a high right now with everything falling over? No. If Rigetti breaks trend, did I even pay for locates on this? Goodness, no, you did not, Neil. D-Wave we have locates on, I'm pretty sure. GBTS we should have locates, or GTBS. GBTS, it's got to be. Like, there's got to be a short in one of these quantum names. Rigetti is setting up right now, but I feel like D-Wave we usually have shorts on. I might go pay for some locates because that's absolutely insane. I can't believe you're holding these highs. Obi, have you seen SMCI? Just, you got to look at it.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
I'm muted, sorry. Oh my God. I'm just saying, I just said, oh my God, a couple times. I'm just like, oh boy, 59's coming in. So SMCI giving it all up. Day lows is at 55.67. We're about 4 points away from that absolute quadunk on the ticker here on SMCI. So absolutely wild. Let's see what let's see what we have in store for this. But Dara has some news for us.
More comments coming through from Fed's Bostic. I think key among them is him saying, quote, I am comfortable with taking a pause to see how the economy evolves. So, of course, the pause refers to rate cuts, saying further that apparently he thinks that the Fed, or I guess the U.S., is still in a restrictive posture as needed because the Fed did not cut too much last year. So Fed's Bostic saying we're still at a pretty restrictive place, but he's cool as of right now, taking a little bit of a pause to see where the economy goes from here. Back to you.
Here's now at 116, down 7%. SMCI is now down at 58. I know it's up 5.5. It doesn't matter that it's up 4%. You guys can see what's happening. It's an absolute bleed. We didn't have shorts on Rigetti, and I was not. I went over to D-Wave and it was not available, so I missed the opportunity to short that name because we didn't have free shorts on. I was just looking for something that is like squeezable that could roll over in this move that might head to the downside because it's looking very, very nasty. You're talking about why, Haroon? I just saw in the chat, why is SMCI falling? The best I can give you, there's still a deadline. I've heard no news. There's still a deadline for them to report. It simply broke trend. Palantir started losing the bid, and it could just be some kind of sympathy rinse where a lot of people are taking profit. Try to keep it in context. SMCI was doing, in hindsight, SMCI was doing this the last couple of days. You've just pulled back the morning. That's insane. Like, the acceleration happened right after we got out, so whatever. You don't know what's going to happen, but that's complete insanity there. It does feel like this is just like one of those like risk-off cascade type moments. So if something was high flying before, I think you'll want to take a shot at it. I just went over to JTAI for a quick second. That's already pulled back. There might still be a trade.
We're taking out day low, dude. Like this is like it was beelining for
everything
VWAP. Now it's straight up beelining for day low.
Nvidia's
if we take out day low, like it's right there. 56 is his day. 55.67 is day low on SMCI. We're trading just below 56 right now, and yeah, as a lot of things are tanking here. Nvidia just gave up its VWAP. Palantir, yeah, obviously still going. That thing is like. Wow, I don't even know how to trade this. Like, do I just punch in, give it like a 3-point risk, and pray? But I don't know. This is absolutely wild. Like right here it is. Day low incoming here, just about a point away on SMCI. 57's trading as of right now. You guys can see how aggressive this tape is moving. And again, I turned to Neil. I'm like, somebody is hitting this bid really hard because we saw how it was trading earlier. Now we're getting 30 to 40, sometimes even 50 penny wipes into the bid here without too much of a bid kind of pulling us back up. But yeah, a little bit of a market move as well. Now following in, Spider starting to curl. Softy kind of still strong here. Nvidia is the one that's showing that selling pretty crazy. So yeah, Neil's asking the right question. Why are things not halted? There goes the day low on, well, not the day low, 56s, 55s on SMCI. What's up, Adara?
Fed Bostic is still talking, and as he continues to talk, we get a little bit of a pullback here in the market with some increasing volume. Basically, Fed Bostic saying that he wants to pay attention to the day-to-day balance sheet to make sure the drawdown doesn't go too far, but also specifically talking about January CPI, which we know is on watch. That was harder than expected, specifically on the core number, especially because we were expecting about, I think, a 3 or 4 year low. Fed Bostic saying that the January CPI might be a bump or a new trend, but regardless, as of right now, the fact that it was higher than expected reduces confidence in the Fed's 2025 outlook. And again, he is still warning here about how these policy changes could impact inflation
either for positive or for negative, guys. So Fed boss a little bit cautious about that January CPI as the market drops with volume.
Oh, Bostic's not helping anything at all. Now, my question about why nothing was halt, again, it doesn't, the halt bands are what they are, but there was one specific drop in SMCI that to me felt like it was going into the halt band, and it might have just wicked that low. I just feel like that's the wrong place to look for the bid. I think to look for the bid, I'd rather do it in something which is catching a stray as opposed to like the thing that is the reason that we're falling. There might even be one on your friend Intel, but I'm looking at 139 here on Nvidia. The market just got to VWAP for sure. Yeah, Palantir officially unburdened, anchored from earnings on PLTR. Apparently that's where it bounced. My eyeballs were on SMCI mostly. That was the stock that I was trading. So I probably wasn't looking at Palantir closely enough on a higher time frame because I wasn't really trading Palantir today. But that's why you put up anchors. If it really made that move, I think that's worth a shot. So you're getting a little bit of a curl here on Nvidia. I'd just rather look for something long that's not one of the stocks bleeding. It's actually 3:30 right now, so you really don't even have that much time left. I don't like punching a low, especially as we get into like power hour, at the end of power hour and toward the end of the session. Might see some imbalances, who knows, but the real story, CARP selling shares, SMCI reversion, drags everything to the downside. Even Tesla, which was strong, is now looking pretty weak. Tesla just broke 358, sorry, not 360, 358.
The bounce on SMCI is hilarious. I think, the prior low was 55.61. Guess where we go down to, Neil? 55.67 was that prior low of the opening range right here. I can pull it up here while I'm talking about it. And then we dropped down to 55.61. So 6 penny lick grab of the lows.
6 cents.
6 cents of the lows, and then ripping back up to 59s as of right now on SMCI. So absolutely wild. VWAP's at that 61 mark. Oh boy, what an opportunity. If you had it, you definitely printed on that one, and now we're catching a little bit of a bid once again here on the markets as well, alongside some of these tickers that had that catalyst.
Oh, Tesla again, right into prior low.
Whatever it is. So Tesla breaking its consolidation lows as well. But there are some tickers still holding their own, Neil. Softy hasn't broken the bid just yet. Softy's taking a bit of a curl here. Let's go through those. Yeah, Apple hasn't moved. Amazon, on the other hand, is continuing to make fresh highs. Oh boy. Oh boy. Look at that right here. So we'll go down to the 3-minute and take a look at some of these Mag 7, see how they've reacted on this crazy sell-off that we had over the past few minutes here. Unfortunately, I was not involved, but you know what? Where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking here as of right now. But yeah, Amazon relatively strong. And yeah, coming back into some of those prices from prior day here. So let's see if we get another strong close with only about less than 30 minutes left in the trading day. And oh boy, are we getting some volatility. So Nvidia, this was the one that was tanking along with the market here. And again, couldn't really get down to its day lows, but it did kind of clip this consolidation that we were doing all the way from 10:30 to about 12:30, so about a 2-hour consolidation. We kind of clipped that coming back into the range here, but this is what I want to show you guys. Softy, strong to the upside here. Amazon was strong to the upside. Apple's not really doing anything, kind of just still consolidating above VWAP, holding within its opening range still. Pretty wide opening range to say the least, but yeah, that's definitely one that isn't reacting alongside with the market. Google as well. So a lot of the sell-off maybe just in terms of Mag 7, just driven by Tesla and Nvidia, it would seem. And another one, of course, Meta. Can't forget Meta. Meta's not really doing much either. Meta already sold off yesterday pretty aggressively, and today just still consolidating within its, I'd say maybe morning session range. I wouldn't say opening ranges. Opening ranges, we kind of already, actually no, we didn't. We are within opening range. Sorry, we did kind of break below that opening range off of the open there. Only. And yeah, the NASDAQ as well.
Right off VWAP on the NASDAQ.
Right back up, 50% retracement roughly of that dump that we just had on the NASDAQ as well. So crazy kind of action. Hopefully you guys got a piece of that. Hopefully no one was stuck on the wrong side of that
Palantir's
trade.
dropping again.
Oh boy.
Might be abort if Palantir goes back to the low, this might be
Palantir 100.
Abort the reversion trade here. Yeah,
Yeah,
So
no,
Palantir
I think,
just
yeah,
broke
Catalyst-
toward the low of the day again. So sorry, I sort of said this. I didn't want to interrupt Obi, but I was sort of saying Tesla right back into prior low at 358. There's the wick bottom. There's the reclaim at 358, scalping out. But I just saw Palantir. Everything started when Palantir rolled over, and Palantir's right back to the low of the day. So when that's the case, all right, scalped another part out. We're going to move our stop to right underneath 358. So we're going to tighten the stop up here. That's the plan of action. I'm like, decide whether to get out or whether to tighten the stop. The decision is to tighten the stop on Tesla. And if we bounce on Palantir or this rally can continue, I'll give it a chance to get back up to 60 or VWAP. But the market's starting to come back in. So small scalp trade on Tesla because it got to a level. But look at Palantir. Now SSR again down 10% here. Carp selling shares. Everyone else joining. Looks like a little bit of a nasty one. If Palantir loses this, this is getting nuts here. You're losing like this. You're losing major support. Also anchored from earnings, as pointed out multiple times. Officially, and Bird in the chat pointed that out recently as well. I think we might have another story or another update maybe with Adara. Oh, sorry. That's my bad. That was too early. Like I hear Adara call, but they're not actually ready for the throw. So all I've done is adjust my stop in Tesla. But if Palantir breaks a fresh low, I might decide to abort the trade manually if I see another cascade to the downside. For now, Palantir just bounced again, and that's the reason. I don't want to call it the reason, but it's the impetus behind a lot of this fall is Palantir move. Now let's go to Adara.
I'm not seeing a new story on this, but I do think it's worth noting here. I did take a deep dive here on X, and there's a lot of social media attention on this stock to be expected. We're seeing people weigh in on the price action, how far it'll drop. We're seeing some people expect that, as I mentioned earlier, this Pentagon catalyst could actually potentially be a positive for Palantir with regards to these cost bendings, because theoretically you might be able to use Palantir for less. Brian Shannon, a guest of our show, we've been weighing in on its anchored VWAP. So PLTR, very heavily discussed on social media right now and very volatile. Be cautious. I just wanted to provide that update. Also, stay tuned for the market recap tonight with Neil and I. You can check that out at 4 p.m. Eastern. Carvana is one of the names reporting, and we just dropped this graphic here on X, TTV Research. This is Carvana's very wild, stock price journey with the backdrop of its revenue. You can check this out on X ahead of CVNA earnings, guys. Back to you.
And we're going right into the free opportunity, and that's eSignal, everybody. So traders, listen up. The first month is free. That's right. They're waiving fees so you can trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience where you will be able to have indicators and boards and customizable charts that will help you find moves like the crazy one in Palantir right now. You know what's going to be the top of my trade rate board. 100% is Palantir and SMCI. Reliable data. If the market is open, your data is going to be live on eSignal across many markets with every gateway available. You have the imbalance locator. You can have good screeners, pretty much everything at your fingertips, all in one spot. Highly customizable. We talked about the tick replay, so you can go over to level 2 if you want and see what was happening when Palantir broke that low or SMCI broke that trend. Those are the types of things you have available at your fingertips. Everything in one place. Execute your best trades now. Scan the QR code in front of you. Click the link in the description and don't waste a second. Shout out to eSignal. These trades. So I had left an order on Nvidia. So you might have seen me just get in. I immediately punched out. It bounced 3 cents. So I made 3 pennies on Nvidia. That was an accidental fill. When this made the wick, I tried punching long on the way back up. I missed and I didn't cancel the order. So on the way back down, I got filled. I just got out right away. Probably a good thing because we're still going lower. Tesla, which we had gone into this reversion trade, Palantir has reverted back to the low. I said I could manually abort if that happens. So I am going to manually abort, and I didn't even cross far enough there. So let's just actually hit the bid. Forget about trying to get the offer. Let's just punch out. If we can get even a couple of cents on that. There was a decent bounce. I mean, from the bottom wick, you got $2 on Tesla. But from my entry, at absolute best, you would have made 90 cents to $1. And even then, the way things are starting to bleed now, like look at Palantir. Now 111. It just tagged another fresh low. Is this really going to break $111? It's SSR, and it's going to break the low of the day. So pretty nasty. Rich Irvin mentioning, I forgot about HIMS. That was probably a high flyer you could have shorted. Yeah, it's not doing that good. No. In the back of my mind, the first thing, when I saw both Palantir and SMCI flush, my first thought was anything with a big PE or a big recent run might be a casualty in a move like this. And if you can catch it getting a sympathy push to the downside, you should. Obviously, this doesn't age well, but SMCI is actually holding up better than Palantir. The bounce off the prior low is actually holding up pretty nicely on SMCI. That said, it's not all roses everywhere, will be. That is, you don't see that anywhere. Like, what'll happen is you watch other places and they'll be like, hey, Palantir had this move 3 hours ago because of, or they'll say something like, SMCI traded 5% higher on the day today due to blah, 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 blah. And anyone that was trading is like, oh, it traded 5% higher, huh? Yeah, that's not exactly how the day played out, everybody. But that's the trading show. Trading show, and we're going to be live with you as things are happening. Even we can get surprised.
Yes.
Obviously, as you can see here,
I'm definitely
on SMCI.
I'm definitely awestruck here. I'm just like, all right, well, like, what am I going to do? But what I am going to do is sit here and watch the tape because I think well, one, it's fun, but two, there's definitely a lot of learning going on here. Some panic selling, and yeah, I heard Adara talk about Brian Shannon's post about Palantir, and yeah, I have that same anchored. So shout out to Mr. Brian Shannon there. This earnings anchored, you can see the pink right there, comes right into that. So maybe that's where it's looking for the next spot for liquidity. Just slam right down into anchored VWAP from earnings, kind of showing us that maybe it's a potentially a key level there. But then again, PLTR is like Neil suggested, is now SSR, and if people are hitting the bid on this ticker, oh boy. Been running up for quite a while. We can see what it's been doing on the weekly chart as well. Let me take off some of these indicators so we can get a better look at that one here on Palantir. So you can see that we haven't really broken this prior week since about the middle of January. So it's been about a month roughly since then. And prior month low currently sits at 108.72s. 108.72s, and today's low we're hitting 110.46s. So almost there, just not there just yet. But again, very, very strong ticker, and we accelerated. We gapped up pretty aggressively off of earnings, right? So that was some very strong action, and let's see if we get some a similar magnitude of selling coming back in, well within trend it would seem, but a parabolic nonetheless here on Palantir. Absolutely crazy. And there is my alarm. Hello, the weekend. It is time for imbalances very soon. So The Weeknd, great artist. I absolutely love The Weeknd. He's got some new music. Some good stuff. But yeah, the classic Weeknd. Yeah, his come up story absolutely solid as well. He used to he used to be a homeless guy here in Toronto. And then now he's The Weeknd. Yeah, he was homeless for a little bit. Yeah, and he has a beautiful song called Sidewalks where he kind of talks about sidewalks changing my life.
True that.
Yeah.
Legendary.
Really good. He's definitely a legend.
There are it's like 7 minutes till the imbalances, but you want to make sure that your alert's going to be not like 2 seconds before the imbalances drop.
No.
I don't know how big of a deal.
I told you the story behind it, right?
Actually, you didn't. Just before we do that, NU has an early look of 4.6 million sell. HIMS, 3 million buy. So those are a couple of relatively large. Snapchat, 1.9 million to sell. But I'd say these two are relatively large imbalances. 3 million on HIMS is not chump change. I know it's done 52 million in volume, but that is a really large expected buy imbalance so far on HIMS. We should pay attention to that. But Obi, I want to make sure I got that and just showed you guys the early look before we finished that story. So I don't know the story. I guess I'm assuming you actually missed an imbalance, an important one, and therefore you now set an alarm, which is a smart thing to do.
Yeah, no, I think I mentioned yesterday. There's been a couple times where it was around that imbalance time. I was in the kitchen or maybe I was in the bathroom, not really paying attention. A little lost in the sauce. I haven't said that one in a while. But yeah, I think when I realized that, I was like, what's a quick fix to this problem? Throw an alarm at 42, just telling you that imbalances are nearby. So whatever you're doing, wrap it up and get to your desks because there could be a potential opportunity at hand. And yeah, some of those numbers definitely interesting here. HIMS, new, HAL as well. Some of these early look numbers definitely coming in and looking a little attractive. You like HIMS better or NU a little bit better here?
Well, HIMS has so much volatility today. My gut leans toward that. I'm just double checking to see if there's anything on our information for ads or deletes or anything. Because when you see big imbalances, like I'm usually curious. Like I see NU has had imbalances before. There was one day it was getting upweighted, and it was a big trade opportunity for anybody out there. Nothing today. So HIMS 3 million, the buy side. NU 4.6 million to the sell side. I showed you the chart of HIMS. I did not pull up NU. It's a cheaper stock. It's only $13. Not really moving all that much, which is why I leaned over to maybe tracking HIMS.
Is Palantir?
Palantir is not halted.
It's not halted. Oh,
so HIMS will watch going into the imbalances, but really the story. Palantir is still at these lows. Now 11% to the downside. It's comical that breakout on 125 seems like forever ago. And if you're like one of the casualties, SMCI managed to bounce off the low, still going to be green on the day. And it doesn't seem like it's as weak. Actually, the stock that I was kind of hoping, and it was shout out in the chat, was being mentioned as a sympathy play for BBAI, which is, people have called it the baby Palantir, but it hasn't broken the low yet. I was going to break out the low if Palantir broke the low, but I'm starting to think with 4 minutes to go, you get 5 cents of risk, 7 cents of risk to short it now. So Palantir continues to go lower. I'm just going to hit 83, and I'm going to set a stop at the prior high. Yeah. And if we bleed, we bleed. And we'll risk 7 cents to see if we can get something on this one. But Palantir is the story.
Yeah, definitely.
Palantir is the story.
Back-to-back sell.
BBI is just a baby Palantir. At least that's what they've been called. It was already down on the day, but now 109 on Palantir. No one ever went broke taking profit. Long or short, this bleed is now, it's now gotten out of hand. Like 12% of the downside anchored VWAP is gone. So as far as I'm concerned, you don't really have much on the higher time frame except for some even dollar levels there on PLTR. So it's still looking weak. Someone said, why not short SMCI? That's actually bouncing right now, so SMCI is doing not too bad. I think relatively speaking, it's holding some higher lows as we speak. But that BBAI, again, it's like other people. I'm not calling it a baby Palantir. Other people have called it baby Palantir. So if it just pushes into the low of the day, that's kind of like a low-hanging fruit type of trade. With only 3 minutes to go to the imbalances, always really careful around this time. It's got to be a really tight setup if I'm going to take it.
Yeah, no, we were talking about breaking prior week low on Palantir. We're testing that prior week low right now. This is prior Monday right here. You can see that low being exactly 108.72, and the current low is 108.81. So just roughly about 11 pennies shy of that low there on Palantir. So absolutely crazy kind of move there. And yeah, we were looking at the weekly just before, and this would be the first break of a prior bar weekly here since about the middle of January. But again, a little bit of a strong trend. We've done that before in the past, but again, post earnings, we are taking, this is the first kind of a strong pullback post earnings that Palantir is having. And yeah, definitely holding up on to its earnings anchored as well. That's this. Is it this? Okay, yeah, no, it's this one right here. So we're trading below it now. We're trading below it. It's at 111.53s is that anchored from earnings. We're trading 109s, and again, 108.70s is that prior week low. So definitely a lot of selling. Again, we talk about SSR names. We literally mentioned this in the morning. What kind of participant can hit the bid on an SSR stock?
You know what this means.
People who are longs. So that's some real selling as of right now.
You know what this means tomorrow. Palantir is SSR tomorrow for a continuation play.
Oh boy.
So the short sell restricted rule means the uptick is in effect, as Obi was explaining, not just for today because it's down 10%, but tomorrow too on Palantir. Tomorrow, Palantir is going to be SSR. What a day. Brett Favre is going to be on the show. Palantir is going to be SSR. and a whole lot of other stuff that you probably didn't expect to happen is going to happen because that's how the market works and that's how the market rolls. It is fresh lows on PLTR. And as I said, it really is a story. It's not as if, with only a minute to go to the imbalances, it's not as if this bleed is everywhere. The Qs are at VWAP, and it already bounced once, right? Like, I know we're red on the day in the NASDAQ, but you're at VWAP. It's not the end of the world in the NASDAQ. The SPY as well, I'm just going to do it this way instead of looking at the futures chart. Just want to show you guys on like a 3-minute. The SPY well above VWAP and still green. This is a very specific trade. I would have thought maybe you'd get a little bit more out of BBAI, kind of when it broke back down. It did get filled at 75 there, but you're not breaking the low. It was kind of a sympathy look here at a Palantir. It's got support of its own down here as well on the daily. But as far as I'm concerned, like a reversion, if you get continuation in Palantir tomorrow, I'd be actually shocked if this didn't break down. Not doing much as we speak, but with this flush, you got to expect that this could make a move tomorrow. It's going to be in play tomorrow regardless, I think, on BBAI. Tesla, it turns out it was fine to take that long. There's a saying that I never used, but I know somebody that did, and it said, if abort the short, the long can't be wrong, and the vice versa of that would have been, hey, the second you think it's no longer a short, your long should be good. But when I saw the future looking like they were about to break down, I saw Palantir make a fresh low. I'm like, you know what? It looked like it was rolling over. Let's just get out of the trade and not fight that trend, and let's try to work with it. Ultimately, the wrong call on Tesla. We could have held on to that one and done better than like a 60-cent overall trade on Tesla. A bit of a missed opportunity, but in the moment, it's going to happen. The imbalances dropped, and NU and HIMS are pretty much not there. We expected 4.6 and 3. When we come out, you got Cliff at 1.3 million, nothing burger. Intel at 980,000, nothing burger. And pretty much VICI also going to be there. So kind of a nothing burger on the imbalances, despite expecting some big ones out of NU and HIMS. BBAI, as I said, the best fill we got is 75s. I might just get out of this if we can get like 86.5. Just get out of the rest of it. It's not bleeding down into the bottom. We're able to get a few legs out there to get 2/3 out. But if it's not going to go, then I'm just going to jump out. This was a sympathy play on Palantir that I thought could break the low because Palantir did. Well, Palantir is about to put in its second green candle, so we might as well just get the you-know-what out of Dodge. So it took like a low-hanging fruit sympathy play, no breakdown, but I feel like if this loses a bid tomorrow and Palantir continues this flush, could be a nasty, nasty day.
Yeah, I think definitely right off of Power Hour, we got some in-play names for tomorrow. I think that's a good blessing there. And coming into tomorrow, I know I'll definitely be watching some SMCI and some Palantir. Looking for that continuation again. Strong selling on Palantir. First day of some strong selling after a long time of strong bids to the upside there. Let's see if we get that. Again, SSR tomorrow, maybe we do get a bounce, maybe we get a reversion. This is quite an aggressive move. Slightly, is it outlier? Yes, a little bit, but again, catalyst driven. So what do I know? And yeah, absolutely crazy flush to the downside here. I'm just watching the tape on SMCI. Intel kind of gave me, because I was like, oh, I wanted to short in and around 26s, because I'm like, well, this looks like there's a little bit of supply here at that 26s, and maybe getting a little too hasty, a little too early on here, but I did well to manage my risk, kind of not getting chopped up too much. Finally kind of comes in, grabs the high, and then it gives us that flush along with the market. That's what I was looking for. Again, not really looking for it to crack day low like everything else, but I can see that it's making higher lows just to get in for a potential higher low here, maybe in the 50s, in the 60s and the 70s. I was willing to accept the 80s as well, because I'm trying to short 26s, risk about 10 pennies, and take off about 15 to 20 as well. Again, off of an area that I think or deem as holding a little bit of supply, but that 26 area continues to hold as a bit of a resistance here, and VWAP as well, a little bit of confluence with that VWAP coming in with that. So yeah, eyes on a few different things. Why don't you guys throw up in the chat what you guys are looking at for tomorrow?
Palantir.
Right? I know Palantir and SMCI are going to be some of the top ones, but I want to know what you guys are looking at. I'm going to be doing some of my journaling and some of my scans for tonight as well. And yeah, that's oh wait, no, I also, Shout out to my sister. It's her birthday today.
Happy
So,
birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Obi's sister.
Happy birthday.
There you go. See, you remembered, man.
I remembered.
The key is to do it at the end of the show as well.
Yeah. So happy birthday. Love you. I'll see you guys for dinner once I get back home.
Older, younger sister?
Younger sister. I am the oldest.
There
Has
it
its
is.
perks. Being the oldest sibling definitely has its perks.
Being the younger sibling has perks.
Oh, that definitely has perks. Trust me. I know.
I'm just saying.
It's so funny, kind of watching them grow up. I'm like, my mom would have beat me for that. And then the youngest sister gets away with so much. You're just like, and then you look at your parents like, what? You're not gonna say anything?
worked?
You're not gonna say anything?
It wasn't
I'm
like
like,
that
if
in
I
the
ever
West
said
Indian
that,
school.
I'm probably not having dinner. I'm getting sent to my room. Maybe I'm getting, the slipper or something thrown at me. I'm just like, but it's funny to see that. And at the end of the day, you got to remember that when it comes to raising a kid, it was my parents' first time when it was with me. And obviously, I definitely softened like a lot of things. I was definitely, trailblazed a lot of things. So it makes sense why they're a lot softer. And again, I think that parents can be a lot softer on their daughters than they are their sons as well.
Well, I'm pretty sure you were a heck of a big brother. I think we can all tell that for sure. But the shoe throwing, it's so true. I was the younger sibling. My mom's didn't ease up because I was the younger sibling. Although I will say this, with only 4 minutes to go, not much on the imbalance to flip, so there wasn't really much to look at.
Yeah. Nothing crazy.
My older brother was incredibly patient. Unbelievable.
I have learned patience
so patient.
along the years. I was not a patient
Horrible
child.
younger brother.
Yeah.
I don't find myself to be an attention seeker, but 100% when we were younger, if I wanted us to be doing something, I'm like, and he wasn't for it, like I would just basically do whatever. And he was so kind. He could whoop my butt. He was bigger than me. He could do all that stuff, and he just wouldn't do it. And he was so incredibly kind. I'm just like, and my mom would even say, it's like, you're bigger than him. Why are you always, all the time? And I'm like, I cannot believe how patient was. I get a feeling that you might be that kind of a patient older brother as well, Obi.
Yeah.
But
I've developed that patience over a very long time.
I can tell.
Yeah, no. So younger siblings can definitely be very testing, let's say that. And I guess I'm thankful for that because it's helped me build a lot of patience.
Which is important.
On that. So anyways, back to the market here. SMCI giving us a reversion back into VWAP here. So pretty much a lick grab of day low by 6 pennies. Absolutely crazy. What a snipe that was if you were sitting there, if you saw the rebid, because people are chasing the low day break. We've heard legends of algos that kind of counter that trade as well. So definitely some of those algos laughing straight to the bank. And nice, beautiful hold there. Nice reversion happening here to VWAP on an aggressive sell on SMCI. A little bit of a bid happening here on Palantir as well. We kind of talked about that prior low. We did kind of clip some of that prior week low, but now we're trading right back up into that anchored VWAP from earnings again, which is sitting in and around that 111.5 mark here on Palantir. But yeah, definitely going to be one to watch. Some of these consolidations might be interesting for tomorrow because this is where price couldn't really get back above. So these price right here, 115, classic. So 115 is going to be interesting coming into tomorrow as well. So
before I get up to the desk, we got the aftermarket show. Obviously, things just got a whole lot more interesting than Carvana earnings, let's just say, because there's a lot to go over.
Oh, yeah,
you never know. We got Carvana is the big name reporting. Tomorrow morning, we get Alibaba. But I think I speak for a few people. At some point, I don't think anybody pictures Obi as the kind of kid that needed to have the slipper thrown. So there's clearly a story that we need to hear at some point.
It definitely was.
Okay, and I'm just saying at some point we'd all like to hear it.
Yeah.
And I'm speaking for everybody here because I'm pretty sure. But Palantir actually bouncing at $3 to the upside after what was a crazy move to the downside. Great day today, Obi. Appreciate you. It was a heck of a lot of fun. And happy birthday to Obi's younger sister.
Yeah, I'll make sure to send her. I don't know if she's what. She's probably working on some.
Send her the clip.
Yeah,
you literally just said happy birthday live. You send it, be like I did on you. And now you've just caught me taking this earpiece off to go.
But yeah, I'll figure that out. But yeah, thank you, Neil, for another great trading day here, and yeah, solid opportunity in this market. Absolutely wild here. Yeah, some of these imbalances not really looking too crazy here. A lot of stuff just pairing off. I see that HIMS is still on here. HIMS not really doing too much as it kind of just chops within its range on that imbalance. But yeah, hopefully you guys had a awesome trading day. Whether you're red or green, hopefully we followed some processes. Hopefully we looked at our trades and our actions for today, and try to identify things we can do a little bit better for tomorrow, so we can always try to be that 1% better. Market taking a little bit of a bid going into the close here again, and yeah, absolutely solid day. I don't have anything else to say other than on watch for tomorrow, SMCI, on watch for tomorrow, Palantir, maybe some Intel too. I think I might be getting a little too attached to Intel, but yeah, Intel's coming in quite nice. That 25 over-under still kind of stands. Tesla 350 is going to be interesting as well. So that one's going to be on watch. And some of the earnings names as well. Neil just mentioned Carvana. So I got to go, off the top of my head, I don't know what they necessarily are, but Carvana reporting tomorrow. So that's going to be good one. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara, for that one. And yeah, shout out to my sister once again. Happy birthday. And yeah, we kind of funny enough, we started this morning talking about gold and how gold is at all-time highs. I got to go talk to her about that, because I know recently she definitely purchased or she definitely got a decent amount of gold over the past couple of years. If you guys know anything about Indian weddings, there might be a little bit of gold involved there. So I don't think she knows what the price of gold is just yet. But anyways, I'm gonna stop ranting about that. I will see you guys tomorrow. It's gonna be me and Sharif on the desk. Sean's hopefully back tomorrow. Be sure to check in with us. We got Neil and Dara at the big desk with the market recap. Take it easy, guys. See ya.
What in the carp was that, everybody? Alex, oh my goodness. Palantir down 9.9%, and it's actually bounced. What an unbelievably crazy day. Well, this is the thing about the markets. You never know. Like, I expected, okay, we have Carvana earnings. We're going to talk about the iPhone release. Who cares? iPhones, yeah, whatever.
iPhone, schmyphone.
iPhone, there it is, Adara. That's what I was. iPhone, schmyphone. The market recap is probably going to talk a lot about SMCI and Palantir. You had some crazy runners in the middle of the day with the quantum names were running. Can't even hold together with that crazy move to the downside. But as I said, we are expecting a few earnings names. We do have, if you're into it and you happen to like Toast, then that one is going to be reporting, I think, first. Toast is reporting at 405, although I actually just saw it move around a little bit here. 7% short float, there could be something there. CVNA, Carvana is, I think, the most likely big mover. Expected move of 14% on Carvana. We're expecting them at 410, 19% the last time. You've also got a pretty, usually decent move in Cheesecake Factory, which is at 415, which I just talked to Adara and admitted something. I have never in my life eaten from Cheesecake Factory. I've heard it's so good, and you know I got a sweet tooth and love pastries. It is a very good chance that, really good chance that I need to rectify that at some point. But everything, I think, Adara, before we get any earnings coming out, begins and ends, not ends, but begins with what we saw rolling over in Palantir. Now, granted, on the higher time frame, it's still an obvious rocket ship. We had our good friend Brian Shannon pointing out that initially you would bounce off the anchored VWAP from earnings. It actually managed to, it was about 110-ish. It was actually able to close and hold above that, where it still is now. It doesn't look like much, but at some point profit taking was going to come into this. Palantir already had an 84 to 63 pullback before this latest earnings run. It already had a 25% pullback. It has done this before. If you go back into the middle of last year, Palantir had a 30 to 21 pullback. That is a 30% pullback. So if you get anything in that range from these highs, we are talking about $90 to $100 for a reasonable pullback that it's done twice in the last year. So you've got to put things into perspective with this selling. It's extreme because it's 10% in the way in which it started today, but in the grand scheme of things, it's done it a couple times before. It's got a pretty big valuation, obviously. There's a heck of a lot that could still happen. When times like this occur, my thought goes to the 50 or the 200 period moving average. I don't think that's as likely. I feel like that 90 to 100 area could be more of a thing. But just sort of seeing, okay, Carvana's moving.
I'm
but
not seeing the earnings yet.
Yeah, we're not seeing earnings on Carvana, but it did just move. So I just saw it as well. I see everyone talking about it. It just ran to 310. It was a $30 move in Carvana and right back in to 280. So you're pulling back on CVNA. I don't see the report out for Carvana. Obviously a 9% short flow. You can't talk about stocks and fundamentals and P ratios and not acknowledge the fact that Carvana, to a certain extent, is also detached from any reality when it comes to their actual performance. So suffice to say, after what we saw with Palantir, there's a lot at stake here for Carvana. I feel it's a bad time necessarily to have this kind of a company report tonight, because anything bad, and I feel like you're going to get a dump here based on what we saw in Palantir for some catch and strays, I guess would be the best way to put it.
Well, yeah, and I think some people in the chat were saying too. I was trying to find more info on it, but the Barron's article is behind a paywall. I need to do more research, but apparently, Carp actually altered his plan to be selling less shares. Again, I need to do more research, but I think that's pretty interesting and not necessarily as bearish as it would necessarily first appear. Also, it's pretty funny. We've got Cheesecake Factory coming out here with earnings. You know, shout out to the iconic Drake line from Child's Play. Why you got to fight with me, Cheesecake? You know I love to go there. But another weirdly Drake song related company reporting tonight too, Churchill Downs. Shout out to the song Churchill Downs with Drake and Jack Harlow. It's not stock related at all, but it's hilarious that two very obvious Drake song lyric related companies are reporting on the same night. Stuff that's probably only interesting to me. But yeah, do we have Chris Bretcher today as well? No, okay. I just wanted to make sure. But yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing Carvana. I'm not seeing Cake. I'm not seeing. I like also that we have Cake and Toast on the same night. That's what I call confluence. Toast actually just came out here though, so we'll go over that. Apparently, Q4 net income $33 million. Okay, annual run rate up 34% year over year. I want to see where this revenue is at. Come on, Toast, help me out.
You know what you want to say. The shorts are toast now.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to find these numbers here first, Neil. Then I'll make all the puns. But yeah, I'm still looking through here. Once I see any revenue, I will let you guys know.
Yeah, 10% up on toast, 7% short float here. So 1 for 1, I suppose. And just I saw some people in the chat. They're like, I can't believe we're comparing Carvana's PE to Palantir. Not even close to the point I was making. Palantir, if you say that's overpriced, then CVNA, disconnection with reality, is on a different level. So if Palantir were to sell off, I think you get some bleeding over into something like on any weakness in CVNA. That's all I was getting at. They're not the same company. They're not even remotely the same thing. I'm not here to tell you CVNA is a good investment. The stock is what it is. Toast now starting to pull back. So I don't see the numbers either, Adara. I'm not actually seeing any.
I have like the report out, but the way they organize the report, like guys, put revenue first. Why is your annual recurring run rate first? Why is your net income first? Like, the organization of this report, especially when you're trying to go through it quickly, is suboptimal, but I'll tell you guys the numbers I am seeing again. ARR here, annual recurring run rate, up 34% year over year. Total locations apparently up 26% year over year. Gross payment volume, GPV, up 25% year over year. That's all for Q4 2024. Their GAAP subscription services and fintech solutions gross profit up 40% year over year. Non-GAAP subscriptions, 39% year over year. I mean, they're up year over year. That's really the deal here. But again, I am not seeing revenue. Certain companies emphasize different metrics, but usually we look for revenue, which I have not seen yet for TOSD, and I've gone through the highlights of the report.
And worth noting, see it pulling back off that 44. 52-week highs was right here at that 44 top. So clearly toast, when it did that push upside, it goes right into prior resistance, and then you get the dip on toast, and now all of a sudden, well, anyone that bought the top is toast. It just broke the lows underneath 40 and still falling. So right into first resistance and now underneath support and continuing to head to the downside. We're expecting Carvana at 410, so a couple of minutes and we likely get some fireworks in that name, just double checking. it did have maybe somebody fat fingered, maybe somebody got ahead of themselves. Carvana did pop $30 and then come right back in. Just to remind everybody, with Toast, it went into highs and just pulled back. With Carvana, it's already broken out highs. And as I was saying before, don't at me. I'm not trying to rip on the stock or anything, but if you think that this makes sense on Carvana, I've got some magic beans I would like to sell you. And then I'll use those magic beans and donate them to the Toronto Blue Jays, the money I get from them to the Toronto Blue Jays so we can play Vladimir Guerrero. But Carvana is running a little bit hot going into these earnings. A lot is going to be at stake for sure. So we'll see what happens here with Carvana. It's not out just yet. Not really sure. We're going to get it hopefully in 1 minute or so. But to go back to what was going on here with Palantir, the context, when it started rolling over, there were some strays that got caught. SMCI was doing rather well, and then it rolled over heavily. Decent rebound for SMCI, but this was cruising today on a reversal, ended up breaking pretty much everything, goes into the low, and then a little bit of a bounce for an SMCI. So while it'll look fine, a daily chart still looks good for SMCI. In the back of your mind, you got to think about what just happened up here at 64. Less than a week to go for the deadline on SMCI to report their earnings. So Carvana, any minute now, we are expecting to see what is going to happen. And you're right, Austin, all this selling is always pre-planned. Any CEO, any officer, they've got to report these things much earlier. And the other thing to keep in mind, if he actually reduced it, that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. I would have thought the defense spending issue, there's Carvana, must be out. Carvana dropping to the downside as we speak. I'll finish that thought in a second, but you're seeing Carvana, not a huge drop, 280 to about 270. Don't get trapped fat fingering in before earnings are out, everybody. Make sure the report's out, or just don't trade at all because it's dangerous. Carvana right now only down a few points, now heading down to 260. You're getting a bit of a drop here. It's not cataclysmic or anything like that. Like really, from the 300 level, you've only pulled back about like 10% or so. But I don't have the numbers yet either, Adara. But we have some numbers from Carvana. Slight move down, but nothing crazy.
Yeah, I have Toast too. They beat on sales, 1.34 bill versus 1.31 bill expected. They missed on earnings per share, 5 cents versus 7 cents expected. Lots of questions in the chat. I will try to get to all of them, but right now I'm going to focus here on Carvana, another company much like Toast that did not want to put their revenue front and center. That's cool. Apparently in the fiscal year, which they kind of emphasized here, their 2024 numbers, so I'll read those. Carvana here in fiscal 2024 apparently had a 33% year-over-year increase in, okay, so here we have total annual revenue of $13.67 billion. That is up 27% year-over-year. I also believe it's above estimates for the fiscal year. Full year net income apparently hit a record of $404 million, net income margin of 3.0%. Apparently their full year adjusted EBITDA, $1.378 billion. But yeah, for the highlights here, for Q4, we're up 50% year over year for total retail units to get a revenue of $3.55 billion, which is a beat over estimates of $3.33 billion. Apparently, much like what we had the record fiscal year net income, we also had record Q4 net income here, Neil, of $159 mil, and apparently record adjusted EBITDA and adjusted EBITDA margin here for Q4. So record net income for the fiscal quarter and the fiscal year, up 50% year over year for retail units for Q4 and about 30% for the year. And then revenue also up both year over year for fiscal year and for fiscal quarter. Sorry, guys, just trying to interpret all of these right in front of me. Someone was asking about Klaviyo as well, K-Y-V-O, or K-V-Y-O. I always get that ticker confused. So Klaviyo, this is actually a solid report here. So K-Y-V-O, pushing a little bit higher here. Q4 adjusted earnings of 7 cents versus 6 cents expected. That would be a beat. 270.164 mil versus 257.247 mil expected for sales. Also a beat. Q1 revenue, they're guiding above estimates. They're also guiding fiscal 2025 revenue above estimates. So great guidance across the board and beat for EPS and sales for our friend Klaviyo. Fun fact, the second IPO that I witnessed on this floor.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, ARM was the first.
ARM was a good one. ARM, a big IPO. Klaviyo looking pretty strong, relatively speaking. Keep in mind, 11% short float on Klaviyo. The other thing that you've got going with this, and this is not to just to quickly switch gears, one of the cooler trades that I know a lot of swing traders will look at, specifically on IPOs, when you get this action, company comes out, that's the high point, it gets the sell-off. The retake of the IPO high, generally speaking, is a popular breakout trade. Not the cleanest on Klaviyo, but it did actually hold up pretty well. And if you took it when it broke that high, it never went more than 10% against, even on a pullback, and now you're racing. So it's one thing to watch. A lot of times you'll get that sell event and then a bit of a pullback when it reclaims that prior high. Kind of one of those good entry spots. ARM had something like this. Off the top of my head, Kava had a great one as well. And shout out to everyone in the chat that's mentioning Grab. Now, I had two separate sources. One said Grab was tomorrow morning, and another one said it was tonight. I'm expecting a couple of people in the chat saying it's supposed to be tonight. It's not moving yet. If we get any earnings on Grab, we'll let you guys know in real time, of course. That's how we do it around here. But now right back in...
Obi in the chat, grab that.
Grab that.
This is not shocking from the man who's always talking about slapping the ask.
Obi. He's supposed to be, you're an older brother. It's your little sister's birthday.
So guilty though, Neil. Look how obviously not at all proud of himself he is. Oh.
I just like to have fun with my stonks, that's all.
I can't hate on that, Obi. I can't hate on that.
Oh boy.
You know what? You know what Obi's doing right now? He's going over his trades, he's going over his playbook, he's going over his execution, he's watching the action because traders stay late. That's what it's all about. You can do it in your station, you can do it with us, you can do it in front of the train. You can watch Carvana fall now down 7 points, heading down to the low of the day at 260. Still heading to the downside. It hasn't broken the low yet on Carvana, but it's looking a little bit weak. Cheesecake Factory is out. Not a huge move. It bounced about $1, now right back in, but the numbers are out for Cheesecake Factory.
It looks like they did beat here on revenue. Again, I always like to say looks like because the estimates I have are not always the estimates that we go off of. I was seeing estimates here of 912.17 million for revenue. They reported 921. So that's a beat here. It's also up from 877 on a year-over-year basis. Apparently, 83 cents per share was their net income. We were looking for 92, so that is a little bit of a miss here. But again, I always like to take some of these estimates with a grain of salt until we have more information. I'm trying to see anything else here from there was the main things there for Cheesecake. But I mean, yeah, I don't know if I would necessarily want to fight Cheesecake right now. I don't necessarily love to go there, but we're going to have to wait and see where this one goes for price action. I had to make the Drake joke again. Yes. Love to see where this price action goes. There's some clear resistance here at the end of the day at that 55.10 level. If this is spready, I might give it a look tomorrow. But Carvana, someone was asking about guidance. I believe it was Scott Tomlinson in the chat. I was not seeing anything with regards to guidance. I'm also, IMAX apparently reported earnings. I don't know if that's necessarily a mover, but yeah, Carvana. Okay, here we go. Carvana did beat there on EPS and sales. Like I said, it was above the estimates I had.
They got higher? Is that?
I'm not seeing the guide yet.
Okay, we haven't seen
56 cents versus 21 expected for EPS. Sales 3.55 bill versus 3.31 bill expected. So nice little beat here for CVNA. They did actually have a short report. I believe it was one of Hindenburg Research's last short reports ever with regards to their accounting. I have not seen their guidance yet here for CVNA, but we also had a graphic for CVNA and TTV Research that you can check out here.
Boom.
This is a little car driving up and down. Carvana is very wild. This is its stock price at the year end for each of these years. Annual revenue, generally a growth story. This was just the estimated revenue for 2024, which I believe they actually beat. So shout out to Carvana. But yeah, this is, take a look at this on X at TTV Research. I also just released a fun Uncle Warren related graphic there too. So check that out. If anyone has any more questions about earnings, I will do my best to put them for you in the chat.
And that's sort of the scary thing about it. When you look at that, not a heck of a lot of move in that annual revenue. When you look at the weekly chart, like it's already made that move. If they're not actually, so from the time that it went from $360 to basically zero, and they're more or less doing the same on revenue as they were then, like, yeah, would you buy up here? I mean, I wouldn't, but whatever. Stocks are going to move how they're going to move. As a trader, I'd play it in either direction tomorrow, whatever it's willing to do. It just feels like after what we saw at the close, like, don't you think there's going to be some nervous hands tomorrow morning after what we saw in the close in a few names? And what would you do if you had nervous hands in a stock like Palantir on the brain, on Carvana, as it just came back failing underneath the high? I don't know. If it head and shoulders this, if it holds under 270, it feels like it's a short to me. for sure. Cake, a little bit of a dub, but I'd still love to have it.
Did you see Obi
Joseph
just kept putting
there.
cake in the chat? He was just cake.
Of course he did. Of course we did. Come on, Obi, we got you. We got you. Obi's just having fun. Or as someone put it in the chat, someone suspected that you aren't going over your playbook and maybe you're shopping for gifts. Maybe you're shopping for gifts for your sister right now online. Yo, that's legit, dude.
That's some good sibling stuff.
Obi, shout out to Obi. He just told us that he bought his younger sister her birthday gift and got it to her midnight last night. That is a true, I mean, you're a great sibling. I can tell you right now, I love you, Len, but absolutely never have I been that on point in making sure that you get your gift. You get a gift, but I mean, I don't know if I've ever been that dedicated. See, everyone here, you know Obi's a softie. Everybody out here knows Obi is a softie. You can just sort of tell. He was one of those, yeah, he's that like great older sibling, which is probably a really good influence, protecting his younger sister. I can just see it all in there. Don't get all mushy or whatever, because we should be talking about the bleed in Carvana or something else
also,
there.
Also, Cheesecake Factory, I have the actual numbers.
Oh, we do? Let's get
it was basically in line with the estimates I had here. But I guess their adjusted earnings per share did beat. As I said, they're non-adjusted missed estimates, but they're adjusted beat estimates. That's why I always like to be careful until I see the Benzinga numbers, which sometimes even can be a little bit incorrect because everyone has different estimates. But this is showing a beat here for Cheesecake Factory for adjusted EPS, $1.04 versus 92 cents expected. Sales, 920.96 mil versus 912.32 mil expected. And I want to clarify here, when I say, earnings may or may not be accurate, a lot of it has to do with different metrics because certain companies care more about different metrics than others. We know with Reddit, they had a great report, but they dropped on that miss for daily active users.
Yes.
So I think that's really important to note. If we say, the earnings were wrong, the estimates were different, it's because it's such a subjective practice. And sometimes the estimates will be a couple million or a couple decimal points off from something else, right? So I always like to be very cautious. Doesn't mean the numbers are wrong or that they're not properly researched. It just means that it's a whole quagmire of factors. And so I always like to provide a little bit of cushioning until we know for sure.
Giggity, giggity, giggity. Great. Quagmire?
Oh, okay, Family Guy. Okay.
If I have to say it, that means it sucked, which is on me. You guys can do the wah, wah, wah. Oh. Thank you, Fabian. That was dead on. Or that one. Either one of them worked. Quagmire was a funny character, which is weird because there's obviously so much wrong with Quagmire, but that's the whole point. You got to push boundaries in comedy. Just to go back, I know we had a lot of earnings, but just to recap a few things. If you're only tuning in right now, obviously Carvana earnings, big deal. But let's try to respect what was happening at the end of the day and what you might have to look forward to tomorrow. With that rundown in Palantir, an expected sale announced by Alex Karp. You had also talk of cuts with the defense budget, which at first read, I did the same thing I think a lot of people did, was I went over and looked at like a Lockheed or like a Northrop, as they would go down and think that less spending for them might be more for the AI play like Palantir. That's not how this all played out. It lost the bid. It's still trying to hold on. It managed to get an anchored VWAP up, bounce at least a little bit from its earnings. But the pullback in Palantir doesn't look like much on a daily chart, but if you were watching it in real time, that was pretty spectacular in terms of the acceleration. So we'll see about tomorrow. It's going to be SSR tomorrow. Short sale restricted. Anybody hitting the bid to go short needs an uptick. We've seen relief rallies before. The question is Palantir going to have that kind of juice? I promise you this. It is going to get traded tomorrow. What a show. Sean's coming back to this on Palantir and Brett Favre on the show tomorrow. You can't even make it up. Sean, Obi doing a great job filling in for Sean, but he's going to come right back to his favorite stock moving like wildfire and the Hall of Fame quarterback from his favorite team. And trust me, I've known Sean since high school. Believe you me, this guy's been a Packers fan. I've known him over 20 years. He's been a Packers fan that whole time. So Brett Favre is going to be being on this show. That's a big old deal. If he's not in his Packers, I'm just saying, if he's not in his Packers jersey, it's a big one. It would be the equivalent of Jim Kelly showing up on the show. I'd probably lose my you-know-what and should have no part of the interview because I couldn't be. Don't let me talk to him. I'd just be like, it's Jim Kelly.
See, I'd be excited if like a Winnipeg Blue Bombers quarterback or something like if
Matt
Andrew
Dunnigan?
Harris came on the show, I'd be down for that. I mean, now I think he's an Argo, but I always associate him with the Bombers because I would like go and watch with
Matt Dunnigan.
grandpa. That's fair too, yeah.
Back in my day, Matt Dunnigan was the quarterback.
Yeah, or there's also Milt Siegel. Like, there's a lot of iconic Bombers that I would be. Yeah, I grew up. My family was like very Bombers. Not like obviously I didn't know
young
Milt Siegel, but like I grew up
When
with
did he play?
the Bombers because we also have Milt Siegel Boulevard in Winnipeg too, so he's like a big deal. But yeah, anyways, so I am a bit of a Bombers fan, so that would be pretty cool.
That's the CFL, everybody.
Yeah.
Just so you know, Winnipeg Blue Bombers CFL. Everyone's like, what CFL? The only CFL quarterback anyone knows around in the U.S. is probably Doug Flutie, or it should be Warren Moon too. But yeah, just to go back, it wasn't only Palantir that moved to the downside. The other thing that we should definitely consider was a pullback we saw in SMCI. So that's another name, not a report or anything like that. As a matter of fact, it's going to be very important that they do report. I think that's the story. But the bleed that happened in Palantir, look, I was short SMCI and had just covered. So I shorted a reversion. It had just bounced off of first support. I'm like, okay, it's bouncing off support. Let's get out. And then the Palantir thing happened, and the next thing you know, SMCI was just gone, and I didn't chase it. But nasty, nasty, nasty. And celery 2, what's the C stand for in CFL? Celery, I know, come on.
He just went he, so I think he knew.
Canadian Football League, where we have 3 downs and some other rules that are very, very interesting. I'll tell you this, if you've never watched it, it's actually it's a little bit more fast-paced with some more big plays. I'll tell you this right now, if the NFL had those rules, it would actually be more exciting. But that's just neither here nor there. The better talent is over in the NFL. Pug Life 77, Johnny Manziel. Is he even on a squad? I don't even know what that guy's doing right now, but he should be in the CFL. Give the guy a chance. So a couple of things just to go over. I know it's like 425 in here.
Oh, Nerd Wallet earnings.
Oh, we just had that. So I want to thank the chat for this one because I was trying to check to see when Grub might be, but I was informed they're going to report at like 7 p.m. tonight. So we'll be able to go over the numbers tomorrow morning. For Grab, sorry, not Grub. For Grab, we're not going to have them until tomorrow because it's going to be 7 p.m. Thank you guys in the chat for letting us know that is going to be the time that they report. I saw one source said the morning. I saw one source that said aftermarket. Wasn't terribly sure. I did want to go over just while we're talking about recapping the day or some moves that we should pay attention to tomorrow. There was the big move in quantum as well. Like so many things that were happening that you thought were going to be the lead to go over ended up being like back burner when we saw the move in Palantir. You just throw it out the window. One of them was you basically had the story out of Microsoft that they had a what's the word a breakthrough in their quantum.
17 years.
Yeah, big breakthrough. And you had a breakout in Rigetti and IonQ and D-Wave. All of them went up in sympathy. Rigetti actually triple topped at 1150 before pulling back. I think it makes it pretty obvious what level to look at tomorrow on Rigetti. So it triple topped today 1150. The 50 period, which it had been respecting for bounces, is 1150 or 1160. So suffice to say, over under at that level tomorrow on Rigetti. You break it out, I'm going long. You fail it, I'm going short. And when I say that, I might also short D-Wave because there's free locates on that one and we always have to pay for Rigetti, which was my mistake. And this is all on me because when everything was breaking down, I saw that trend break and went to punch short Rigetti. And if I had just prepared this morning when it was in play and paid for locates then, I could have punched short right here on Rigetti. But preparation matters so much. And if you know a stock is in play and you might want to short it and you got to pay with your broker, it would have cost me about probably 1/10 of a cent per share. So very cheap here at Real Trading. But you got to do it in order to take that trade. It was a clean reversion. We'll see if it breaks it out tomorrow for sure. And shout out to Derek Thompson. I got to give this one. While everyone's talking about CFL, Damon Allen, legit legend in the CFL. Marcus Allen's brother, and he was a Hall of Famer in the CFL. I had a chance to see Damon Allen play live. He was an incredible athlete and an incredible player. My dad growing up was a huge Warren Moon fan. He wouldn't, like, Warren Moon should have never ended up in the CFL. Anyone that doesn't know this, basically a future Hall of Famer, nobody in the NFL wanted him, so he came to the CFL, dominated for 6 years, goes to the NFL and was immediately great, but he was dominant in the CFL, probably the greatest quarterback in CFL history, but he should have never been in the CFL in the first place. That was my guy growing up because that was my dad's favorite player. But we have only a couple of minutes to go, so just to recap for everybody. Alex Karp sells Palantir, and Palantir goes nuts. Carvana reports earnings, and Carvana dumps. Brett Favre is going to be on the show tomorrow, everybody, at 10:45. NFL Hall of Famer Brett Favre is going to be on the show for an interview at 10:45. And my man Sean's going to be back. So suffice to say, we're a little bit excited. We had a fun one today, and we're going to have a fun one tomorrow. But you know what else we do around here at about this time? We have a little roll call action because that's also fun. And we start the roll call off by shouting out everybody on our team. Starting off with Fabian on the ones and twos, making us look and sound good. Ramin as well. And of course, Andre on our socials. Shout out to the Bash Brothers, although Joe is away. And when Joe's away, Adara will play. Yeah. Filling in on the Midday show. Still at the news desk, still doing the aftermarket show, still doing the watch list this morning. I don't even know when you ate today, Adara, or took a break. I'm assuming you absolutely didn't. You absolutely crushed it today. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. And also trading MSTR at the same time. So everyone shout out to Adara. I got to shout out Obi, of course, filling in for Sean, and Sean will be back tomorrow. Obi's talking right now to Joe, who I used to think was called Jose because of a practical joke by the trading floor manager.
Everyone thought that.
I cannot believe I fell for that.
I fully thought this for months, and then BPI, Patrick, and I found out at the exact same time because Yannick looks at us like, he's like, oh wait, you didn't know that? We're like, no, we didn't. And then you found out like a year after that.
A year?
So, yeah, I knew for a whole year. And that was so funny. I brought it up and you were like, wait, that's not his name? And that was on poker night. But yeah, shout out to everyone there. Shout out to everybody on the floor, everyone at home, everyone watching. So happy to be here with you guys. And I was very grateful to be back on the Midday today as well. So thank you all for the support.
Before you get the roll call, got to shout out Bears versus Bulls, best moderator in the business. And make sure you hit the subscribe so you can be in the chat so that you can be a part of the roll call. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, jump in, type a message, have Adara rhyme it as we speak.
I will, yeah. I've got to shout out Darwin here in the chat saying no way, Jose, which was literally the situation that we were in. So shout out to Darwin, always funny comments. Demoulin, Raul, Jimmy Joe Smith, Celery 2, The Piper, Jaso, Robert Liu, Red House Stocks, Shenanigans, Bears vs. Bulls, thinking everything you do. We've got Celery 2, we have Bora Hout, Dawn, Marlon B, Neil Roberts in the chat, M. Kelsey, Derek Thompson, Sebastian. We have Dan Wynn, we have T-Money, got Sebastian again, Ostentation Productions, Joseph Birch, Music Steph, Freakin' Bill, Silverado Blue, Cobra, Tim Snyder, Ticker Checker, Lasmo Melendez, Scuba Scoots, Marlon B, Ronaldo, Bilbo Bagholder, a great name always, Stevenson, got Los Pollos Hermanos, Darren Michael, Seth, and Mad Wordle. Ari Page is in here too, so great day. I think tomorrow should be a pretty exciting one as well. Make sure to prepare your Carvana because that thing might take a little bit of a drive in some direction. We don't know which one yet, but it's Carvana, so be prepared for it to do Carvana things.
And I can tell you this right now. Those that have asked, Sean's been off the last couple of days sick. But I will tell you this. He would, even if he had the plague itself, there is, after what you saw in Palantir and with Brett Favre on the show tomorrow, I promise you his ass is going to be in the building tomorrow. If he has to crutch his way in, if he has to be dragged in and is like what's the name of that movie, like Weekend at Bernie's? If he has to be weekended at Bernie's into that chair with Favre and the Palantir move, he gonna be in that chair tomorrow. We'll have him back and we're looking forward to it as well. It's gonna be a big one. I just saw Darwin's like Patient Zero Part 2. Brett Favre is going to be on the show, bro.
I'm already feeling a little bit ill, so there might already be some.
No, let's not do that.
I'm going to be honest.
Adara, Joe's, you're not allowed to get, first of all, you're not allowed to get sick.
I know I'm
already do way too much around here, so you're flat out not allowed to get sick. Adara, get some rest. Adara's had an unbelievable, like I said, she filled in doing everything today. So a big shout out to Adara.
Thank you.
And you know what we got to do tomorrow, which is do it all over again. It is going to be a wild one. Check us out, 8:30, bright and early. It's going to be a wild show, the aftermath of Palantir, Brett Favre on the show. We're Trader TV Live. See you in the AM.
Yep.
Yeah, you need some